All right, let's call this meeting to order, please. May 4th, 6 p.m. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bracco. Here. Councilmember Klein.
Here.
Councilmember Fugazi.
Here.
Councilmember Hilton.
Here.
Councilmember Marks.
Here.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Here.
Mayor Bozo.
Here. City Clerk's report on posting of the agenda, please.
Thank you, Mayor. This agenda was posted on Friday, May 1st at 1:45 p.m.
All right, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be followed by the invocation by Trevor Van Laar. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and others tonight. Join us. Please join me as we join in the invocation. Father in heaven, thank you for our mayor, for our city council, and our leaders at every level in our city. Please give our leaders courage to do what is right and to rule in all fairness for those that they are ruling over. May our community be known for its justice, and may it always prosper from the influence of good men and women. Tonight, as we pray for our city, we ask for your blessings on each one of its citizens. We pray that those who live in Gilroy would feel purpose, dignity, and your presence. We pray that those in our city who are desperate and lonely would ask that our neediest are seen, valued, loved, and not forgotten. We pray for hope, for paths of stability, for meaningful employment, and for the shelter for all who may need it. Lastly, Father, please give us all grace as we work to bring the truth, justice, and stability to all of our citizens and to the city of Gilroy. Amen.
Thank you, Trevor. Moving on to item 1.6, orders of the day. I do have some changes to the agenda. So after item 6.1, bids and proposals, we are going to change and insert item 9.1, then 9.2, and then 8.2. So for those of you who might be making any public comment on some of those items, 9.1, 9.2, and 8.2, they'll be coming a lot sooner than you may have imagined. So please make a note of that and get your comment card into Stefan and Kim, please. Okay. Next item is ceremonial items. We have two proclamations this evening. The first one is Affordable Housing Month proclamation, and the second one is the Building Safety Month proclamation. So I will be reading both of those to Sharon Goe, Community Development Director, and her team. So Sharon, I will meet you at the podium. So the first one is a City of Gilroy proclamation for Affordable Housing Month. Whereas an affordable place to call home provides everyone an opportunity to thrive, making our community stronger, healthier, more inclusive, and more prosperous. And whereas the Santa Clara County Community Plan to End Homelessness emphasizes expanding homelessness prevention and housing programs as a critical strategy to address our region's housing crisis. And whereas the City of Gilroy remains committed to partnering with local, regional, and state agencies to secure funding to support the construction and preservation of high-quality, affordable homes that will serve as lasting community assets for generations to come. Now, therefore, I, Greg Bozo, Mayor of the City of Gilroy, on this 4th day of May 2026, along with my colleagues on the City Council, do hereby proclaim May 26th as Affordable Housing Month, and invite residents to support affordable housing solutions and to recognize the efforts of the City of Gilroy and its dedicated community partners who seek to improve access to affordable housing opportunities in the City of Gilroy and our neighboring communities. Thank you. All right, the second one is Building Safety Month, City of Gilroy proclamation. Whereas the City of Gilroy recognizes that community growth and strength depends on safe homes, buildings, and infrastructure in daily life and during disasters. And whereas our confidence in building resilience comes from the year-round work of building safety and fire prevention officials, architects, engineers, builders, tradespeople, and other in construction. And whereas modern codes and standards protect the public from hazards like earthquakes, wildfires, floods, hurricanes, snowstorms, and tornadoes. And whereas Building Safety Month, sponsored by the ICC, raises public awareness of code officials who ensure safe, sustainable, and affordable buildings. And whereas the 2026 Building Safety Month theme, Built to Last, invites everyone to promote building safety locally and globally. Now, therefore, I, Greg Bozo, Mayor of the City of Gilroy, on this 4th day of May 2026, along with my colleagues on the City Council, do hereby proclaim May 26 as Building Safety Month and invite residents and businesses to support building safety and acknowledge the contributions of our safety professionals in protecting lives and property. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for the proclamations. I just want to do a plug for our team. Our team has worked really hard to organize a series of events for Affordable Housing Month and Building Safety Month. So in the lobby, you'll find a lot of flyers for all the different events, and we definitely look forward to seeing you there. Thank you.
All right, you guys did good. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. We're going to take another step. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Kelly, I'm going to have you take one step this way. Yeah, good. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay, we're good. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Moving on to item number 3, presentations to council. We have 2 today, Gilroy Gardens annual presentation and Youth Commission annual presentation. And first to go will be Gilroy Gardens annual presentation. Thank you, Wah, for being here.
Whoops. Good evening, Mayor, Council member. My name is Hua Lei, President and General Manager of Gilroy Gardens Family Theme Park. Thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight and to share our 2025 results with you. Before I begin, I want to acknowledge the member of our Board of Directors and our park management team who have joined us here this evening. Your continued guidance and support are deeply appreciated. Thank you for being here. For those who may be less familiar with our organization, Gilroy Gardens, Inc. is a 501c3 nonprofit education institution. Our mission is to educate and inspire families, especially children, to appreciate horticulture and the importance of trees in our lives by providing fun and memories in a beautiful garden setting. That mission, guided by our volunteer board of directors, is the foundation of everything you'll hear about tonight. Tonight's presentation will cover 4 areas: what we achieved in 2025, the 3 pillars that guides everything that we do, the investment we made in city assets, and our vision for the next 25 years.
25 years, Gilroy Gardens Family Theme Park has been the heart of childhood dreams, where imaginations blossom and magical memories take root. A generation of children found wonder here, and today, those children return, now hand in hand with their own little ones, passing down the joy that first made their hearts soar. The story is just begun. After all, Gilroy Gardens is a place where generations can grow together, where toddlers' eyes light up on their very first ride, where bigger kids scream as they brave the bucket, and where even grandparents get to feel like they're kids again. So whether it's your first visit or a cherished family tradition, join us in 2025 as we celebrate 25 incredible seasons of joy, love, and laughter at Gilroy Gardens. Together, we can keep the magic growing for generations to come.
In 2025, Gilroy Gardens celebrated 25 years of serving this community. What began as a vision for a botanical gardens family theme park in the heart of Gilroy has grown into one of the most distinctive family destinations in Northern California. As we look ahead, our mission is not simply to operate a theme park. It is to build the next 25 years of impact for the city and its residents. We celebrated our 25th anniversary with record-setting performance across the board. Financially, we deliver strong results across all business segments and membership sales, reflecting the strength of our team and the loyalty of our guests. Our new signature Cherry Jubilee event earned international awards recognition. This is an event that was born here in Gilroy. 2025 marked our fourth consecutive years of record-setting for Halloween attendance and revenue, followed by immediately a record-breaking holiday season. 4 consecutive years of record is not luck. It is disciplined programming, operational excellence, and the team that raises the bar every year. After 25 years, we remain deeply rooted in this community. Gilroy Gardens is more than a theme park. We are a gathering place where generation comes together and where children discover the joy of learning in nature. That has always been our mission and remains our compass. Everything we do at Gilroy Gardens is built on 3 core pillars that reflects our responsibility to the city. We enrich the lives of local families, inspire students, and invest in the workforce that strengthen Gilroy. We drive regional tourism and generate meaningful economic impact for the city of Gilroy and its local businesses. We manage this park with fiscal discipline and operational excellence with long-term commitment to preserving and enhancing city assets. In 2025, our community and education impact was tangible. Over 3,300 students participated in our Natural Science Days program, along with all of the GUSD second graders. These are not passive field trips. Children engage directly in the park's living classrooms, hands-on science station, and natural ecosystems. Over 12,500 volunteer hours contributed by our dedicated docent community and GUSD students. More than 10,000 Gilroy residents visited the park in 2025. Neighbors, families, and seniors who call this city home. Over 750 children earned free admission ticket through our Gilroy Library Literacy program because we believe access to this park should not be limited by a family financial means. Gilroy Garden is an economic engine for the city. 458,000 visitors in 2025. The majority of them comes from outside of Gilroy, and when they arrive, they spend here. Our research estimates $2.6 million in visitor spending at local restaurants, hotels, shops, and services. 600 young people employed. Most are Gilroy residents, many of them receiving their first job, their first paycheck, and their first lesson in professional responsibility. Our total payroll impact is estimated at $9.6 million. Gilroy Gardens does not just serve Gilroy, it brings the region to Gilroy. Stewardship is not just a word for us, it is a financial commitment. In 2025, Gilroy Gardens invested over $575,000 in repairs and restoration of city-owned assets above and beyond the soft capital programming and EBITDA rent payment to the city. The Boneyard cleanup has been our major undertaking. Over 25 years of unused equipment cleared. Land is now free for future city use. Rebuilt back emergency and pump fire system. Fixing roof, facade, and facility brought up to long-term standard. Aging light poles replaced with energy-efficient LEDs and powder-coated fixtures. Our 25-year-old rides and attraction actively maintain and guest-ready, including our unique collection of circus trees, one of the most distinctive living assets in any theme park in the country. Every one of these investment protect the long-term value and assets for the city, and we are proud of the progress we continue to make. Now I want to share one of our most exciting forward-looking initiatives, the Hecker Pass Outdoor Event Center. Through targeted capital investment, we are enhancing and reintroduce an underutilized portion of our property as a multi-use outdoor venue capable of hosting corporate events, community gathering, cultural events, concert, and special occasion year-round, even when the park is not open. Plan enhancement include multi-activity recreation area, live entertainment, presentation, a social hub, and an upgrade Connex beverage bar, plus rehabilitation of the pad, restroom, and the surrounding area. As we enter the next chapter, our strategic focus is built on 4 priorities. Enhanced education expansion. We have created a new Chief Advancement Officer role specifically to grow our education mission, expanding student outreach, deepening our GUSD partnership, and building a formal fundraising program. We will continue expanding our award-winning seasonal events, creating new signature experiences at the park. Our newest event, Voyage to the Islands, launched on May 2nd. Our 4th and final anchor event, completing a full lineup of signature event for the year. We are committed to ensuring that all Gilroy families, regardless of economic circumstances, can experience this park through a variety of local admission programs through Gilroy Parks and Recreation Summer Program. In addition, we have partnered with City Department Police and Fire Training, hosted the Chamber Annual Business Expo Car Show, and helped bring back the Garlic Festival successful reimagined summer event at our Hecker Pass Outdoor Event Center grounds in 2025. Our teams also actively serve in local boards, organizations, and programs throughout the city. We will continue investing in infrastructure advancement in the Hecker Pass Event Center and offering new reach new audience. The foundation we have built over the last 25 years is strong. What comes next will be built on that foundation with the same commitment to the community, excellence, and stewardship that has defined us since day one. In closing, I want to say thank you. Thank you to this council, thank you to the city of Gilroy, and to this community for 25 years of partnership and trust. Gilroy Gardens exists because of this community, and this community is better because of Gilroy Gardens. That relationship and that partnership is something we do not take for granted. We look forward to continuing to serve as a source of community pride, a driver of economic vitality, and a responsible steward of the city public assets. The story of Gilroy Gardens is the story of Gilroy itself, and we believe the best chapters are still ahead for Gilroy Gardens and for this community. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any question council may have.
Thank you, Hua. Any questions for Hua from council? I'll make a comment. I just want the community, I think the community knows this, but I'd like to remind the community that, so you have some staff members here today that work with you full-time year-round, and you have a large staff that works for you seasonally. But I want the community to know also that there's a board of directors that's sitting out here in this audience, and this board of directors has been serving at Gilroy Gardens. Some of these members have been there for a year or less, and some of these members have been there for 10 years or more.
On a volunteer basis.
On a volunteer basis, and they are not paid. And these meetings are anywhere from 1 to 2 to 3 times a month. So I want to thank you, the board of directors, the commitment you've made to Gilroy Gardens and Gilroy. So thank you. Thank you, Hua.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you very much, Adam. So next will be the Youth Commission annual presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Anna Nguyen, and I'm a senior at Gilroy High School. And I would like to give you a warm welcome to this year's Youth Commission. It's comprised of Baru, Thanmei, Diana, Ben, Sophia, Alexander, Maya, Logan, Ashleen, Jacob, and myself. To start, I would like to give you a quick overview. The Gilroy Youth Commission proudly represents the voice of local youth in our community, advising city council members on issues impacting teens, along with organizing youth-led initiatives across Gilroy. This year, civic engagement rose to new heights with events like the Opportunity Teen Fair, Senior Tech Week, Breakfast with Santa, Yak Attack, and the Intergenerational Dance. Throughout this all, we fostered leadership, service, and collaboration. To start, in November of last year, we held the Intergenerational Dance. This was a special night for both seniors and ourselves as we were able to bond through dancing, music, dinner, and game night competitions. The theme of the night was Hollywood, and we had over 70 seniors and youth commission present, along with a photo booth and catered dinner. Now here are some behind-the-scenes photos from the day before, where we were setting up the popcorn. To the left, to the middle was us testing out the Jeopardy, and to the right was us putting on some lights on the movie posters. Now moving on to the night of, we have us with a few of the seniors. The flyer that we had sent them, it's near the middle top, and then to the left is organization of the tables, and to the far left is the keychains that we had given them for the night to remember with their photo booth photos in them. Then in December, we hosted the Breakfast with Santa. This was held at the Senior Center, and we served over 200 attendees and helped youth with holiday-themed activities such as cookie and bag decorating, along with ornament making. Then in both November and in December, we held several senior tech days. We supported over 43 seniors with their tech devices, ranging from iPhones, iPads, to computers. And it was awesome knowing that we could help them get more in touch with technology. Then in March, a few commissioners and I attended the Yak Attack conference. This stands for the Youth Advisory Commission. It was held at Los Altos at their community center, and it was a day for Bay Area youth commissions to come together to learn more about the community, about the issues that are impacting each of our communities, and it was also a day to foster leadership. There we also held a workshop about our intergenerational dance that we had hosted prior in November. We talked about the positive things that came out of it, along with some aspects that we would like to improve on in the future. Then, most recently, in March, we held our annual Opportunity Teen Fair. This was hosted at the Wheeler Gym, and it serves as an opportunity for hundreds of high school students in Gilroy to learn more about and apply for internship, volunteer opportunities, and jobs. We had over 23 businesses and organizations there, and over 184 students from across five middle and high schools in GUSD. And it was awesome seeing them all bond and get to know more about the opportunities that Gilroy has to offer. Now moving on to our legislative issue. As you may know, each year the Youth Commission proposes a plan to tackle a legislative issue. A few years prior, we had proposed the development of a youth center. Last year, we proposed the saving of an endangered plant species called the Loma Prieta flower. And this year, we would like to talk about the implementation of bicycle barriers in our community. Now I would like to hand it off to Logan to discuss more upon this issue.
Hello, my name is Logan Gill. I'm a sophomore at Christopher High School. A protected bike barrier is a form of physical separation that separates the bike lane from vehicles on the street. It prevents vehicles from entering into the bike lane, which reduces the risk of collisions from occurring. There are different types of protected bike barriers that a city can incorporate. Gilroy has a few of them. Each barrier has its advantages and disadvantages. For example, the delineator posts, which you can see on the bottom of page 1, are a thin, cost-effective solution that provides visual and limited physical separation. Bollards, which you can see on the screen, are made of concrete and are thick, durable, and the safest option. However, they're the most expensive. Next up is Ashley, who will speak about challenges.
Good evening, council members and mayor. My name is Ashley Madot, and I'm an 8th grader at Gilroy Prep. One of the major issues is loss of street parking. Bike lanes require extra space, which often replaces parking spots. This could upset residents where bike barriers are placed. Near a school, fewer parking spaces can make drop-off and pickup times more crowded and stressful. Another challenge is cost. Protected bike lanes cost significantly more than painted lines. Construction can range from $100,000 to $1 million per year. Protected bike lanes are expensive to build, but also to maintain. Lastly, community impact matters. When residents feel negatively affected, it can discourage support for projects and even influence the broader political climate, just like we see in Encinitas, which will be discussed in the next section. When community members and elected officials are not on board, this can slow the project down or stop it entirely. Coming up to our next section, we'll be discussing other cities.
Good evening, council members. My name is Maya Sanchez, and I'm currently a senior at GECA. So today I would like to examine a few different cities that have enacted their own safer bike lanes. For one, I would like to bring your attention to the city of Cupertino, who recently developed a two-way separate bike lane surrounding Lawson Middle School. You can actually see this example right here on the screen. It was part of a larger initiative to develop safer paths for students to travel to and from school. In 2023, San Luis Obispo also enacted their own safer bike lanes. A year after the project's construction, they conducted a research study which found that vehicles decreased by an average of 10% along that corridor, while bicyclists increased substantially by 69%. However, there is another side to this story. In Encinitas, residents recently voted to remove and redesign a protected bike lane that had been constructed less than a year earlier. Residents cited problems about parking, driver confusion, and traffic jams as justification for its removal. The new redesign will cost the city around $3 million. Now, I would like to bring the attention to research.
Hello, my name is Jacob Ortega, and I'm also a current senior at GECA. When looking at the research, we found when implemented correctly, protected bike lanes offer a host of benefits. These benefits range from rider safety to overall ridership. Additionally, riders are less vulnerable to car doors and swerving cars. In a multi-city study conducted by the University of Colorado Denver and the University of New Mexico, researchers found separated bike lanes saw a decrease of fatalities by 44%, as well as an increase in bicycle commuters by as much as 80%. Another study at Rutgers University discovered protected bike lanes were associated with decreased car speeds, especially for right-hand turns, which saw a 21% average decrease in speeds. Lastly, we would like to talk to you about policy recommendations.
In taking into consideration both its benefits and its research, the Youth Commission would like to recommend that the City Council develop a policy that would take into consideration the development of protective bicycle barriers wherever there is a new street project near a school or near high-traffic areas such as 1st Street or 10th Street. Thank you so much for your time, and I'd be happy to take your questions.
Thank you. Any questions? We have a question?
I don't have a question, but I'm just going to say amazing presentation. You guys did an unbelievable job. I think that staff, take a look here, guys. I'm just telling you right now, these guys have it on. They're the next part of your team. Congratulations, guys. Great job.
Thank you so much.
I would just follow saying the same thing. You did a great presentation, all 5 of you, and just represent very well. And so the future looks great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
So typically, I usually make this announcement prior when, especially when we have long meetings and there's people who come and present to council. I always like to remind you guys. Well, these guys got it figured out. You are not obligated. You're not obligated to stay the entire meeting, and our feelings won't be hurt. So I just want to let you guys know that. Especially tonight, it looks like it might be a long meeting, so keep that in mind. Okay. Moving on to item number 3.3. It's public comment by members of the public on items not on the agenda, but within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council.
Thank you. I have 4 speakers. Ron Kirkish, followed by Angelica Holguin, Anne Marie McCulley, then Elizabeth Stone, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Matt, and City Attorney, and the community at large. Tonight, we're discussing the issue of the Gilroy Gardens, and I can't wait to hear what I already heard what they had to say, but I'd like to add a little thing. I received this email, and I'd like to, it's regarding Don Gage and what he helped to do during the creation of the Gilroy Gardens. The email is from a Mr. Paul Nakamoto, who is a member of the Silicon Valley Monterey Bay Council. And what he has to say is, and he's saying it to his wife, Jean. Nice to hear from you. I knew your husband, Don, well, and worked with him while I was working for Michael Bonifanti in the late 1990s on the planning, construction, and opening of Bonifanti Gardens theme park. If it hadn't been for Don and his support, that park might have never opened. The park needed to be connected to Gilroy City Public Works, water and sewage. And at the time, the parkland was in the unincorporated area of Santa Clara County. Don was instrumental in getting the parkland annexed. And those of you who deal with LAFCO know how difficult that can be. So anyway, this is to give, to remind everybody the good job that Don Gage did. Don was my mentor. Whenever I called him, whether it was fishing on his boat at his cabin or anything, he always picked up, and we always had a good talk, and he was my mentor, and I miss him. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron.
Angelica? Holguin? Yes. I have it briefly for you as well. I have that one also. You want, you don't know this one? Supposed to be. Okay, thank you. No problem. No problem. Anne Marie?
It might be odd for a citizen to be so excited over an agenda packet. Yes! I have personally immersed myself in local government for almost 4 years, and I am incredibly grateful for this progress. I was asking for an audit on abatement in both budget meetings and was called a liar when I told our previous mayor and city manager that Gilroy was leaving county and state funds on the table. I knew this because the housing department in every city in Santa Clara County, and they all said the same thing. Gilroy doesn't show up for resources or funding. They also accused us of sending people to their cities. Thank you, Matt Morley, for providing transparent information in this packet on costs and the efforts Gilroy is making to solve our homeless problem, something that started once Mayor Greg Bozo was elected. The work is finally being carried out by a city manager who is committed to solving problems instead of hiding behind them and presenting missing or false information. Thank you to staff for these extensive reports. To the incumbent council members, it's fair to say that you can only make decisions based on the information you were given. In this packet, you are not only being given costs, but solutions. Hopefully, you will embrace this new leadership and information to make better decisions moving forward. There are times when city council members are blamed as a whole for one person's actions, held responsible for consequences of past decisions or bad information. Tonight, I am asking you to assess the people you see here on their individual merits and character, as you yourself would like to be defined, and not stereotype with bias. Mayor Greg Bozo, the city manager Matt Morley, and our new police chief Brandon Sanchez are all leaders of true integrity. Whatever happens tonight, this change in leadership is a benchmark for a better Gilroy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Elizabeth? Elizabeth Stone?
Hi, good evening. My name's Elizabeth Stone. I think, as you mentioned, it's going to be a really long meeting. So I'd like you to just think for a minute, as you may be getting tired, thinking about the end of the meeting, what it would mean to be able to go home. What does home actually mean? Home is not necessarily a shelter, a building. Home is a sense of place where you belong, where you feel safe, where you have privacy, where you have things around you that remind you of who you are and your value as a human being. Frequently, the idea of housed and home are conflated and mixed. So putting someone in a shelter is not necessarily providing someone a home. And people have the emotional needs of having a sense of home, what that home means. And it's very different for different people. Could relate to your culture, could relate to your upbringing, could relate to many, many things. And frequently, studies show, and I'm quite happy to share a lot of the studies that I collect, people think of home as their community, and they want to stay in their community, and they want to stay with people that they have personal relationships with. So I just really want to encourage you, as there's multiple items on the agenda tonight, looking at how we support people who consider Gilroy their home and what they may be doing in unconventional ways to create a sense of home. I hope you keep that in mind as we look at these other agenda items. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no further speakers.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, moving on to item number 4, we have reports by council members. Councilmember Bracco?
Nothing to report.
Councilmember Fugazi?
No report.
Councilmember Marks?
No report.
Councilmember Hilton?
Thank you. From the Valley Transportation Authority Policy Advisory Committee, Transit-Oriented Communities Grant workshops have kicked off, and VTA staff will be hosting a workshop at the Gilroy Library on May 26 from 2 to 3. They are seeking proposals from Santa Clara municipalities, jurisdictions, arts, culture, education, nonprofit, and other community organizations to support VTA's vision of equitable transit-oriented communities. The goal is to grow innovative and robust partnerships between VTA and local public agencies, nonprofit, community organizations, and other diverse stakeholders to strengthen communities, increase transit ridership, reduce the need for car trips, and support intensive mixed-use, mixed-income development around light rail stations and transit hubs. Selected projects will be collaborative across community and/or local government partners and remove barriers to creating safe, walkable, healthy, resilient, and thriving neighborhoods next to transit. VTA will fund $750,000 in total to eligible applicants. Happy Affordable Housing Month. I'm excited to share that one of my student interns, DJ Williams, has created and updated 2 flyers promoting our 40 opportunity sites to build multifamily residential and 429 corner lots for opportunities like duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes. The opportunity site selection process examines zone capacity, existing uses, and recent development trends to determine which parcels to include. Both vacant and non-vacant sites are included in the opportunity sites inventory. The opportunity site selection process took site characteristics, surrounding uses, and development constraints into consideration when evaluating each site's development potential. These flyers include important information such as staff contact, detailed information on the opportunity sites, corner lots, and code updates. You can find it on my social media, newsletter, and the upcoming Developers Roundtable and when I table at events. Lastly, happy Bike Month. My office is asking the public to nominate a Gilroy resident for Bike Person of the Year as part of May's Bike Month celebrations. We're looking for a Gilroy resident of any age that has shown the qualities of a leader when it comes to local bike community. Whether it's a student at a local school that has encouraged biking to school, advocated for safety improvements, or has started a program. Or it can be an adult in the community that has advocated for better biking, organizes events around bike safety, or started any programs for the community. Nominations are due by Monday, May 11th at 5 p.m. We advocate for building and planning that considers future generations as well as current residents who don't own cars. Advancing mobility options reflects what we are teaching the youth in our community through Safe Routes to School, and why we are nationally recognized as a bronze bicycle-friendly community from the League of American Bicyclists, as well as recognized by the World Health Organization as an age-friendly community. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach. Councilmember Ramirez.
Good evening. Yes, since the last city council meeting, I was able to go to Sacramento and join others from the League of California to attend the League of California's Leaders Summit with the purpose of representing and advocating for Gilroy. While in Sacramento, I focused on 3 areas. AB 1708, which is to increase access to state homelessness funding for cities with populations under 300,000. AB 2296 allows cities to start drafting their housing element 6 months earlier and requires the state to improve the housing element review process and provide greater certainty. This would help with hopefully eliminating builder's remedy. And the third thing that I advocated for was to allocate $400 million to fully implement Proposition 36 and respect the will of the voters. For those of you that are not aware, Prop 36 was written intentionally without any funding. I also was able to attend a Rebuilding Together event that was at the home of Julie Wheeler, a native Gilroyan, and it was being worked on by volunteers from Next Stage Design and Build. They were replacing her damaged back door, missing and torn window screens. They removed the failing deck and entryway into her back door. They did some minor plumbing and ventilation work and installed a Shine a Light kit to assist with fall prevention and painted the exterior of the home. I also would like to congratulate Gilroy Chamber of Commerce for another successful Spice of Life Awards. This was celebrating leaders in our community that go above and beyond, so congratulations to all the winners. Oh, and one last thing, Gilroy Gardens, when you talked about those grandmas, that would be me. I take my grandkids there frequently, and my children went when they were young. They thought they were so cool because my husband and I could sit on a bench and they were able, it wasn't this big Disneyland or Great America, but they were able to go off on their own and then come back at a designated time. And now they bring their children there. So it truly is a generational gem. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Klein.
Yeah, I'd like to echo what Councilmember Ramirez said about the Spice of Life Awards. It was a great event. Appreciate staff for what you did, and just all the award winners just symbolize what this city is all about, and we're just honoring them, and it was a great night. I also was asked to participate in a small group communications class at Gavilan College. It was a week ago Wednesday. The teacher, Lauren Oliver, invited me, so I showed up, and we made a circle, and for the next hour and 20 minutes, I got pelted with questions from the 17 students that were in the classroom. It was a great time. I think for me, it was a highlight of my year, just being able to hang out with them, and it was great. So I appreciate Lauren for asking me to be a part of that, and all those students for your questions. They were great questions, and it was a great time, so thanks.
Thank you. I have no reports this evening, so I'm going to move on to item number 5. It's a consent calendar. We have 3 items on consent. Any questions from council?
I'd just like to add one thing in the one item for the, oh, no.
Let me get through it first.
Sure.
Is that okay?
Sure.
So I would like to entertain a motion. Public comment, please, excuse me. Any public comment on
I have no
consent?
speakers.
Okay, thank you, sorry about that. I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar, items 5.1 through 5.3.
So moved.
Okay? I have a motion by Councilmember Ramirez and a second by Councilmember Bracco. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bracco? Councilmember Klein?
Yes.
Councilmember Fugazi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hilton?
Aye.
Councilmember Marks?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Yes.
Mayor Boso?
Yes, motion passes 7-0. Councilmember Klein, you have a comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to say regarding item 5.2, I appreciate that the Gilroy Gardens is looking to upgrade and enhance the lower corporate area to an outdoor event center. We saw how the Garlic Festival last year created an event space for the festival, so it's great to see this happening. But I would like to point out that in the lease agreement being worked out with the Gardens, the City of Gilroy still holds controlling interest to develop the property in the future. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? Go ahead, Councilmember Fugazi.
For item 5.3, want to welcome basically our new police chief, right?
Yeah.
And give him the thumbs up, and we've been without a permanent police chief for a while now, and I'm excited to see yet another piece of kind of the new leadership puzzle come together, and the great things that'll happen in the future from that organization under his command. So, welcome.
Thank you, Brandon. Thank you very much. Moving on to item number 6, bids and proposals. Item 6.1, award 3 3-year on-call contracts for encampment cleanup program services with 2 1-year extension options with an amount not to exceed $750,000 each to San Jose Conservation Corps, Landscape Maintenance America DBA California Highway Adoption Company, and FS Global Solutions. Staff report, please.
Good evening. My name is Brian Rodriguez. I'm an analyst trainee with the City of Gilroy's Public Works Department. The city issued a request for proposals in December of last year. We received 14 proposals, and after evaluating and reviewing all 14 proposals, we interviewed the top candidates, and tonight staff requests that you move forward and award 3 on-call agreements for encampment cleanup services with a not-to-exceed amount of $750,000 over a 5-year period, that you authorize the city administrator to execute these agreements, and that you adopt a resolution amending the fiscal year 2026 adopted budget to appropriate $50,000 and also amend the fiscal year 2027 budget and allocate and appropriate $100,000 for that fiscal year. And then future years and future allocations, we're estimating about $150,000, and that was going to be subject to city council approval, so it'll come back in the future. This presentation is focused on public property cleanup. You'll hear more in future items about the city's efforts on homelessness. This item is really just about how we tackle cleaning up encampments. All work that we do is in coordination with the city's Quality of Life Officer program. Once QOL requests support from Public Works, we send out our maintenance workers, and they go and provide that service. Recently, we've been trying to reach out to private contractors to see if they could augment that service, which has meant that each location has to be quoted separately, and it's creating some real inefficiencies and operational delays. Currently, we have about 4 full-time maintenance workers in our streets, trees, and storm drains division, and that's the division that's primarily responsible for cleaning up these encampments. We do have 6 employees in our parks and landscaping who could potentially support that division, but for all 10 employees, the real goal is to focus on routine preventative maintenance of our city infrastructure and the right-of-way, so graffiti abatement, weed abatement, park restroom cleanings, sign replacements, and responding to other requests for service. We did an analysis of just the Public Works employees. We found that from mid-December to the start of this month, we've cleaned 14 encampments, and over 400 hours of labor were dedicated to that effort. That resulted in about $50,000 of labor cost and $20,000 for equipment costs, for a total of roughly $70,000 in just over 4.5 months. These on-call agreements are set up for comprehensive site cleanup and proper disposal, full-service contractor support, and documentation and coordination. So we're requiring from them to take before and after pictures of each location and to provide detailed reports kind of breaking down each encampment. And these are just 2 photos that kind of highlight locations where potentially we would be having a contractor service that instead of having city staff. We are recommending to move forward with 3 agreements to really just allow staff to have some operational flexibility and to control cost. Prices are going to be set for multiple years, and we could really align the scope of work and each location to the strengths, availability, and pricing of each contractor. All 3 contractors really bring their own unique strengths and skill sets and technical expertise, and they're really going to be good partners and assets for the city of Gilroy. We did make it clear, though, to each of the contractors that we're not going to guarantee a minimum number of call-outs or kind of any work, and We also understand that even if we do move forward with these 3 agreements tonight, we still anticipate staff to potentially assist with these efforts or provide cleanups outside of these contracts. We propose this program be funded through the city's general fund with an initial allocation of $50,000 in this fiscal year and $100,000 next fiscal year. No work will be assigned unless the city council authorizes the funding, and we don't anticipate requesting more than $750,000 for the total program. Each contract is also set up at that $750,000 mark to just allow staff the flexibility to allocate the work to each contractor and be able to kind of match that scope of work to their skill set. And all 3 contractors are going to be sharing the budgeted allocation. After next fiscal year, we're going to come back to the city council and request the future funding for the future years, and that will go through the regular budget development process. Again, we recommend that you authorize the 3 agreements for a not to exceed amount of $750,000 each, that you authorize the city administrator to execute these agreements, and that you adopt a resolution appropriating the funding for this year and next fiscal year. I'm available along with Director John Dowdy to answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councilmember Bracco.
Yeah, I'm a bit confused now. As I understood it, that it was $750,000 each for 3 different companies. That's wrong?
Thank you, Councilmember. It's $750,000 cap for each of the contractors, but it's capped ultimately each year on what is allocated by the council, appropriated and allocated. This year, you have a $750,000 maximum for that contractor, for any one of those contractors, but the budget is $50,000 available. This only provides us over the potential 5-year terms of these to allow increases in budget without having to get budgetary authority necessarily to change the maximum amount of the contract. It just means every year we don't have to come back and basically ask for a new budget authority in terms of the contract amount, maximum amount. So I think I've totally confused the question on it.
And why?
In the end, your budget establishes what is going to be able to be charged against and used for this purpose.
So you'll always have to come back to council to get approval to do a cleanup?
We were under your budgetary authority that you're giving tonight if you do this. For this year, we would have $50,000 between the 3 contractors to use for the remainder of this fiscal year and $100,000 between the 3 contractors for next fiscal year, unless we come back, unless there is a need, and the council gives us additional budget to do so, to increase the number, increase the amount.
Okay, and I never remember the council talking about this. How did this come about? Whose decision was it to decide to do this?
Well, this follows up 2024. You had a contract that was funded by ARPA funds, as indicated in the staff report. That provided, I believe, was a 3-year contract for camp cleanups. When ARPA funding went away, that project went away, or that funding went away, because that was a one-time only. Basically, what we're suggesting here is that we have very limited staffing. There is a cost associated with cleanup. There is also a lost opportunity cost when staff is handling the cleanup. So we're suggesting a combination of both staff still involved in some work, but not in all of the work out there in terms of any encampment cleanups that are being orchestrated or facilitated through the Quality of Life program.
Because a few years ago, we hired quality of life officers to work with this stuff. We were told that we needed equipment. We bought a dump truck and some other equipment to do cleanups. And now we're being told, well, we don't want to do cleanups anymore. So we just wasted all that money? I mean, we have city staff. If we need more, then we need to hire more. I don't understand why the answer is always spend a whole bunch of money and pay somebody else to do it. Because if you go like to the parks, they don't do a very good job. all of these contractors we hire, they do not a very good job. And then we're left holding the bag. So
I can only say this, back to the point, which is that it's lost opportunity. We can either do these cleanups and not be doing the other things that are asked for by the community, or we can basically bring in assistance to help deal with that. We believe basically when you start looking at the total cost of staffing, this is a better path of travel for certain specific terms of work, such as these encampment cleanups. But it's a choice, it's a policy decision.
that seems to always be what we're told. And also, I wanted to point out on those pictures that were in that proposal, those are from a long time ago. And since we've had the quality of life officers, we haven't had those kind of cleanups where they were tearing apart underneath the bridge and stuff.
Forest Ave and Lewis.
Yeah. that's old stuff, and it's
Councilmember
very
Bracco,
deceiving.
if I could, those may be from a while back, and I'm not sure what the date of those, but I have been down there in my tenure here, which is about a year and a half, less than a year and a half, and I have seen the mess down in that same slough area. This is a constant battle of dealing with this. We did not plug in fake or old photos to basically try to drive this issue. I just wanted to assure you that.
Councilmember Fugati?
So in a full year of next year, it's $100,000. And how many person hours are you planning on recovering in lieu of that, since somebody's going to be doing it on the outside?
Well, we've indicated that up through this point, we're at what? 430 hours or so of staff hours that we're accounting for just in the 4.5 month period. So
They're not going to take it all. You said
there's an ebb and flow to it. Staff will do some of these cleanups just simply because they're a small area and we're dealing with that.
But if you said it's more efficient, you know a number.
Well, we would hope to gain at least 600 to 800 hours out of this of opportunity in the other areas. I don't think we could get a 1-for-1 over the course of the year, and 450 times 3. But I think you could at least
For $100,000, you're going to get somewhere around 700 hours of
additional time. Yes.
Okay. And this was already in our budget at what level from our already agreed to budget? Was it already in there, or is this an add-on to the?
This is an add-on.
That's what I thought. And so it's 750 max, like he said, right? So it's not 750, it's just so that you can have the opportunity. What about dump fees and hazardous waste removal fees and all of those kinds of things? Are those included in the contract, or is it labor only?
Those are part of the cost associated with this equipment, dumping fees, disposal fees.
So that's going to come back from our budget from the other side as well then, because we wouldn't be doing it ourselves?
Correct.
Out of that same $100,000?
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Further questions from council?
So it's good to know that it's set aside, but if we don't use it, we don't use it. And one of the things is, I don't know whether you would consider this or not, but I know that we have just put together an ad hoc committee to try to create some kind of a more viable temporary solution that may in the future prevent all these different scattered abatements. So I don't know what happens if we do come up with something viable and after a year we don't need these, that's not a problem, then we're not beholden to them. Is that correct?
We're under no obligation to spend a single dollar, and we hope that we would never have to spend a single dollar toward this purpose.
Thank you.
Councilmember Klein?
You basically pre-qualified these 3 contractors to be able to line up to access them to get the work done. But it's not all 3 of them as far as at one time. It's just who's available at that time when the need arises.
Who's available and who also has basically the best way to serve. Right. Some have more equipment, some are very hand-based. on the boots on the ground. Some are more equipment-based and depends on the issue at hand.
And it would be a performance issue then in how they perform the job at that given time, so you can evaluate that over that time factor too. Okay.
Correct.
All right.
I believe it also adds expediency, right? So if you have contracts in advance, that's why maybe the public is thinking, oh my gosh, why do you need so many large contracts with so many companies? But you want to be able to call any 3 companies at any single time and figure out who's most qualified and who can do it quickest.
Correct.
Yeah.
So for the people that would not be doing this on staff, what would their fully burdened hourly rate be?
That would vary depending on whether they're, what position they're in. There's
People that would be doing this kind of work, picking up the stuff and putting it into the dump trucks and that kind of thing. Is it?
Let's call it average out about $120 an hour.
Really?
Fully burdened.
Okay. Interesting.
All right. Let's go to public comment, please.
I have 3 speakers, Anne Marie McCulley, Jan Bernstein-Charden, and Vanessa Ashford.
So before we get too excited to not vote in favor of this, it is our only solution right now is abatement. That's all we have. So I love Kelly Ramirez's optimism about the ad hoc and all the work you're doing on trying to really solve this, but it is our only solution. There's a couple of things in the packet that I think should be noted. The See-Click Fix program, which is how our community can report homeless-related issues online, has increased. It's increased the demand, but we don't have any of the tools except this to address that. So that's important to know. The team assisted Santa Clara Water Valley District with approximately 129 homeless encampment abatements over the last 10 months. So I don't think things got better over the last 10 months after 129 abatements. Where did they go? How many were abated? How many people left Gilroy after this 129 abatements? And how much did 129 abatements cost? Despite the 129 abatements over the last 10 months, there are still people doing drugs in shopping centers, people camping in undesirable places, disruptions downtown, and general visible homelessness, which seems to be the public's biggest complaint. Before you vote to do more abatements or against a cleanup, please be honest with the community at what it really does, and that it's not really going to change a lot of the complaints that people have about homelessness. Thanks.
Jan?
Okay. Thank you. I'm hoping we can get our money back on that dump truck because it seems we're not going to need it. I'm glad to hear this isn't a $2.25 million item, only $750,000 item. That's a lot of money, though, because not one person is going to be helped off the street by spending $750,000 to chase them from place to place and throw away their belongings. We can do better. I'll remember that a few years ago when the city put out an RFP for a safe parking program, you're only going to spend $50,000. And as long as we are not willing to invest in the solution, only in doing things that don't help, we're going to keep getting the same results. I also want to point out, though, that if we're, and I absolutely applaud Kelly Ramirez for saying, let's let the ad hoc committee do its job, because that's authorized. Let's let the ad hoc committee do its job and come up with the actual action items on this problem. If abatement is going to be the way to go, you're going, though, I noticed that these contracts for the cleanup crews don't include something required by our city ordinance, and that is storage. Our city ordinance says that in the case of an encampment abatement, people's personal belongings are going to be stored for 90 days and that they'll have the ability to retrieve them. And I don't see anything in there. We still don't have a city procedure on this. It is possible when the county does a cleanup, they actually do this. They actually store things. And when I actually had the opportunity to help somebody retrieve their belongings. So if we're going down this road, which I absolutely hope we're not, we should at least be having the city obey its own ordinance. Thank you.
Vanessa?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I wasn't expecting to speak on this, but I do have some specific questions and thoughts. One of the biggest challenges that residents have in Gilroy right now in securing and sustaining housing is living wage jobs. And I did a very quick, rough search on these 3 contractors, and I would like to know, before contracts are awarded, do they provide health benefits to their employees? Do they have unions that support them? I'm concerned about the mathematics involved of, well, we can get 700 hours from these low-wage workers who may or may not have health insurance and other benefits versus our city staff who are well provided for with benefits and provisions to take care of them. I'd also much rather see local people who live and work in Gilroy having the jobs. They also are more invested in outcomes, like Councilmember Bracco said. You know, if you live somewhere that you're doing the job, you're more likely to make sure that you do the job well and right. I also wonder why we don't explore the idea, if we're going to use lower wage, non-benefited labor, why don't we explore the idea of using it for residents at Camp Hope who are willing and ready to work? Why don't we look at a model where we invest that money on using the people who are willing to be a part of the solution instead of awarding contracts to out-of-the-area contractors, when what we really need is to keep that money and that work locally? Thank you.
Thank you.
I do have one other speaker, Wes White.
Hello, Wes Wise, Salinas Monterey County Homeless Union Co-President. Came up here because of the Camp Hope and then also this agenda item too. In Salinas, we actually had shelter in place during COVID, and that was actually, cheaper. We ended up with camp captains out of those places, each encampment. They provided porta potties and dumpsters, as well as consider laundry and shower, as well as kitchen. If you sustain people, it's better than just driving them out, because what you're doing is delegitimizing people instead of validating them. They are your residents, and they're here lifelong. They're not leaving. So just robbing them, strong-arm robbery by the police, is not the way to go. It's cheaper if you want to cooperate with people, create minimal health and safety standards. Camp Hope has their own set of rules that they go by. That is also minimal health and safety standards, respect, dignity for each other, and privacy. People need somewhere to be. This is already affordable housing. It's what they can afford. So you got to accept it and allow them to be somewhere, anywhere. If you don't want them there, then open up a place. But they are your residents, and you have a responsibility, actually, to take care of them on a level playing field rather than just eliminating them every time. Because you're going to see them again tomorrow. And is this money going for the homeless or in the name of, but never directly to? So you're going to spend $750. Like I said, it'd be a lot cheaper. Just the porta potties, and consistency is what people really need in life. Same thing. I'm a teacher, and you do that with children too. How is anybody not going to be traumatized or want to use drugs or feel like they can't get a job? Because who's going to hire them without being bathed and clean and someone you can trust? Because that's all, oh my God, they've been working there a couple months, but you showed up during the rain. Now you got to go because, I found out you're homeless, so now I know I can't trust you, even though the record does not show that. There's plenty of people that are ready, willing, and able to follow directions. It's the limits. Permission is the most expensive part of all of this. You could easily validate people where they're at, offer, minimal. You're supposed to be connecting people with services and continuum of care. I'm with the Leadership Council in Monterey, San Benito counties as well. I'm a voting member on the LEAD, the Lived Experience Advisory Directive. And these are proven solutions, really. If you validate people, they will steward the land better. They'll, maintain themselves. And, do you really want them to get out of poverty, or do you want to just keep on stepping over people as if it's red carpet for you and that's all bloody bodies underneath it. So are you going to support life? Or are you going to try to keep people on life support? That becomes an ultimate question. You are a public service, not just a business. Even though you are a city corporate, your responsibility is to people. And thank you so much for having 3 minutes, because in Monterey County, Salinas, almost all the jurisdictions, they only give you 2, and they even limit that. So I do appreciate there being an opportunity to address this jurisdiction. Help us stop the sweeps.
Thank you, Wes.
I have no further speakers.
Thank you. All right, any additional, Councilmember Marks?
I have to agree with Vanessa. I was thinking about that this past weekend. This project could ultimately cost the city over 5 years $2.2 million. That's a lot of money. And I think we have people in the encampments and in the city that would be very willing to get out there and work for a salary to help themselves out. And also it goes ahead and accomplishes what the city wants to do. So I have to go along with Councilmember Ramirez. I think this is something that the ad hoc committee should talk about. And then this item comes back in a few months, if not sooner, to see what suggestions you have all come up with. Thank you.
Councilmember Frugazzi.
I think, in looking at cleanups and camp cleanups and whatnot, using the same broad brush for every situation is not a good idea. I've spent a lot of time in the Uvas Creek Park Preserve doing trash cleanups and doing other things, and spent a lot of time. And you can see individuals who are unhoused who have a nice, neat tent and take care of their particular area. And then you will see other people crop up throughout the city who are not those same fastidious, let's just say, individuals and caring for the area like you would want a good neighbor to. I've put out, counting 13 fires underneath the bridge in Santa Teresa so far. One time I went down there was 26 shopping carts underneath the bridge that had to be abated. I've seen a jet ski pulled out of the creek preserve, 12 boat anchors. There's just different situations everywhere, and I'm not even trying to judge on the people who created that particular mess, but it is something that the community has to be able to clean up after. And so we have to look at these things differently, but it doesn't negate the fact that somehow or another we're going to have a service to clean up people's belongings. And I do agree, people's true belongings need to be stored so that they can have a way to have access to them going forward. As far as doing it with the city workers or doing it with outside help, the nice part about the outside help is it can go up and down. Councilmember Marks, it isn't, I think, from the description, and the city administrator can elaborate on this more, not 2.25 million. It really is only 750. It's just they want to have those contracts open and available, so if they don't have the ability to use one, they could use a different one. So that really is where it tops out. And it still has to come back to us. But I do think it's a...
750,000 each.
Well, that is what they have a contract to have. Matt, you can maybe speak to this a little better than I will.
Yeah, so there's a lot of numbers in here, and the answer is that 750 is a 5-year term for one contractor. And so it's $150,000 a year is what it comes down to, is what we're asking for our contract authority to have that at our disposal. And it's not that we're going to spend that. It's a tool. It's another tool in our tool chest to allow us the flexibility to be able to deliver on the service. And it's going to be about, the employees will get a fair wage, and it's about half price of what we would pay our staff. So where it's labor that's really the focus, or where we need additional help to be able to handle the workload, we would call in the contractor to be able to provide that service.
And if I can give one extra example to help you out there too, it's as if two of those contractors were to just say no, okay, in 6 months, then they have the third one still to go to have all $150,000 a year for 5 years to go to. That's why they've structured it that way. I'm going to trust you as the city administrator on the fiscal wherewithal on this one. We certainly don't want to staff to the peak. we want to staff to, the middle and be able to scale, in my opinion, up if we need to as the need arises. So I definitely am in favor of this.
If I can add on the fiscal side, so the council still, so this is a contract authority, but it doesn't give us the money to spend, it gives us the contract to spend against. So we still need the council authority for the dollars in order to be able to spend to abate the homelessness. So in this current year, through the end of the fiscal year, we're asking for $50,000. We won't have 150 to spend this year, only the 50, unless we come back and ask you for more. So you'll be able to track it, and we'll be able to report out on what we spent on an ongoing basis, so you can see what the expenditures are.
One last comment, I will find something for the 700 hours that we're going to recover.
Further comments or questions to my left? I have a question for Matt. So it sounds like to me, as you just mentioned, that the original ask is $50,000, and you're looking ahead 2 or 3 or 4 months. And I know others have talked about this ad hoc that we're going to talk about, come up with new ideas. I mean, all of that can still be considered, even though you're moving forward with a contract.
Yeah, I think as our Public Works Director told us, there's no obligation to spend a single dollar here. So if we get through the ad hoc and decide that we want a different method of delivering the service, or if we're able to come up with a solution that ends the encampment cleanups, then we can stop the contracts. We don't have to continue spending on them.
Okay, so then, and for Councilmember Marks, I know you had some concerns about the pay, but as a city contract, this is all typically prevailing wage type of work. Is that what I heard you say?
It's not a prevailing wage job. Oh, go ahead, Brian.
So yes, these contracts are, they fall under the prevailing wage requirements. They're over 15,000, so they will be, getting a prevailing wage, all the employees. I also would like to speak to, I can't speak to the health benefit side of it, but there is one of our contractors who, it has a particularly unique story, San Jose Conservation Corps. They're actually a workforce nonprofit based out of San Jose, so they do a lot of their work, Beautify San Jose. They do a lot of that work with Caltrans. So they employ 18 to 27-year-olds. And for all 3 contractors, we did ask during the interview process if they would be willing to consider hiring local, and all 3 did say yes. So we did make sure to do that. Of course, it's going to come down to whether or not they have that need here to be able to make that feasible, but all 3 did commit to hiring local, should the possibility arise.
All right, that's good.
Yeah.
That's very good.
Could I add something?
I'm sorry, yeah, go ahead, I'm sorry.
To his Job Corps, just from a personal standpoint, my daughter adopted 3 children, and they were all young and from one mother, but multiple fathers. But anyway, and they were homeless, and she's raised them. One of my granddaughters was just accepted in a program with Job Corps, and they do this for children that come from homeless backgrounds, and they give them job training. And so she's in a 2-year job training process, and they pay for everything. So just as a note, they do some real positive things addressing the needs of those who come out of homelessness. Thanks.
All right. Well, it feels like we have some direction here. I'm going to go ahead and entertain a motion to authorize the city to enter into agreements into the amount not to exceed $750,000 each with San Jose Conservation Corps, Landscape Maintenance America, DBA California Highway Adoption Company, and FS Global for a 3-year on-call encampment cleanup program services with 2 one-year extension options, and authorize the city administrator to execute the agreements, and adopt a resolution amending the fiscal year 2026-27 adopted budgets appropriating $50,000 from the general fund in fiscal year 2026 and $100,000 in fiscal year 2027 for this work.
Move.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Fugazi.
I'll second.
I got a second by Councilmember Klein. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bracco?
No.
Councilmember Klein?
Yes.
Councilmember Fugazi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hilton?
Aye.
Councilmember Marks?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Yes.
Mayor Bozo?
Yes, motion passes 6-1. Thank you very much. Moving on to item 9.2. Excuse me. Moving on to item 9.1. Introduction of new business. 9.1, Gilroy homelessness efforts.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and members of the community. I'm Sharon Goey, Community Development Director. Tonight's presentation on Gilroy's homelessness efforts will be a joint presentation between the Police Department and Community Development Department. Staff is providing an overview of the city's ongoing efforts to address homelessness through a multi-department approach that integrates public safety, community services, regional partnerships, and policy work. You'll receive an update on the Quality of Life Officer Program from Captain Dutton. We'll also highlight regional trends and outline the city's homeless response and prevention efforts. In 2020, the City Council at that time created an unhoused ad hoc committee. The committee made recommendations which were adopted by the City Council. One of the key initiatives was to create the Quality of Life Officer team. The point-in-time count is a federal requirement from HUD. At the end of September last year, staff shared the Santa Clara County 2025 point-in-time count report with the City Council. The point-in-time count has two components, sheltered and unsheltered. The shelter count includes people that are living in emergency shelters. The unsheltered count includes people that are sleeping outdoors or living in places that are not designed for human habitation, such as streets, tents, parks, and vehicles. For the overall Santa Clara County point-in-time count, you can see that it increased from 9,903 in 2023 to 10,711 in 2025. The number has been remaining around 10,000 since 2019. The number of unsheltered individuals has remained relatively flat. The increase, as you can see, is mainly due to sheltered individuals. And county has indicated that they have expanded their shelter capacity and have also increased utilization of shelter beds due to their efforts to streamline their shelter hotline that's called Here For You. Gilroy saw an increase in sheltered individuals and a decrease in unsheltered. And you can see the total point-in-time count for Gilroy decreased from 1,048 in 2023 to 959 in 2025. That's an 8% decrease. While the point-in-time count is a federal requirement, it represents just a snapshot in time. There are several regional partnership efforts that serve the unhoused directly in Gilroy. These programs are not funded by the city. In the areas of emergency housing, there are two shelters that are part of the county shelter system. One is the Gilroy shelter that's formerly called the Armory. It's a 24/7 year-round shelter that provides 120 beds. The other shelter is the Ochoa Winter Shelter. That's a seasonal family shelter that's open from mid-December to mid-March. This shelter can serve approximately 35 households, 35 families with about 105 beds each night. For both of these shelters, the counter refers people to these shelters through their hotline that's called Here For You, as I mentioned earlier. In addition to these two shelters, Community Solutions also provides a women's shelter that's for victims of domestic violence and their children. And the South County service provider, South County Community Services, they also operate a safe parking program, one in Morgan Hill and one in Gilroy. A significant part of our regional partnership is with local nonprofit service providers. We collaborate through a network of nonprofit service providers that directly serve the unhoused. Examples include the South County Community Services and Pit Stop Outreach. They perform outreach to the unhoused residents. They engage them, provide resources, and they also conduct assessments of individuals that enable these individuals to be entered into the county-wide coordinated entry system. And through this system, the unhoused residents are provided the priorities of different types of housing or different types of assistance based on their vulnerability and their needs. The service providers also provide basic needs items such as food, water, clothing, and basic hygiene services. There are also many nonprofit service providers that provide homeless prevention services. And this can be a wide range and a wide variety of services that assist individuals and families from becoming displaced and becoming unhoused. Examples include rental assistance, utility assistance, food resources, transportation resources, case management support, access to legal aid, access to healthcare resources, and connections to employment. Our community also receives services from other agencies. Santa Clara County provides services through their Office of Supportive Housing, Behavioral Health Department, and Social Services Agency. Santa Clara County Housing Authority also provides a voucher program and rental properties that provide affordable housing to low-income residents that keep them from becoming displaced and becoming unhoused. Next, we'll highlight some of the city's unhoused response and prevention efforts. As I mentioned earlier, you will hear a detailed update from Captain Dutton on the Quality of Life Officer Program. In 2023, the city created the Housing and Community Service Division with 2 dedicated positions that collaborate with service providers to assist the unhoused and those at risk of homelessness. In early 2023, we also renamed and revamped the Unhoused Service Providers Network. We've been hosting monthly meetings among service providers to increase collaboration with the service providers and the city to connect the unhoused with services. In early 2023, we also created an Unhoused Resource and Efforts webpage, and our team has continued to add and update to this webpage where you'll find a variety of citywide efforts and regional partnership efforts that aim at assisting the unhoused. And it's a very simple web address, just www.cityofgilroy.org/unhoused. During cold weather, the city activates the senior center as a warming shelter. Affordable housing development, which is the production side of things, that's one of the 3 P's of housing: production, preservation, and protection. Staff works with applicants to deliver affordable housing projects, and we also provide affordable housing lists on our website and at tabling events. Through our housing element programs, we have completed some policy work that provide resources and support to allow emergency shelters and supportive housing. And in terms of funding, you'll see tonight, and council saw this at the April 6th meeting, it's about CDBG funding. As you saw before, one of the priorities of CDBG identifying the consolidated plan, the 5-year consolidated plan, is to prevent and reduce homelessness. So the service providers will receive allocation to provide a variety of prevention and preservation services. And PLHA is another funding source. The city participates in the county PLHA consortium, and the county administers those funds on behalf of the consortium jurisdictions. Through PLHA funding, there's also a variety of nonprofit service providers that provide services directly to the unhoused and also homeless prevention services. Now I'm going to turn this over to Captain Dutton to talk about the Quality of Life Officer Program.
All right. Good evening, Council. I'm Captain Brian Dutton with Gilroy Police Department. I oversee field operations and the Quality of Life team through the Community Engagement team. Tonight's presentation is just providing an overview of the QOL program, its evolution, our current activity, and some of the capacity considerations that we have as a unit. So the program was launched in 2021 as a pilot program to address ongoing community concerns as it related to the homelessness and other quality of life issues. Prior to that time, there was some policy issues external to the city that had an impact on crime, not only in the city but also throughout the state, like AB 109, Prop 47, Prop 57. Then on top of that, with COVID era limitations on working through some of these issues, we realized that we needed a resource-based operation model to start. And so when we started this unit, that's really what we did. And we went out and we networked with the unhoused community to include our community-based organizations to find housing solutions. With changes in case law and shifts in expectations from citizens, we've evolved into now a model of balanced enforcement along with a problem-solving model. The long-term goal that we have for the unit is to become proactive, not only in addressing the community concerns, but then also in enforcement. And I think the takeaway is, as the legal operational environment evolved and community expectations, so did the role of the QL team, or the quality of life team. So in the last year, actually within the last 2 years, we've seen an increase in activity and service demand on our officers. From the time that the program was implemented till now, it's a 2-officer model. So we have 2 officers that are assigned to the unit. Initially, when we started in 2022, they did 400 calls for service each year. In 2024 and 2025, we're just above 1,100 calls for service. The big variance that we've seen over 2025 and 2024 is the amount of reports, amount of tows, and then in 2025, the implementation of See-Click-Fix. So that created a whole new reporting pipeline, which increased a lot of the visibility on the quality of life issues that we have in town, but that is also going to increase the workload on our officers. And so in 2025, we were able to not only have roughly the same number of calls for service, roughly the same amount of referrals, warnings. We decreased arrests, increased tows on vehicles, but then also addressed those See-Click-Fix tickets. That's in addition to a tripling of cleanup activity, largely driven by the Valley Water District and the city. So, to reiterate, See-Click-Fix created an increase in service demand, as many of our responses require now interdepartmental coordination of field response, documentation, and follow-up. And on a side note, I want to touch on the interdepartmental coordination. I have nothing but very kind words and a lot of respect for Public Works and community development. The police department and the other 2 divisions have all come together and started figuring out how to get through workflows when it comes to encampments, to find people resources, and to very quickly address those concerns. So I just want to pass my thank you on to those divisions. We're throwing out a lot of terms like abatements and cleanups. I just want to run through real quick what a typical, that might not be the right word, but what a routine encampment cleanup or abatement looks like. So we'll get a complaint regardless of where it comes from, whether it's a call for service to communications or it comes through See-Click-Fix. We'll be notified of it, and we will send our QOL officers out to do an initial assessment. So take a look and see, and really what they're going to look at is what are the conditions they're encountering, and then who owns the property? Who do we need to coordinate with? Just because someone owns a property doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be the ones responsible for cleaning it up. Or there are several unique properties throughout the city, especially the waterways, where one portion of the waterway is owned by a private citizen, while the other portion of the waterway is owned by the water district, while another portion of the waterway is owned by the city, and then the railroad has a right-of-way in it as well. So we need to take those into consideration. And then ultimately, what outcome do we want to achieve? So once we do the initial assessment and we realize that there's the encampment there, that's when the team will reach out to our community-based partners like Carry the Vision, Pit Stop, and South County Community Services to coordinate outreach and get the resources required for the particular individual that we're working with. Our primary focus is public health and safety. But then we're also taking into account the environmental impacts and the repeated service engagements that we have with those particular people. And then as we work through that, they'll be posting, again, further outreach with our community-based organizations, and then we ultimately get to the cleanup. So really what our focus is that the multi-agency coordination, maintaining public safety, and then infrastructure and environmental impacts. Our goal is not enforcement alone, but combined with the outreach and service opportunities that we can deliver not only a lawful but a compassionate response when working with people who are unhoused. I was asked to just give a quick sample of what the workload looks like for our, our quality of life officers. So I have about 3 days of activity. I'm not going to run through all 3 days, so I don't go on too long. But I think what I'll do is I'll highlight April 21st. And on that day, the team went out about mid-morning to check on an abandoned RV that they had tagged 4 days prior. The vehicle hadn't moved, and there was no one associated with the vehicle, and was in a condition to where it could be towed. So that day was actually a very fast day for an RV tow. It was a 25-foot long RV. They called the RV company, or I'm sorry, the tow company within 3 minutes, and the tow company was there within 20 and had it towed within 30 minutes. That is fast. I was on a call for service myself one day where we encountered a 38-foot diesel pusher that required a wrecker, and it took probably 2 to 3 hours just to tow. Okay, but then they finish with that tow. They immediately get a notification, and when I say immediately, like they left where this RV was and immediately drove to a park where they'd gotten notification that there was an unhoused person in mental crisis. He was contacted. We contacted the county's behavioral health mobile crisis service. They responded within 30 minutes, which can be very quick for them. Completed the assessment, and then did the transportation with a non-medical ambulance transportation company. There's bottlenecks with all of that process. And so that process took about 2.5 hours, which is fine. But what I'm trying to demonstrate is it's not running from call to call like a patrol officer does, where you maybe have 5 to 10 minutes to deal with things. Sometimes we go out to tow a vehicle, it can take hours. Sometimes we work with someone in mental crisis and it can take hours. We'll give it the time that it needs. We just have 2 officers and we need to budget that time. So having said that, the program's effectiveness and then the increased visibility from the calls for service is creating some operational demands on us. Again, we still have the same 2 officer staffing model that we had. While we've increased our coordination responsibility responding to encampment cleanups and the abatements, while we're trying to meet service level requests on completing those in a timely manner. In addition, there's more documentation. There's a long-term follow-up for people that we're trying to work to get into housing, and then also working with C-Click Fix. I also want to shout out to one of the officers on the team. Everything I've thrown at you for this year there was about a month or 2-month period where he was the only officer assigned, and we were still hitting the same targets we were with 2 officers. So what we believe is working with the program and where we think it adds value to the police department is its attempt to reduce repeat complaints, improve coordination not only with community groups, but then also departmental here in the city, but then also external. So we work well with Valley Water, Caltrans, Union Pacific Railroad, the Sheriff's Department, any other governmental organization that has responsibility in this area. We can provide a faster response, better tracking of our reoccurring issues, and then I think that ultimately leads to an increase in trust. And then I want to throw one other example that we had, and it was in the staff report, on one of our successes that was not enforcement related. We had a disabled unhoused veteran that was living in unsafe conditions. And it took a while, but we were able to confirm that he was eligible for benefits through the VA. And working with the VA and then behavioral health, and ultimately contacting a family member, we were able to get that person placed into long-term care and then get him out of an unhealthy living situation and not living on the street. And to the best of our follow-up, our understanding is that was permanent housing that was achieved on that. So in closing, the unit remains well positioned to address our complex quality of life issues and concerns through the long-term problem solving, the coordinated enforcement, and then our continued outreach with the community. And that concludes my report. If there's any questions, I'll be open to taking them.
Sure, I'll start with Councilmember Fugazzi.
Great work and a lot of great stuff that you guys do out there. The amount of tows in the last year was a lot because of, and you can answer this, it's not normal, right? It was built up over a long period of time. You don't expect that to continue that way. At least it doesn't look that way on the street.
Yes, I think, yeah, I think that there is a lot of tows because of that convergence of the change in expectations of enforcement, going back to what I was discussing, like say with the COVID era.
So we were more
policies.
permissive for quite some time. We had a buildup of broken down cars, RVs, various things. It took a year to kind of clear through them. We're seeing that in the numbers. Is that a correct assessment? And,
yes.
And that going forward, it's likely not to have that large of an impact as it did in the past year.
Yeah, I have not had a chance to look at this year's numbers, but we can always come back and take a look at that if you.
I'm just looking on the street. It looks great, right? I mean,
okay.
Comparatively, you know,
Yeah.
between last year and the years before. So, that's very anecdotal. What is your? So obviously, cities like Morgan Hill, do they have a program like this, the QOL program?
Not to the extent that we're providing it.
Why do you think that is? I mean, just if you had to speculate.
I think that they have other programs in place that they're using to address their homelessness that are a little different than what we've done here.
So is every officer there is kind of trained to be able to know how to deal with it rather than have to call in a special task force?
Yeah, that could be the case. I just haven't had a chance to look at their workload to see what they're doing. I think when it comes to Gilroy and Morgan Hill, you're talking about really two different cities, you know, and different population makeups and different cultures. And so when you look at an enforcement model like that, I don't know if it's so much the enforcement model as to why things are different there, or is it more to do with just the cultural parts of the city and the demographics and the makeup of the city that are just different.
What's our closest, like, mirrored city that's doing the same kind of thing that we're doing? I mean, do we model off another city for the QL? I'm new to this. I didn't get the benefit of going through this whole thing.
Yeah, and so, not being the original supervisor of the unit or even being part of it when it was created, off the top of my head, I cannot remember what cities were the model for it in 2021.
But from now, we're just kind of doing our own thing. We're not like modeling it after another city and evolving it as another city would have evolved it. We're kind of finding our way.
No, our teams are networking with other officers, but I think what it is that you, just like you would in any other industry, you talk to people and you figure out what they're doing and what works, but then you have to look at where you're at and how that would work within the particular environment that you're in.
Let me jump to Councilmember Ramirez. Okay. And we'll get back to you if you still have more questions. Go ahead, Kelly.
Thank you. Great report. And I commend the QOL team. I've done a ride-along with them. They do address this with compassion, and they do a great job balancing. So my hat's off to them. When you spoke about the coordinated efforts, I also had an opportunity to see that firsthand. I was given the privilege of being a witness to the abatement, day one of the jungle up in San Jose, and the coordinated efforts you spoke to. They had housing people out there, they had the police department out there, they had their Parks and Rec people out there, they had the vendor out there, and they, this was months leading up to the start of this, and a great deal of coordinated effort prior to that. And it was pretty seamless when they were working together and coordinated together. San Jose has quality of life officers. I don't know whether we model after them or they model, I don't know about that, but I don't think we're unique to having the quality of life officers. I just want to say, great job. I know that the numbers have gone up, the need has gone up, and addressing it in the way that you can. I don't know how you guys do it, but great job.
Any other questions? Okay, let's see if there's any other questions for the captain, and then I may have one myself for him. Go ahead.
In terms of other enforcement that those QL officers do, if they encounter drugs or public intoxication, are they writing these individuals up? We had this, you were at the town hall that we had regarding the downtown, and I would assume we have some problem individuals in general. Is that part of what they do, or are they somewhat permissive?
No, that's part of what they do, but the example I gave about the activity on April 21st is the quick transition that they have to make and the potential time constraints that they have. So if they were out patrolling or driving around, or say they were going out to monitor an encampment, and then they came upon something like someone intoxicated in public, they would deal with it, just like any other patrol officer would. Potentially, they might get dispatched to it if all the other beat units are tied up. But really, what they're doing is they're focusing on the long-term cleanups, the vehicle tows, that type of thing, and then also working in some of the proactive enforcement, I think is what you're alluding to.
Yeah, proactive. I mean, bringing a drug dog through a camp, for instance, to do, a drug raid on a camp, or trying to prevent, the excessive drug use in town by coordinating an effort to see who the supply chain is, or these kinds of things where the QL officers, I think, would be much more dialed in than anybody else to help in that respect.
Yeah. And when they get that information, they will also filter it to the anti-crime team that handles the narcotics investigations as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Quick question for you when you talked about the coordination effort between yourself and Public Works and the cleanup.
Yeah.
Can you talk a little bit about, because in an earlier agenda item where we just approved contracts so that we can call on contractors to do cleanups, but we didn't have those contractors before. So maybe you could comment, or the city administrator could comment, what was that process like? And how much money did we spend in the past years?
Well,
in cleanups?
Okay, so this is my general observation, and I don't want to hold John and his team to it, but they have a handful of people, and so we would go out and do everything that we needed to do for the postings and everything for the cleanup. But they have other responsibilities, maintaining the streets and water, sewers, and so because of that, some of those things took higher priority, and so then we would have to push off the encampment cleanups. Same with parks, if they were being used, or the streets team or something along that lines. So I think if we're looking for efficiency and we're looking to move quickly on things, that it's going to be necessary to have something along that lines, just because otherwise we're going to be shifting the priorities, right? Like if we didn't have the QL officers, it would be difficult for us to do a lot of the long-term follow-up with just patrol officers because they're responding to calls for service and they have to shift those priorities.
So then I guess it's a question for the city administrator. In the past, we did contract out to do cleanups.
Yeah, in the past.
But it was a different type of contract system.
Yeah, so in the past, the contracts were set on a cleanup by cleanup basis. So we would get go out to contractors, get quotes for an individual cleanup, issue them a purchase order for that particular cleanup, get them all scheduled and coordinated, and implement the cleanup, and then at the next one, we would do that process all over again. So it becomes a bit of a repetitive process in doing those contracts where we need them. Because it's an administrative burden to do that, there's times where the decision may be made to do it with in-house staff, and then we're dedicating in-house staff to do something where maybe the time is better spent doing something else. So those are the efficiencies we're trying to achieve in the last agenda item.
Another question, Greg, sorry.
Yeah, okay.
The last thing you mentioned, which is this long-term follow-up, can you or maybe the city administrator can explain how that is best to be in a police force with sworn police officers rather than that portion being in housing and community, services area in terms of like a handoff or what have you? It seems like that is the kind of work that a sworn police officer wouldn't necessarily be doing.
I could see where if we were given direction, and that's where city leadership would like to go, that would be a very reasonable model to research and take a look at.
Thank you. All right, so we have a question for Sharon. So Sharon, could you please come back? Thank you very much, Captain Dutton. Appreciate it. And we have a question, please, for Sharon.
And I don't know whether this, if you spoke about the armory, so I have some questions about the armory. I don't know if you're going to, if you would like to answer them. Should I wait till the county comes up? Should I just throw it out there and let you decide then? Okay, so the Here For You is the call where individuals call in and then they get the referrals, and they're asked if they're within the county. So basically anyone in the county that can call the Here For You and get a referral. And then one of the places they can be referred to is the armory. Is that correct?
Yes, and I believe interested persons, they usually specify where they would like to be placed, and if there's capacity there, county staff will refer them there, but if not, they will refer them to other locations. Yeah, and I definitely can have county staff come up to give more specific answers about their operations.
Okay, so is the Army considered permanent housing or temporary housing? It's 24/7 all year long, but is it, my understanding is it's temporary housing?
Correct, it's an emergency shelter, yeah.
An emergency shelter. So I did a visit, and the 120 beds are all being used. And currently, most of the people that have been there, that are there right now, have been there about 2 years. What I was told is on a good month, they could house up to 2 people per month from those 120 people. I had sent questions to the county, and they responded back with the number of percentages that, percentage of people that live there that are from Gilroy, but I'm not quite sure how they determine that they are Gilroy people, or if can they self-identify and say, yes, I'm in Gilroy, and then that would be a Gilroy person?
I believe they do self-identify, and that's called Gilroy affiliated.
Okay.
And Gilroy affiliated, so you know from the report, Kelly says, spends most of their time in Gilroy.
Right. And then my question is, my understanding is in about 2 or 3 weeks, they're going to implement a new policy where the maximum stay will be 120 days. So, Councilmember Fugazi, you're the one good with math, so you can help me in case I'm wrong on this, but 120 days is about 4 months, and if on a good month we're placing up to 2 people into more permanent housing, that would mean about 8 people in 120 days would get housing. What would happen to the other 112 people? Would they then become unhoused residents on the Gilroy streets?
I'm going to ask KJ, the Director of Office Supportive Housing with the county, to provide you more of the data.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, KJ Kaminsky, Director for the County's Office of Supportive Housing. We are implementing a length of stay policy. It's consistent with policies that we have in other shelters across the county. There is some flexibility in that if people are working on a housing plan, that can be extended. The intent of this is to get folks engaged and working on a housing plan with folks. And to the point of, yes, there are some folks that have been there a very long time, and that are there folks in this particular shelter that have high needs and fixed income or limited ability to make income. So the case managers are working with them on housing options, but we did have 270 folks exit last year. So that's higher than 2 a month. People are exiting. There are some folks that are there and struggling to find permanent housing, but the case management that we have that we are providing at the Armory is relatively new. For historical purposes, the Gilroy Armory used to just be overnight. And we, about 5 to 6 years ago, were able to add funding to make it 24/7. Just in the last 2 years, we've added case managers and housing navigators, so staff that are able to work with folks on the housing plan.
So you've been sitting here the entire evening, have you? Or did you just come?
No, I've been sitting.
Okay, so, and there's more to come with our unhoused, and we sit here on a regular basis. We get calls on a regular basis. The QL officers get calls on a regular. We have a proportionately high number of unhoused on the streets in Gilroy in the county, the highest percentage per capita. And we are struggling to compassionately but forcefully address this, balancing between the needs of the community and the needs of the unhoused. And so my concern is, I don't want all of a sudden there to be an additional large influx onto the streets. And so you're kind of guaranteeing us that that's not going to happen? Or, I don't want to put you on the spot, but you see what the position that we're in, right? And so some reassurances, maybe I'll use the word reassurance instead of guarantee, that all of a sudden our QOL officers are not going to be inundated and everything with all of these that are now unhoused from the Armory.
Yeah, I can say that the service provider operator there, as well as that Home First operates the shelter, South County Community Services also provides case management there. They will work with folks to identify permanent or other temporary housing options as they exit. In our other shelters across the county, that varies. If people can reconnect with family, we help them do that. If they can they have family out of state, we can provide resources as long as we make sure that family member is willing to take them in. We can, if they want to transition to a different temporary housing site, we can work with them to do that. So there are multiple options, and we will provide the services to make sure those resources are available to the people staying at the shelter.
Councilmember Ramirez, if there's further questions for the county, I think we need to wait to the next agenda item with the county update. Okay, any further questions? Then I'm going to move to public comment.
Thank you. I have 3 speakers. Anne Marie McCulley, followed by Jan Bernstein-Chargent and Elizabeth Stone, please.
This might actually be helpful for Terrence. I spend some time at the Reentry Center, and I'm also Mothers Against Drug Addiction and Death. Recently, San Francisco Mayor Lori and the Mothers Against Drug Addiction and Death worked hard to open a mandatory detox for those committing drug violations. This is an alternative to jail and a path to treatment. I was at Reentry, and they do need a detox. There's one that they're started in San Jose, and I think that one of the reasons your police officers have a hard time answering what the path is because we don't have a path. And, but we could, and it's county-run reentry. It's got a good foundation. The people that work there are committed and also in sobriety. I do think that, you know, if it's easier to get drugs in Gilroy than treatment, you're not going to be able to achieve what the community wants. And that is not a homeless issue. So I know that they are intrinsic to each other, but they are separate issues. There are way more drug addicts and alcoholics living in houses than there are on the streets. So I just think it's important that it's a bigger problem than our homelessness in a lot of ways, and it's a different problem. And I'm hoping that we can start to pull those two apart, because we're not solving either one of them when we just say all the homeless people need to go to detox and get a job and they have mental problems, because it's not true. But we can't deny the citizens who are saying that there's some really bad things happening with people who are in active addiction and the way they're behaving. So I think that should be part of our plan in, you know, our I don't know, a separate plan, but part of something that we do as a city. And it's not in this plan. There's no mental health or substance abuse in this plan, I think, for a reason. So thanks.
Jan is next.
I want to call attention to the fact that you did see that the number of unsheltered homeless people has gone down by over 100 from one point in time count to the other. And on behalf of Pit Stop Outreach, I will confirm that. A few years ago, we were providing 150 meals per night on the street. Now we are down to less than 60. And that's a great trend, and I'd like to see it continue. Some good, and although I'd say Councilmember Ramirez asked a very good question about what happens when the policies change over at the Armory, and I think we're all interested in making sure that there is some real preparation for that event and not a sudden shock for the city of Gilroy. I also want to address something that Councilmember Fugazi said, and asked some really good questions, one of them being, what's Morgan Hill doing differently? Morgan Hill has a full-time city-employed housing specialist, so that when, let's say, their police department finds somebody in need of that, they refer them to Brian Malikdem. He does screening, he does housing search assistance, and does a lot of homelessness services out of the city. He is a city employee. That's something that Morgan Hill has that Gilroy does not have. And I thought it was a really good question. You know, wouldn't some of this stuff be better handled maybe by somebody in the housing thing? Probably, because police officers are trained to do something completely different. We want to keep the numbers of unsheltered homeless moving in the right direction, and one of the ways we do that is by helping people into housing. And that housing process is long, and it's complicated, and it's confusing, can be confusing. And one of the ways we help, the service providers help people navigate it, is we've got to be able to find them, because it's not a one-time thing. We've got to be able to go out and talk to that person one time, two times. They've got to be able to check in with South County Community Services weekly for a year, right? They've got to be able to find them. And they've got to be able to know where to send an Uber if they're helping somebody get to a housing appointment in San Jose or to an office in Salinas. And gathering the documentation, I mean, once somebody is finally called for housing, called by the county, yes, you're up in the next batch here, and we need you to get these documents. They've got a limited amount of time. If they don't get all those documents in within that limited amount of time, guess what? They drop off. That opportunity is gone. They're back down into the queue. So once people are called for housing, it is imperative that the service providers be able to find them and that they not lose any of the documents they've collected and their ID and everything. And that's where sweeps can just derail this process and send it right back to the beginning. And you know, that's one of the reasons you'll hear why we have having a fixed location for people, a place where we know we can find them, a place where they have a generator and keep their phones charged so they can get the call from the housing office, right? Because if people don't answer their phones, they can't even be told there's an opportunity for them. So it is very important, you know, having people sleep
Thank you,
behind
Jan.
dumpsters is different.
Sorry, the bell didn't go. The time was up. The bell didn't go, so sorry about that. Thank you very much. I believe
I
Elizabeth
have
is next.
Elizabeth, yeah, Elizabeth, and then Robert Aguirre.
I'm freezing. I don't know about you guys. So I moved to Gilroy at the beginning of 2024 as an adjunct professor at Gavilan, my first graduate degrees in teaching ESL. I was really excited, had a lot of trees, it's beautiful, I really loved Gilroy. And then on May 9th of last year, I got a diagnosis for endometrial cancer, which kind of just blew my mind. I'd been getting really, really tired, so things were challenging, and I just rented a house that was a lot larger, so it had a lot more financial responsibilities. So I knew I didn't even know if I was going to live, so I needed to get out of that housing. And because I also have worked as a case manager and done a lot of that work, I'm really good at finding resources, really good. And so, but first, a shout out for that webpage that community development did. That is the best thing that's really been helpful. And that's how I connected with one of the service providers. But every single other provider throughout the county, even the cancer places, said, oh, we're really sorry to hear that, we can't help you. I had my total hysterectomy at Stanford on July 23rd and moved into a hotel on a week-by-week basis because as a 68-year-old woman, I didn't want to be in a congregate shelter. I didn't know, like, if I would be bleeding, how I'd use the bathroom, how I was going to take care of myself. It was really, really difficult. And, some of this will go on to 9.2. I called every single place, registered, quote unquote, with every single place. A referral literally means, here's a phone number, call them. Places lost my information. I know they were counting me as on their rolls, and they would return a call like 5 minutes before they close. If you still need our help, let us know. Even though I would leave detailed phone messages and send emails. Right? I'm kind of used to working independently, so that's part of being in the hotel for me was I had like the whole office set up, so I could make that, fax anymore. I could scan things, email my documents, and they would get lost. So the system is really, really, really not working. Yeah. Two other points real quickly. Where am I time-wise? 26 seconds. I would not have been counted in the pit because I was not homeless on that one day in January. A lot of women are not counted because they know it's not safe, and so they hide places where they can't be found, right? And there's two things that have really come up that people need: a place to sign documents and a way to help people save their documents. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
I'm sorry. We're unhoused people. Please just remember people, not just unhoused. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert's next, and then Wes.
Okay, so I want to address some of these things here. The Here For You, basically, I can tell you personally, I know that a number of people that I've been with call Here For You, and if they need something, they're in dire need at that point, they don't get a place right away. It'll take several days before somebody gets back to them. And a lot of the people that need this kind of help, either one, don't have a cell phone, don't have a way to charge it, or the phone's broken, it doesn't work. Different things that cause people not to be able to get that call back. And the way it's set up right now, they don't have a place where they can go and just say, I need a place, and then they can tell them in a couple of days or whatever, we will have some place for you. They just say, well, you just got to keep calling back. It doesn't work. And the other thing is that the capacity for shelters are not sufficient. We don't have enough people. And as you pointed out, Councilmember Ramirez, Spotlight did a story on how Gilroy has the highest number of unhoused people per capita in the entire area, the entire region, which is more than San Francisco and more than Oakland, even more than Sacramento. So basically, we have an issue here where we have more people with fewer resources available to them. And I also want to point out that the THUs are temporary, and that's why they're called THUs, temporary housing units. So all these types of THUs, including motels, are places where people go, and it's like a holding place. But eventually, if their issues are not resolved, they will return to the streets because they have nowhere else to go. And we can try to help people, but even if you house somebody, doesn't mean that they're going to be able to maintain it. Because if you have somebody who has been living outdoors for a very, very long time, it becomes very difficult to make that transition to get back into what we would call normal living. So that also creates a problem. And questions for the officer here. How many, you reported, oh, he's not even here anymore. Okay, well, the question, he'll get it later. He reported on a lot of different scenarios that turned out very positive, and I think that's great, it's fantastic. But how many service calls came out with negative outcomes? How many seniors and handicapped people that can't be placed into shelters did he run across, and how did he deal with that situation? Because the Armory will not accept seniors or handicapped people that can't care for themselves. And the places where people can go are full all the time. So we need to be able to have a way to deal with that, and right now we don't. And I also want to know how many
That's your time,
calls-
Robert. So sorry. Your 3 minutes is up.
How many calls resulted in a call to the coroner?
Thank you. Wes is next.
Hi, Wes White again, Salinas Minor County Homeless Union Co-President. Quality of life really panged when I heard that, because whose life, whose quality of life are we talking about? It's a very us versus them type of mentality, and they're your citizens. Whether or not they can, how can they actually even vote for you, obviously, right? No constituency needed, so, too poor to afford rent, obviously they can't really register to vote just by a mail-in address. But can they run for office? No, of course not, because where do you lay your head? That's what determines the district. If they can only do by mailing address, then that's going to be insufficient. So what kind of challenger do you even have for opposition against these decisions? Back to the shelter in place, that was because, oh my God, you might kill me. Stay away from me. I don't need to destroy and remove you and steal all your property and cause all this trauma for you because you might kill me. Stay away from me. That's one of the selling points in Salinas that actually helped make it work. We had 12 different encampments around the city, and they all had captains to them. And that's what created the Salinas SORT team, the outreach response team. Of course, that's all with the ARPA money that's gone. So that actually created a lot of community, and you'd be preserving community as well. Do you see these people as any but of community members? Because it feels like when you say abatement, or as it's doled out administratively, that you're talking about rats, rodents. You're talking about people being rodents. That's not trying, because of the money aspect. Again, they're leaseless. They're not homeless, they have a home. This affordable housing is what they can afford. And you want to take it away from them, keep them on the run daily. The money goes in the name of the homeless, but never directly to. So much money, just this last one, $2.25 million. You can make an apartment complex for that and then solve your problem that way. But then that's jealousy. Oh my God, why would I give those people freebies when I can give my corporate friends that money instead? Are we doing public service or business? That's what I'm concerned about. People, I've lost over 200 people in Salinas just in the last 10, 15 years. And it's heartbreaking because it is the jurisdictions that are forcing this. Even Robert Rivas, during shelter in place, only cleared debris along the highway here in Gilroy and did not take people's property, their housing. We'll give you our dead relatives' clothes. We'll give you our stale food that we can't sell anymore. But if you ain't paying the rent, we're taking it all back. And that's not a fair way to do life. It may be the way to win in business, but you're killing people on purpose, administratively, and you need to stop doing that. Stop sweeps.
I have no further speakers.
All right, thank you very much. I don't know that we have any other questions for staff at this point, and this is not, we're not taking action on this. So basically, we're receiving this report, so thank you very much.
Can I just make one
Captain
comment?
Dutton. Pardon me?
Can I make just one comment?
Yeah.
The part where we talked about HCS and the administrative work, just back to the city administrator, if you could follow up on that and think of how we can work as we grow for the need, not growing it necessarily in sworn police officers, at least take a look at that side of it. Thank you.
I just want to point out to Sharon, in your report, I was really glad to see wage gap identified as contributing to homelessness, because I think that is something that we kind of just forget about because it's just so burdensome to even think about. But thanks for pointing that out.
Thank you very much. We're going to move on to item 9.2. Receive, report, and presentation and provide input on draft Santa Clara County Community Plan to End Homelessness and Gilroy Data Progress and Partnership. Big line of people there.
Good evening, Mayor and council members and members of the community. Sharon Govey again, Community Development Director. In 2020, the Santa Clara County Continuum of Care developed the 2020-2025 Community Plan to End Homelessness. So last year, they started engaging with all the stakeholders and all of their partners again, including all the jurisdictions in Santa Clara County, to outline the next 5-year roadmap. So tonight, we have a representative from the county and also from the Santa Clara County Housing Authority to do a joint presentation. So I'll turn this over to them and let them introduce themselves. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. My name is Rebecca Garcia, Housing Director for Santa Clara County Housing Authority. I'm joined by my colleague Catherine Kaminsky, also known as KJ, with the Office of Supportive Housing County of Santa Clara. I'm going to go fast and furious because I know you have a long night and we have a lot of information before you. I want to tell you it's quite a treat for me to be here with you. I'm a Gilroy girl born and raised, and I still live here and care very much about this issue that I've worked on for 20 years. So thank you for allowing me the privilege to be here with you. I get to present a lot, but not in front of you, so I'm thrilled to be by my neighbors. So this evening we'll be covering a few key topics. First, we're going to be looking at the progress. Thank you. From the 2020-25 community plan, sharing some of the results and the impacts we had in the community, in our community specifically. We're also going to be talking about Gilroy households data and what work that was done here in our community with our community partners, many of them who are here this evening, and our city colleagues as well. And then lastly, we'll be looking at developing the next 5-year plan. Before we get into all of that, I want to give you a sense of what we mean when we say a supportive housing system. The supportive housing system for us is really a coordinated system of entry of how we address homelessness in a community. There's different interventions when you're dealing with homelessness, interim housing, permanent supportive housing, rapid rehousing, homeless prevention, but I've been in this work long enough to tell you that we weren't as coordinated as we are today, and it's not lost on me that we still have a lot of work to do. As I mentioned, I live here, so I still see, our neighbors living outside, so as we give you some positive data, we recognize that we do still have a lot of work to do. So for a long time, if you were homeless, you would go to a shelter. You might get lucky and find a case manager. You might not. You'd work with a nonprofit organization that you know, but there wasn't a system that would actually bring everybody in a coordinated way. When the county formed the Office of Supportive Housing back in 2015, we were able to begin to centralize resources within our county. At that time, I was working for the County of Santa Clara, and some county homeless services were in the planning department. Under the office, back then what was called the Office of Affordable Housing, and then a lot of the behavioral health, mental health stuff was in the behavioral health department. So we merged, we got smarter, and we merged those two departments to develop the Office of Supportive Housing and be more responsive to this incredibly complicated issue. We created a system where if you're homeless in the community and you get contacted or you need help, there's someone you can go and speak to, and they put you through a system and work to provide you with supportive services and the support you need.
This could be a family who's working and experienced some hard times, an unexpected situation that arises, and they're about to have to exit their home. Homeless prevention may be the right fit for them. Or it could be a senior who has, who's chronically homeless and has some type of disabling condition, whether it be mental health or physical. And seniors often on fixed incomes with fixed incomes not rising and rents continuing to rise are at the top of our list of people we need to support. And if you're young and you're aging out of the foster care system, there could be a transitional subsidy to get you where you need to go. So the goal of our supportive housing system at its best is capturing all those needs for our entire county and providing people with the best intervention to end their homelessness. Albeit we have not solved it for everybody, definitely want to recognize that and hear the comments of folks in the audience. So about the continuum of care, all of this work is organized around what we call our continuum of care. That's a fancy word, but it's really just all of our nonprofit partners, the county, the housing authority, the city, all of us working together to move in the right direction, in the same direction at the same time. Philanthropic partners, individuals with lived experience. One of the things that we have learned about all of our different systems, whether it's the housing authority, the county, listening to people who actually have been homeless or are currently homeless is extremely important in figuring out how we do this work better. And the County of Santa Clara serves as the lead agency in this work. So our collective impact, again, involves a lot of different folks. I won't repeat it. And the progress, Catherine gave me the honor of being able to share some of the progress from the 2020 to 2025 community plan, which is essentially the past 5 years. So proud to report that we have actually housed 20,000 people. We're excited that we were able to do that in this time period. That means taking people who are accessing homeless shelters, interim housing, and placing them into permanent supportive housing countywide and essentially ending their homelessness. I think what's most exciting about this number and this work is that over 90% of the people that we're placing in long-term housing solutions are staying housed over time. So we know that the work that we're doing now, we've been in it long enough to know that it is working and it is moving in the right direction. And it's not just for one single population. We have a wide cohort of individuals. We have individuals who are young, chronically homeless, seniors, but we're also seeing a quarter of them as families with children. We're seeing young adults, veterans, seniors, and seniors, as I mentioned earlier, are really a growing concern for us as a community as we continue to see them outdoors for the very first time. People who've often lived in our community their whole lives are finding themselves homeless for the first time. Temporary housing and shelter capacity has increased by 82%. Housing alone isn't enough, although that is the primary driver in solving this issue, but we know we have more people outside right now who need more immediate help. The plan actually called for doubling our shelter capacity. We did not quite meet that yet. We reached it by 82% over that 5-year time period. And then homeless prevention achievements. This is one of the one I think is really important to spend a moment on. So the homeless prevention really just started with the county asking a couple of, we asked all the cities at that time to contribute to this idea that if we start to help people and prevent them from becoming homeless in the first place, we will start to get a little bit ahead of this. And so since then, the homeless prevention system has significantly grown. Destination Home has had a big part in that. And in the past 5 years, we've served 38,000 people through the homeless prevention system, meaning right-sized financial support and case management to keep people safe and in their homes. One of the things I really love about the homeless prevention infrastructure that's been in place is it's very sensitive to where you're at in the county. So here in the southern part of the county, it's South County Community Services. In the northern part, it's Sunny Valley Community Services. And then in central San Jose, it is Sacred Heart Community Services. So very localized and responsive to the needs of our local residents. This is one of the most cost-effective and highest returns on our investments that we have seen, and we are finally able to do it at a much greater scale. For a system that in 2017, when we started it, was really just serving a couple hundred households with support from cities and nonprofit partners. And the result is that we're now seeing a decrease in new households becoming homeless. When we started this work, for every one household that we housed, another 2.5 were becoming homeless. So that was discouraging. But today, for every one household that we have, only 1.9 are becoming homeless. So we're definitely not all the way there yet, and we want to see that number below 1. But it is getting us to a point in our community work we can see some functional decreases in homelessness and progress towards this longer-term goal. We're excited for the results of this work, and I'm now going to turn it over to Catherine Kaminsky from the County of Santa Clara, Director of the Office of Supportive Housing.
Thank you, Rebecca, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and council members for having us here today. I am going to share a little bit of information about Rebecca shared a lot of information about our countywide progress. I'm going to share what does that look like for households that are from Gilroy here? And then I'm also going to share a little bit about the next steps in the community plan. So just to start off, in terms of demographics, we included some information. Sharon talked about the point-in-time count, but we also look at understanding the population of people experiencing homelessness through housing assessments. We use a standardized assessment across the entire county for households that identified as affiliated with Gilroy. That could be they work here, they were last housed here, they have children who go to school here. We see that there's a range of ages of people experiencing homelessness. 81% are single adults, but we also have 14% were households with children, and 63% identified as man, whereas 37% identified as women. This pretty much is aligned with what we see countywide. We also ask questions about how long they've been experiencing homelessness, where are they currently sleeping. In the data set that we looked at for the past year, the majority of Gilroy-affiliated households reported experiencing homelessness for 2 or more years. And 42% reported sleeping outdoors, followed by 24% in a vehicle. Again, fairly aligned with what we see in countywide trends. There are 2 separate data points where we saw some variation for households specifically from Gilroy. A higher percentage identified as Hispanic or Latino, 72% roughly compared to 53% countywide as a whole. And then separately, the other data point where we saw a difference was the need. Gilroy-affiliated households were more likely to report higher levels of need for permanent supportive housing. It was 81% for those assessed from Gilroy compared to 53% of the county. This slide is to try to take those countywide numbers and translate it into what did that mean for households in Gilroy. So we housed collectively across the county 20,830 folks from 2020 to 2025. 1,999 were people from the city of Gilroy. In terms of the folks we served in shelter over that 5-year period, over 3,000 were from the city of Gilroy, and in the prevention system, we served over 2,600 people from Gilroy. Now, the data point that we often look at that we want to be at a point where we're housing more people than we're seeing for the first time to really make progress on the overall population of people who are experiencing homelessness. Countywide, when we started the plan, we were at a point of, for every household we housed, another 2.4 became homeless. We were seeing that consistently. Now, countywide, we're at a point where we see for every household that is being placed into permanent housing, 1.9 is becoming homeless. So we've made progress, but we have a long way to go. When we look at this data for Gilroy, for last year, for every one household we housed, another 1.1 became homeless. So that is trending in the right direction. Of course, we still want to see that ratio shift over time. If we look at efforts like our support for veterans, we see that ratio is flipped because there are more resources available, permanent housing resources available for veterans, and we're consistently housing more people than we're seeing come into our system for the first time. That's where we want to get for everybody. We also provide this slide provides some information of how people from Gilroy are being served in that supportive housing system that Rebecca described. I'll just highlight a couple of things here. Because that need, folks are showing a high need for permanent supportive housing, you have a higher proportional rate of folks getting referred and into permanent housing, supportive housing. And I'll also note, one of the speakers, Jan, noted how the advocates and service providers here in the community help people get ready for permanent supportive housing. That partnership is critical, working with our team to make sure folks have the documents they need and are able to make those appointments. But we also saw high numbers of folks being served in emergency shelter, 570 households served last year, and homelessness prevention, 183. We wanted to translate that into what does it look like in terms of investments. So if we pulled out a few examples here. For permanent supportive housing, the average cost for the subsidy and the services, subsidy sometimes is provided by the housing authority, sometimes provided by the county. That total averages around $37,000 a year. So for those 434 households from Gilroy, that's about $16.2 million investment. For rapid rehousing, it's about a $2.9 million investment for the folks served last year, and for prevention, it's about $2.8 million. So these are just a sampling of what our collective community is investing to support households here in Gilroy. I also wanted to include just some additional partnerships. Sharon mentioned some of these too on the next couple of slides, but we know affordable housing is what is going to help us solve homelessness for our entire community. We've invested in affordable housing development like Monterey Gateway senior apartments. We also fund supportive services and sites that are based here in Gilroy, including Monterey Gateway, Gilroy Sobrato Studios, and Sobrato Family Apartments. And then, of course, we've spoken about the Gilroy Armory and the Ochoa Cold Weather Shelter, which represent investments of a little over $4 million a year. We also fund outreach through the South County Community Services, and I won't go into too much detail because Sharon did such a good job describing our partnership on PLHA and CDBG and that coordination across the county. So we are in the process of reflecting on the progress, reflecting on the challenges that still face us, and updating our plan for the next 5 years. This has been well underway for over a year, where we've been bringing together stakeholders, including folks here tonight and folks from South County, from Gilroy, and really looking at the data, looking at the solutions, and convening folks with lived experience. We have a cities working group, trying to get as much information as we can and reflecting on 5 years of work to help us to draft the strategies for the next plan. We hope to have, the draft plan is out now. We hope to adopt it by the end of the summer, early fall, and then we would be going to groups like city councils, the Board of Supervisors, and others to endorse it. The draft plan was attached to the staff report, but I'll give a high-level overview of what the focus areas look like here. The first area, we are focusing on prevention because we know to make progress, we have to stop people from entering our homelessness system in the first place. It's cost effective and it's humane. So the first area is around prevention. The second area is around focusing on our continuum of housing programs, from temporary to interim to permanent housing programs, and how do we continue to expand those and improve those services that we're providing. The third area of focus is, as well, we know permanent housing is a solution. We know folks are also experiencing unsheltered homelessness right now, and we want to work to improve access to critical services while they're outside. And then lastly, while we do this work, we know the people that know the most about our system are folks who have been served in our community, who are experiencing homelessness today, and that we should be prioritizing their voice and helping lead this work. I mentioned the community engagement phase is underway now. We had a great meeting last week here in Gilroy and got a really wonderful turnout and amazing feedback from community members. We're taking that to influence the draft plan. We are also working on sub-regional plans over the next couple of months, recognizing there's some shared concerns within sub-regions of the county. And those sub-regional plans, we're looking to include a description of what the characteristics of the region. So for we have South County, North County, West Valley, and San Jose. And also looking at a summary of those existing efforts in those areas, and hopefully developing a sort of shared framework of goals and priorities that will help guide our work together, the county, nonprofits, cities, in when working in those subregions. So I mentioned, I got a little ahead of myself. I mentioned we had the South County convening last week and got great feedback, but there's also a virtual meeting next month that's open to everybody. And there's also, the draft plan is posted on the county's website with email address if people would like to provide information, feedback on the plan via survey or written feedback. So again, thank you for making the time for us. Really what we'd like to, what we're hoping to hear are these focus areas reflective of the needs and goals of your community here in Gilroy? What are your priorities that you'd like to see in the sub-regional plan for South County, and how we can work with you all to share this information with the community? And with that, we're here for any questions.
Why don't I send it back to Councilmember Ramirez, since you ended off with questions for them?
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, trying to figure out where to start here. So on, I believe it was slide 19, you indicated that you're exploring the 8th and Alexander project. So my understanding is that was approved in '23. Can you provide me with, you know, an update? Like, you know, my understanding, it's kind of shifted directions over the years, and it is supposed to be affordable housing. We've been waiting for this. You know, when do you anticipate breaking ground, move in? What's the timeline on that?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Ramirez. Exploring probably isn't the right word to use for that slide, so I apologize. We are working, the county is working with the Housing Authority, who is also has contracted with a community engagement firm, and we're actively in community engagement phase for that project. So it will be affordable housing. We aren't exploring affordable housing there. The funding isn't set aside yet for it, but the community is helping provide input. It has been identified for agricultural workers, a focus on agricultural workers. So we're meeting with agricultural workers and service providers who work with that community to learn more about the needs, to help us design and develop the plan for that site. I don't have a date on when we would break ground. I think we're in the community listening phase for that.
What other phases will follow?
Then there's a design phase and the
Entitlement phase?
and
with the
entitlements,
city?
right, with and working with the city on the entitlements, and of course, trying to pull together the financing for that project.
So 5-10 years? I mean, realistically, what are we looking at? I'm not going to hold you to this, but I mean, just.
Affordable projects can take anywhere from 5, 8 years, 7 years. It's competitive. When you get everything you need, it's still a competitive process, so it's ultimately up to
So it wouldn't be 7 years from '23, because we're already at '26. That would be another 4 years?
I wouldn't be surprised if it was another 4, but I hope it's not.
Okay, and then on March 25th, I attended the Santa Clara County Housing and Community Development Advisory Committee meeting where I hold a seat representing Gilroy. And you spoke about the home funding of $786,723, which in the packet was identified for new construction, acquisition with rehab, or other eligible projects. And given that we get our own CDBG funding, we are not part of the county's CDBG, so we get part of the home funding. So when I asked what specifically would be provided to Gilroy, I was told that funding for the 8th and Alexander project. When I asked how much would be allocated and what would it be provided for, I was told I would get an email, but I have not yet been given that information. So perhaps.
My apologies. I can follow up with staff to make sure we provide that information. And, you know, the home funds, we do fund projects all over the county, but certainly 8th and Alexander is a project that we are looking at for our home dollars.
And I certainly, I should back up a little bit and say, you know, thank you for all you do, you know, for the unhoused. I can't imagine your jobs, right? But as I sit here, I sit representing the people here. And so I have to ask these questions and I have to push. So then one of your slides, I think it was the last one that asked, well, first of all, you talked about the higher level of need. We've already discussed that Gilroy has the highest percentage of unhoused per capita. You identified that we have a higher level of need. Does the county spending reflect that?
The enrollments in permanent supportive housing do reflect that, and that spending that is associated with permanent supportive housing reflects that. So when we look at the proportion of people experiencing homelessness in Gilroy from the PIT count or from the housing assessments, enrollments in permanent supportive housing programs and the spending associated with keeping people housed in permanent supportive housing programs is higher.
Okay, and then the other.
Let me jump to Councilmember Fugazi.
Can I have just one more question, please? Just one more?
Okay, one.
Okay, one. Thank you. You did ask for, you know, your last slide was asking like what we would like to see or have or something. I'm just hopeful that perhaps maybe the land that has been identified for 8th and Alexander, maybe if we find some kind of temporary use until that permanent, that would be what I would advocate for. Thank you.
Councilmember Fugazi.
I'm glad we have the experts in this because I've got like the question that I've had forever that I can't understand, and I hope you have the answer to this because it is such a statistical outlier. Why is Gilroy so much higher than everywhere else? Mathematically, and I just ran the numbers, we would be in the 99.98 percentile in the county and close to the same even statewide for cities that are our size. There has to be, and I would expect that this would be almost a forest fire in the county to try to understand why it's so bad. And then also tell me after that, what specifically, if you have something that's different here, that we're doing different for Gilroy than every place else.
I'm going to take a stab at that. I would answer that question the way I would respond to any city. I currently work for the Housing Authority, but most of my experience is actually working with cities and small cities, Morgan Hill specifically. But just as an example, about 10 years ago, Morgan Hill experienced a very high increase in homelessness as well, at the same time Gilroy did. And my response to them was, you can pay for it now or you can pay for it later, but you better get ahead of it because once it starts and it expands, it's really hard to claw that back because encampments are incredibly expensive, as you've talked about already this evening. So I would ask a city what exactly has been done from the city's perspective or community to be super proactive and address that. I know we have newer council members and a new mayor, but my observation of not just Gilroy, but really all of the cities in the county is their approach has been very different. And a lot of time gets spent, because it's a really complicated issue and it's new to most people. So a lot of time gets spent philosophically talking about why someone's homeless or, you know, the whole blaming thing. And it takes a while longer to really get to the action items. Like,
So I mean, that's not really a specific, there's nothing specific in what you're saying in terms of there's plenty of cities across the state who do this poorly, even more poorly than Gilroy, and don't have the numbers that we have. So are we twice as, maybe almost 3 times as likely to be poor or 3 times as likely? Statistically, this is so far out of the realm that it would make, if it was in the private sector and you were that far out, right, in your, in two different departments, everything would be focused on that, because how could it be so far out of order?
Yeah, I don't think there's one answer. I think it's a lower.
Give me three.
Lower socioeconomic status. What's the housing production been in the community to address that? Do we have an inclusionary housing ordinance that contributes extremely low-income housing and lieu fees that build the affordable housing? Do we have a safe parking program? I think the answer there now is yes, but there was a lot of check boxes that did not get checked off over the past decade, and you do have some great work, which you've all heard about this evening, that came about in the past couple of years.
There's plenty of other cities that have done worse than us. Anyway, okay, so on the budget that you said, so how much total county is spent towards the homelessness prevention and doors and all of it all together? I mean, I looked it up, it said 120 million, but it's got to be more than that, right?
It is more than that. So across the county, for last year, I think it was over 400 million. But some of the programs that I talked about tonight, because that includes housing programs for folk like associated with our behavioral health system, for example. But for the programs we were speaking to tonight for homelessness prevention, it's about 30 million annually total. For temporary housing, it's about 45 million annually.
You had 21 million, I thought, just for Gilroy, though, right?
For
prevention.
No, 2 million was for for prevention.
No, in
I
total.
think it was
because one of them was 16 million.
Right, that was permanent supportive housing.
Oh, okay.
So the permanent supportive housing is investments that's reflective of both housing authority vouchers, because our housing authority has been very aligned in working with us to address homelessness in our community and dedicating vouchers, as well as county-funded supportive services and the case management that are provided to folks, as well as some subsidies.
So 400 million in total was the full nut, right? And then
Yeah, I can follow up with, we have some
and Gilroy's percentage of overall homelessness in the county is how much?
From the point in time count, I think it's about 8%. From the folks that were assessed last year, somewhere 8 to 9%.
Okay. And what do you do with individuals who don't want housing?
Yeah, we have special, well, first of all, there's very few individuals who don't want permanent housing. So
We had one individual from the public come up and say that it's so super hard, some people don't want to go into it, et cetera. So
Sure.
That's what I mean.
temporary housing, sometimes temporary settings aren't they don't meet the needs of people as they're set up. Either they're congregate settings, they may be mixed gender settings, they may have pets and we can't accommodate pets. There are multiple reasons why temporary housing sometimes doesn't meet the need. A specific shelter doesn't meet the need for somebody. We have very, very few people who, when offered permanent housing, would decline it. Of the vast majority are interested and work towards permanent housing.
And those
are
that don't
two
want it, though, what
separate
do we
than-
do?
than-
What do we do with the ones that don't want it?
We can't force them, but we do have specialized teams that work with folks who may, be experiencing challenges that they need to address first, and that we can connect them with the services to help them address those challenges first. We don't give up on them, but we don't force them either. So people, if they say no to housing, they don't. It's not a no for life. They can decline a program.
One last
and come
question,
back
Greg.
into it.
Thank you. One last question. So in your report, there was no mention at all of substance abuse help, any of the things. There's a lot of, in the point in time report, it talks about why people get homeless, which can be an intermediate stage from those abuse cycles that happen. You get kicked out of your apartment or what have you. So can you comment why that's not at all part of this whole program?
Yeah, thanks for the question. It is a part of the program. So part of our permanent housing programs and our temporary housing programs are connecting them with mental health or substance use services, and making sure those are available and accessible. They aren't part of this presentation, primarily because we were focused on the causes and solutions to homelessness, of which they are a part. But the primary driver of homelessness in our community and in communities across the nation is a shortage of affordable housing and wages that allow folks to afford housing in that region. So when we're talking about our overall strategy, it does include housing solutions. That focus area 3 that I spoke to includes, if we look at the sub-strategies, connecting people with mental health and behavioral health services, but also our housing programs do that. We have those services available for folks who need them. So
Okay, it's just strange.
they're
not to
part
see
of
in
it.
there, so thank you.
Yep.
All right, I think that concludes questions from council. I'm going to jump to public comment, please.
Thank you. Robert Aguirre, followed by Elizabeth Stone, and then Ron Kirkish.
All right, so I just want to point out some of the things that we're talking about here is your question about people refusing. Okay, so this is very much the same thing that happens when people are arrested and they're taken into a tank or a holding cell, and they're usually handed a sandwich, and that sandwich more times than not is peanut butter, maybe peanut butter and jelly. The thing is that if somebody goes in there and they have either a peanut butter or a peanut allergy, and then they refuse that sandwich, can you say that they're refusing the service that they're being given or being offered? So sometimes just because you offer something to somebody doesn't mean that it's going to meet their needs. And I think that's very important that you understand that. And I want to know a couple of things. How many Gilroy unhoused and formerly unhoused are involved in the planning that's going to be going on? I saw that you guys are involving some people that are unhoused and formerly unhoused, but I don't know how many of those are from Gilroy. And I do know that we've had many 5-year plans for many years, decades that I know that I'm aware of. And I know that this last 5-year period was helped very much by Measure A funds that we're allowed to build housing that we don't have anymore. And the other thing is that the pandemic also was very helpful in reducing those numbers because there was a lot more federal funding that was being provided. Well, now we're looking at a situation where we have an administration that's cutting HUD funding. And HUD funding is your bread and butter, right? Maybe even, maybe even the peanut butter too. All right. So I want to know, what is Gilroy's plan for solving the unhoused crisis? Because this is a crisis, and we can't just continue to ignore it. And how will you meet your housing element for ELI, BLI, and LI housing? Because traditionally, for decades, the housing elements have met their requirements for market value and luxury, and they've exceeded over 100% of the planned amount. But the ELI, BLI housing has not been met, like I said, for decades, since Ronald Reagan's time, actually. And the housing that's being planned, you say is for farm workers, but what about everybody else? So if we're spending all this money to house farm workers, which I think is a good thing to do, but what is the plan for people that are not farm workers? What are we going to do with that? And so I think, let me see, I'm at 14 seconds. Okay, so again, my big question is, how is Gilroy going to do their part, apart from what the county's doing and the housing authority is doing? What is Gilroy going to do to solve this problem?
Elizabeth?
Good evening again. So I did attend the community discussion that caught us, and there's a lot of really good ideas from other people that also had lived experience. In the little breakout room that I was in, because we broke up into 4 groups, every single person that was in that circle with me was someone that is either currently unhoused or had recently been. And just to be clear, I became unhoused July 9th, and January 2nd of this year, I moved into senior housing, which is actually interesting because people that live outside, and it's over 25% of people in Gilroy who are over age 55, someone who has lived outside for more than a year is chronically homeless. People aged 50, because of the difficulty of living outside, physically are as frail as people aged 70 who are housed. Yet, the people that are dying are 2 groups. Young people that are dying of overdoses, and people between 50 and 62, because they have those medical and emotional needs, but they don't qualify for those programs. So that's one thing to be thinking about in terms of input you give to the county, but also when the item comes up, 7.1, and we're looking at what this town would like to do, that's one thing to keep in mind. The whole accessibility, which Robert kind of mentioned, if you can't climb to a top bunk and you say, I can't use this service, or the workers are like, if you're in a wheelchair, it's a little too much for us to handle in this program, those are people that are dying as well, okay? I previously had a lot of mobility difficulties, so I understand it's really challenging when it's very difficult. The other thing that I want to really call your attention to, because this topic right now is the county plan. I went to the housing conference in Sacramento last year, and let me just back up one sec. I also lived in a different county prior to this where I had written grants and had over $500,000 to work with people that had behavioral health, substance use, justice involvement, or were unhoused. So for the past 4 or 5 years, I've been watching the state roll out what's now Prop 1. So I'm really familiar with like what the state's intention is with that funding. And that's really kind of missing. There's a lot of money from the Behavioral Health Services Act stuff. And the Behavioral Health Integrated Plan, which is under public comment right now, 1/3 of that money has to go to housing. And it was really mentioned at this conference last year, these 2 systems are not talking. There's resources there, and they're not working together. One talks about households, one talks about units, et cetera. So those are just some areas I hope you look at. Thank you.
I think Ron's next, and then Anne Marie.
Hello again, Mayor and Council. Somebody that's observing this meeting sent me a text message. The concern is the location, 8th and Alexander. Isn't that downtown? Isn't that like a block away from downtown? And aren't we trying to clean up our downtown, make it more beautiful, make it more reflective of the kind of downtown we want people to come and visit, like a tourist event? So why aren't we talking about that? Do we really want this? I know it's county property. At one point, they wanted to put the overflow of COVID patients there for temporarily, but that's over now. So now that is county property. But it also is something that I think is important to consider. Do we want something like this located at our downtown? Thank you.
Thank you. Anne Marie.
Terrence. So, my favorite city council member. I've been sober 31 years. I have been on both sides of recovery, and I think some of my other people here that are also sober bluntly, drug addicts and alcoholics used to be able to still afford housing. So we did. We all lived in a place together. It was affordable even for that population. When I first moved to Gilroy in 2024, I lived next to a drug house, and there was probably 15 people living there. I didn't like it, but it was worth, $750,000, so the people sold it, and then now those are 15 people that are not housed. So it's not even about the demographic. No one can afford it. It's just, and I think that what's happened is the community thinks that there's this big increase in drugs and drug addiction. It's always been there. It's just you see it now. You see that now, and that's why that needs to be addressed in another way. It's another conversation, but it does need to be addressed another way. And yes, Gilroy is the worst. It handled the worst in the last 10 years. Rebecca was very polite. I talked to other cities. I reached out, and we've done a horrible job. So this is the consequence that we're seeing of doing nothing. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no further speakers.
All right, I think that concludes. Any other questions for staff or anybody? So that concludes. Thank you very much for you guys for submitting that report. Thank you guys for coming from the county. Appreciate it. Okay, moving on to item number 8.2. Homeless encampment on 6th Street in Camino Arroyo. I'm going to let Matt start this off, and then I'll have some comments myself.
So previously, the city council had provided us direction specific to the homeless encampment on 6th Street to extend the encampment for 90 days and then to plan for and proceed with removal of that camp. That date is coming up. I said the 6th of May in the report. It's actually the 12th of May, which is next week. We're gearing up for that removal, and this is an opportunity for further conversation on that particular item. And that concludes my staff report.
Sure, I'll have a couple comments before I'll open it up to council for other questions for staff before we go to public comment. But so, first of all, I would like to point out to some of the members of the audience, I know there's been some clapping and stuff tonight, especially earlier on when we had the youth speak, and we had Gilroy Garden speak, and we did some proclamations. I mean, that's the time to clap. But in a case like this, especially for this topic, where there are good people in this community and in this room and sitting up here that disagree on this, the clapping doesn't serve anybody well at all. So I'm going to ask you guys directly to please hold your clap. It doesn't serve well, please. And we've held great decorum in this room for the past 14 or 15 months, and we don't need to change that. So I really appreciate if you respect that request. The reason why, and the next thing is, I'll tell you, is that as we know that there's a lot of deep differences of opinion on this, and I can tell you why I know that so well. Just take a look at my inbox on my email from this past week, right? And there's a lot of smart, good people on both sides of this that have strong opinions. So again, please keep that in mind. The reason why I, as the mayor, brought this back to the agenda is first and foremost is that since we talked about this last about 90 days ago, we've been able to, council has been able to approve an ad hoc committee that's going to allow this council as an ad hoc and this community to come together and have a new and different conversation that we've had recently in Gilroy. So I thought because of that fact that this would be appropriate to bring this back. The second reason why is because last week that there was a community plan to end homelessness in Gilroy. You heard a report here from folks that are a part of that. And in addition to the community plan to end homelessness, the two other reports that we received this evening, whether it was from community development or PD or the conversation we had regarding the expenditures that are connected with camp cleanups, all of those items combined, I thought it would be appropriate to bring back this item to have one more conversation about before this council decides what to do next. So those are the reasons why I did that. And I'd like to open the floor for council. If you have any questions for any of the staff members before we go to public comment. Go ahead, Kelly. I see your name on there. Sorry. There's a lot of names, so I just saw it. So
Okay.
Thank you.
So, and I'm just going to direct them to you. Okay. I've heard that there has been a significant reduction in the number of people living at Camp Hope. Can you confirm that, or?
So I'll look for Captain Dutton to help us out a little bit with the quality of life information if he has any, but I'm not aware of any reduction in numbers at Camp Hope. I think the numbers have been pretty steady. Some come in and some go out.
Okay. And then I guess I would like to know the opinion of those that would be impacted by the abatement. I mean, the abatement, I guess it doesn't, I'm trying to decide, you know, the resources of the city. Would it matter whether we do it tomorrow or 3 months, extend it 9 more months, you know, whatever? I mean.
So the cost and the effort associated with this singular camp shouldn't change. I think the numbers are pretty static in terms of how many are there, so I don't anticipate it growing. There's not enough room for it to grow. So the cost of and the staff hours for disassembly is the same no matter when we do it. The follow-up work afterwards of, you know, where do these individuals go and following them around and potentially, you know, they would relocate somewhere else in the city and we'd have some additional work to do wherever they locate to place them further or to help them to find an appropriate place. That would be obviously increased in the timeline, whatever that gap is.
So if we abate, there would be an impact, an increase on resources.
No matter when we do it, yes.
No matter when we do it. Thank you.
Councilmember Fugazi, please.
Question on our neighbor to this encampment, which is Valley Water Resources that go next to it. Have we had any discussions or feedback or any comments from them regarding this encampment being there?
So I think Valley Water is supportive of an encampment that's not on their property. So, you know, it's not something that they have to deal with. I suspect that they would, if it were to move over 10 feet and be on Valley Water property, I think there would be a different perspective from Valley Water.
So in 2018 or 2019, Valley Water at a meeting had said that they can't put porta potties near the water resources, such as the way they are right now. If those were to tip over or to go into the river, would that be a major issue?
It would be an issue. We would need to do the cleanup associated with that. It would be our responsibility.
It would be a Clean Water Act issue and a bunch of other things too, probably, right?
Yeah, there's a process for cleaning spills up, and we would take care of that, and we'd take care of the reporting appropriately. Okay. Similar to an illicit dumping into a storm drain, we would handle it the same sort of way, although it's not illicit because we know what it is and we're taking responsibility for it.
Okay.
Thank you. Any further questions before I go to public comment? Okay, look, we're going to be at 2 minutes. Okay, 2 minutes. Why don't you take care of the list there, Kim?
Yep. Anne Marie, followed by Jan and Mario.
I just simply want to say that all the citizens that are complaining about Camp Hope today will be complaining next week and the week after, because this abatement will not stop people from doing drugs in shopping centers, camping in undesirable places, and being in public view. All this abatement does is make it harder for people trying to get out of homelessness, the service providers, and the police. If you partner with the community members who are doing the work, we can help you solve the problem that your supporters are complaining about. The complainers are not doing the work, but we are. Thank you.
Okay, I'll be fast. Now that we know how much it costs to clean up encampments all around the city and chase people from place to place, why would we add to that? I can assure you, Councilmember Fugazi, it's far worse for the water quality to have 25 people with no sanitation facilities at all than it is to have 25 people with porta potty access. I also want to point out that Valley Water themselves had porta potties placed when the encampment was at Tompkins Court. So I have talked to Valley Water management, and they are happy with Camp Hope. It's, again, like I said, it's not on their property, and it's being managed. It's got porta potties, which is way better from their perspective. Not only that, the Camp Hope residents bag up their garbage, and this is the only city cost. The city has been picking up the garbage that they bagged, although 2 weeks ago, Pit Stop Outreach also helped pay for a dump run, and it was Camp Hope residents who did that cleanup, and large items, not only from Camp Hope, but from the surrounding area there too. They went out, they got weed whackers, they did the weed abatement for the camp. They have been doing their best to be good neighbors. And going forward, you know, I say let's let the ad hoc committee make the decision, because as soon as that camp is abated, then the added expenses for the city of Gilroy start accruing. Why not put that off and let the ad hoc committee make its recommendations now that that's been approved? Thank you.
Mario, followed by Vanessa, and then Max. Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm here tonight asking you to extend Camp Hope, not because it's perfect, because it's working. 6 people have already moved into housing from this community. The numbers have decreased. But the real story is not in the numbers, it's in the people. In a system that often measures failure, those numbers matter. Why? Because Camp Hope offers something many traditional models still struggle to create: connection, trust, dignity, accountability, and sovereignty. In my diverse professional adventures, after years of watching what works and what doesn't, one truth keeps showing up. Connection changes outcomes, relationship changes outcomes, people stabilize when they are known, not just managed. Sweeping this camp on May 12th does not solve homelessness. It disrupts stability, it breaks trust, it scatters people who are finally beginning to root. And when we break connection, we often recreate the very crisis our system then spends thousands of dollars responding to. Camp Hope is not creating disorder, it's creating community. So tonight, I'm asking you lead with courage, not optics. Extend Camp Hope, protect what is working, and show this city that when something is producing safety, housing, and human connection, we don't destroy it, we build on it. My ask is that we allow the ad hoc to take the time to explore solutions and feasibility. Thank you.
Max, followed by Aubrey.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Max. I'm 15 years old, and I spoke at the last council meeting. I'm here again because this matters to me. Over Easter weekend, I spent time at Camp Hope. I didn't just hear about it from adults or read about it online. I was actually there. I met people, I talked with them, I ate with them, I played with their dogs, and I honestly even improved my dart game. What I saw was not what people usually imagine when they hear the word encampment. What I saw was community. I saw people looking out for each other. I saw trust. I saw people who knew my name and made me feel safe. These aren't just tents. These are people I know I trust people who have shown me kindness. If Camp Hope gets swept on May 12th, you are not just moving tents, you are breaking relationships, breaking trust, and disturbing something that is actually helping people. I'm young, but I know when something feels right. Camp Hope feels real. Please don't destroy something that is working. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. To answer your question about the decrease, yeah, it went from 25 to 15. I know that because I'm the de facto mayor of Camp Hope. My name is Aubrey Tasby. I stand before you as Aubrey Tasby, the de facto mayor of Camp Hope. I live there with my neighbors on 6th Street, and I speak for our community, about 15 people who call this place home. Camp Hope is more than tents. It's a self-organized, structured, safe place. We maintain order. We have porta potties and trash service thanks to partners like Pit Stop Outreach. And we work every day on pathways to housing. Several of our residents have already moved into permanent housing or interim housing because of the stability this camp provides. Without Camp Hope, we will scatter back into the neighborhoods, parks, and hidden spots, making outreach harder, safety risks higher, and costs to the city greater. We are not asking for permanence tonight. We are asking for more time, more of extension, so we can continue the progress we already started and secure real housing placement. Thank you.
Robert Aguirre, followed by Tom Targan and Deborah.
Hi. I would like to point out that what we have at Camp Hope is not just a bunch of people that are unhoused, that are living in tents. We have a community. We have people that have built together something that is working for them and on the same time working for the city, because we're trying to reduce the number of people that are living outdoors. And this is a path that has been carved out by the people with their own hands and their own work, along with the supporting people, the services that are brought to them, to get them out of this situation and reduce the number of people living in the streets. When you take that leg out from that three-legged stool, where you lose the support, you lose the community, you lose your economy, you're lost. You're starting from ground zero. And this continues to happen over and over again, and it has an effect on people. Can you imagine if you had to move out of your home every week or every 100 days, 90 days, whatever? You had to move to another place and take only what you could carry with you. Imagine what that would do to your psyche over a period of time. The fact is that this is a group of people that have put laws on themselves. There's no drugs that go on there. There's no fires. There's nothing that creates a problem. I would challenge the police department to let us know if there's been any issues that people have created a problem, and I would guarantee you that they're going to say there's none. So what is the alternative? What is it that the city of Gilroy is planning on doing in lieu of this plan, of this community? What's going on? Okay, so I would say to you, don't throw water onto a grease fire. We already have a problem. You don't want to make it worse. And the biggest cost is not the money, but the cost to the individuals that are being affected by what the city does.
Tom, and then Deborah.
Deborah, please.
Deborah?
Okay. So folks who know me know that one of the top things that I dislike most in life is getting up in public and speaking. But today I'm stepping up and speaking to be an advocate for our unhoused folks who are desperate and urgently need to hear our voices and our hearts for them. Because Camp Hope is something that really has worked. I've been like a volunteer for the unhoused for many, many years, starting with Glide Memorial in San Francisco and Safe Parking, the family homeless shelter in Morgan Hill, and now with Pit Stop. So I've seen how like we can and community really help these folks. So I've been, just like even in the family shelter, sitting there eating meals with them, listening to their stories about how they became homeless or how they lost their job. And all of a sudden, they don't have the thousands of dollars of savings to be able to get back into housing. Again, like, you've heard from so many people, they don't have, money for phone service, so people can call them and they can get a job. And pretty soon, all the money that they possibly saved has gone to rent. And again, they don't have first and last month's rent to pay for money. So anyway, my point was, I've seen these people in the trenches trying to survive, and with the community's help and social services, they've been able to get out of that cycle of homelessness, but they can't do it on their own. So it's like imperative, like with Camp Hope, they have a stable place to provide that stability, and so social services can find them and get to them. So I really think that we as a community need to have that compassion, and we don't have a solution right now. And we can see Camp Hope, we can see that it's actually working because, again, they have that safety net, they have a place that they can be at. So, again, Camp Hope is about practical management, that we can give them the help that they need, and they have some place to go until we find some
Thank you
kind
so
of-
much, Deborah.
You're
Your time is up. Thank you so much.
Chris Fanny, followed by Rebecca Armendariz and Wes White.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. 90 days ago, we heard that Camp Hope needed 90 days. Tonight, it's clear that the ask is more permanent than what was originally told to Council. And it's permanent in incremental amounts. It appears that that's where it's going. It's interesting. I've heard that a lot of folks have found housing, but I've also heard the camp is the same size, if not growing. So does that mean as folks are leaving, new folks are coming in? Because I don't think that was the original intent of Camp Hope and the 90-day extension that was granted. Back then, I expressed my concern that this would become a slippery slope, and here we are. It's becoming a slippery slope. As I stated last time, I'm deeply concerned that the slippery slope will result in other areas being slated for encampments or other encampments just popping up and then being allowed to stay. When we had the encampments out in the creek area, near several of our properties and other residential areas, we had nothing but problems. We had loitering, we had drug use, intoxicated folks we were constantly calling the police on. We had people exposing themselves at businesses and several other items. Once the creek caught on fire, that solved that problem because the city quickly moved to have that area cleaned up. A lot of the issues we were having went away. However, as a result of the fire, and you could have a result where you might have a creek cleanup, as a result of the fire, our insurance rates increased by over 25%. Directly as a result of the fire, something that the city had allowed. Those costs, most of them are passed on to our tenants. It raises the price of their business, raises the price of what they're going to charge the public. So, again, it's a slippery slope. I don't have the solution, but I don't think the solution is allowing encampments.
Thank you, Chris.
Rebecca?
Good evening, folks. Thank you, Mayor, for opening up this conversation again and allowing us to speak. Like any other neighborhood, Camp Hope isn't perfect, but it's home and it works. It's provided a safe and stable environment where folks can get the resources and services that they need, where they can be found by their case managers and others. This has lent itself to 10% of Camp Hope residents being housed. The population has gone from 25 to 15 people. My son and I feed folks on Sunday. We take dinners out there, and it's been great to see the number of dinners filling my trunk shrink from 40 or 45 down to 15 or 20 that we take out there now. It's been great to pull up when folks are packing and a case manager is there helping them move to an apartment or a studio. And this isn't because of threats of abatement that it works. It's not because of them being criminalized. This success is because of the residents being treated like human beings. It's because they're being supported and assisted by our local agencies and their fellow residents like Deborah. So I really encourage you to create an exception to the policy, to not use this policy as an excuse not to do anything. This body created this policy and this body can change it. And we should change it because you have the right to do it and because it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Wes, followed by Sally, and then Tristia.
Wes Wisely, Monterey County Homeless Unit Co-President. You have an opportunity right now to save a lot of money, to validate people. I mean, you're going to see them again somewhere else. A new encampment's going to pop up. Oh my God, oh my God. You need minimal health and safety standards. Pass people over. What would it take to see just tent and ground? Is that enough to respect people's property? Real property versus private property, personal property, right? In this casino of this culture, we got rig tables and rigged house odds and rig tables. That's what it is. And of course, the person with less money has less influence over your decision because who's paying you? What is their life worth? Look how many properties they own. They've got millions of dollars. Those are the people I want to listen to. Those are the people that are going to get me reelected. Those worthless people. I'm worth 20 of those people. Is that how the United States is supposed to function? Is that what our core belief and value system is really built on? I thought it was equality and justice for all, not just some, not just the ones who pay for it, but every single human being here. Borders are illegal to begin with. Nobody is illegal on stolen land. And that's actually how a lot of this ends up being. If you're not alive on paper, you don't deserve to exist, so I'm going to spend money getting rid of you because I got no money to help you. And that's an attitude adjustment. That's abusive off the top. And hopefully that gives you a bad feeling in your mouth and you don't want to be that person and vote that way. You're still going to see these people again tomorrow, somewhere else. A new problem, oh my God, and they're now anonymous instead of people that you actually knew. So now you can just, they're transients. They don't even belong here. They're not residents. The whole attitude of open discrimination needs to stop. We need to do better. Stop the sweeps.
Hello to all of you. I just can't believe that we're here again, asking you to consider to keep Camp Hope open. We as a society share some responsibility to provide the residents of Camp Hope a safe place to live. I would imagine that none of you can ever put yourself in their shoes, as life has never dealt you that card. However, the people who live there, that is their home. Just like you have a home to go to every day, Camp Hope is their home. Most of the residents of Camp Hope or the on-hosts are people from Gilroy whose families have been here for several generations. I know this because at times I go with my daughter Rebecca to deliver food or other essentials to the people that live there. I know that several months ago, Klein, Kelly, and Greg went out there, and I can assure you they know the situation and how people live there. Maybe the other members should go out there and see. These are members of our community, and due to their circumstances, cannot afford any type of rent in Gilroy or anywhere in South County. You, our city council, should know that without the community coming, you should know this without the community coming here and telling you, because you see them when you go to Costco or Walmart or wherever you go. Instead of closing it down, you should be looking for ways to keep it open and provide additional services. What you are doing is you're unhousing the unhoused from a place owned by the city, which is away from the residential homes. I understand that you formed an ad hoc committee to come up with a solution. That is pretty hypocritical of you if you shut down Camp Hope. If you close it down, it will dislocate disabled individuals that have nowhere to go because you know you have the power to keep it open. But if you close it down, you're admitting that you have no power or no way of helping those residents that live at Camp Hope. As a responsible council person, you must keep it open until such time as a so-called ad hoc committee can come up with a solution which is acceptable to all, and I mean all, not just the city council.
Thank you so much, Sally. You got your 2 minutes and 10 seconds.
Right. And
Thank
let's
you
not
very
be
much.
hypocritical. Let's help the people.
Thank you.
Tristia?
Hello, everyone. Tristia Bauman, Directing Attorney at the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley. I submitted a letter that laid out the reasons why I know in my 20 years of legal experience and policy experience in this space that Camp Hope is the most successful housing program that we have in terms of reduction of homelessness in a short period of time. But I don't want to restate the arguments in my letter. I want to just do some math because we heard a lot of numbers here today. There's a difference of opinion. So let's turn to objective numbers. There are 700 unsheltered people here in the city. We heard from the county experts that the ratio is about are exited for every 1.1 that enters in. So the numbers stay static. Is there affordable housing available for them? No. The county said that our next affordable housing project is going to come online maybe in 2030. Is there shelter available for them? No. We heard Ms. Ramirez, Councilmember Ramirez, describe that the Armory accepts around 2 people, and that is for a temporary time because the county is going to start a limitation of 120 days at a time. So 700 minus possibly 2 is going to be 698 people that will have no option but to go to another outdoor location. So in terms of displacing people from Camp Hope, you're not going to see a reduction in the number of people living outside. So let's turn to another way to look at this. Money. Are we going to save money? Well, no. In fact, we heard from the city manager that these cost of abating Camp Hope will be the same if you do it tomorrow, next week as planned, or 9 months from now. But there will be additional costs because people will be displaced to outdoor locations, and there will be costs associated with re-abating them. And in fact, because of that, there's $750,000 that's been asked of this body as an additional amount to include in the budget over the course of 5 years. This is a broken system, and we have a new ad hoc committee that can solve it intentionally, doing the math, setting aside the opinions, and that is what we're asking you to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I have no further speakers.
All right, so back to council. I guess the first thing I'll ask of council, are there any questions so far? Typically is when we deliberate, but are there any questions for staff or anything right now? No questions.
No, I have one of Andy, though. Andy, if we allow Camp Hope to continue, what legal stance does the city have if other encampments, if other groups decide to form an encampment and maybe they're not going to be as well-run as Camp Hope, and it's just kind of helter-skelter?
It's perhaps less a strictly legal issue than it would be an argument, because anybody would make the argument that I think Councilmember Marks is suggesting, which is if you let that camp go, you should let us do too, because we will self-govern or whatever positive features that they wish to say. In terms of how you enforce your ordinance, it's probably not precedent, but it would be argued to be precedent, I'm sure.
So are you saying then that other encampments, people could say that we can start camping on any city property that we want? We can go to the parks, we can go to city streets. Is that what you're saying?
I don't want to speculate as to what people would say, but people certainly could say that the city ordinance is not being enforced by the city over here, so it shouldn't be enforced over here or over here either. I would expect that argument to be made, I guess is what I would say.
Well, sounds like there's not, you have a question?
Not a question.
Okay.
So, just a couple things. My mind is like pinballing all over the place. It has been ever since this was brought back on. First thing I want to do is I want to apologize. I do not remember who I sent the email to. And I said, cannot be put on the agenda because the process takes too long. I was thinking of, in terms of myself, as a council member, I have to go through the fair memo process. The mayor has a different ability than I do, so my bad on that, I completely forgot. Everyone here that spoke, I agree with. Both sides. The emails that we get, both sides, I agree with. Everybody in the room seems to be right. And that is what makes it very difficult for me. Good points brought up by council members, right? Our obligation is to, first and foremost, is to protect the city. This is a really difficult thing. I want to thank everybody for emailing and coming up and talking. You all make great points. Just thank you for that.
Go ahead, Councilmember Bracco, and then Fugazzi.
Yes, it's not a difficult for me. Everybody knows how I felt last time. Nothing's changed. I've been surprised at some of the emails and stuff. The hatred in our community towards others in the community is sad. And it bothers me that they even mentioned the safe parking that we have, because that people didn't know about that. And I'm sure there's individuals that'll be out tomorrow looking for it so they can start complaining about it. But I live on the east side, and since Camp Hope has been there, it's selfish for me because it's been nicer. There's not people roaming around, sleeping on the sidewalks. It's been cleaned up. And I would ask that some folks connect the dots. You're saying, well, it used to be they were living in the creek, and they used to be living over here, and they used to be bothering these people. Well, it's not, they're not, it was used to be, they're not now. And I hate to see folks in our community comparing. Comparing Camp Hope to the crazy people that accosted someone coming out of the store that was all strung out on drugs. That's not those folks over there. So, don't compare them. If you have a problem with the individuals that are there at Camp Hope, talk about that, not what other people have done in this city in years past. So I'll still be supporting this, and I would prefer that we don't bring it back unless there's a problem. Thank you.
Councilmember Fugazzi.
First thing I'd like to say is I don't have really any problem against an organized encampment for the unhoused that is structured and has a proper path and is organized in the right way. And the dilemma that I have, first and foremost, is the location where this particular camp exists. I know there's good people there. Some of them were benefiting from the Carry the Vision, grant stuff that I tried to move money to, and there are people trying to get help, and I don't see a problem with the people in particular. It's a location, it's a liability for the city. There is a case in Oceanside right now, which is Pritchard versus Oceanside, where an unhoused person did die on city property, and that's going through the courts right now as an issue. I don't believe it should have been allowed from the get-go. I think that was a huge mistake for the interim city manager or city administrator to do at the time. And now that kind of really put us in this difficult position that we're in. It is an unfair application of the law, in my personal opinion, and I'm not an attorney, but there are certain people who now get the advantage of having an encampment against the rule of the city. And yes, we can change those rules, but those rules were created by us, and everybody should have to play by those rules. And some of you may have seen when the pride flag thing has come up twice already for me, And my own personal beliefs on it don't come into play as much as these are the rules that were set in place for somebody to follow. That person followed those rules, and now we have to abide by those rules. I think that, 15 people is a tiny percentage of the city, so to place an argument that there's going to be a huge impact, or even an argument that Councilmember Bracco made of this is now somehow or another cleaned up the whole city, is kind of unrealistic. The idea that they have nowhere to go, if they have nowhere to go, all of you have failed. Because there's got to be some place where 15 people can go amongst people, some of which who have property where some of these people could also come and have a community on in private property. I also believe that this is not going to scatter a bunch of people, because you also are a community that is helping people, and there are places on county property that are not far away that you could organize to move these individuals onto that property, and it wouldn't be a city issue on city property anymore with the city liabilities and other things that we have for 15 individuals. I said much more in the last meeting, but I don't believe that this should continue in this space, and we should figure out how to clear it out.
I'll go ahead and say a few words. After Valley Water evicted people from the waterways on the north and south sides of this town, some of them eventually settled on this sliver of town, on this sliver of land off of 6th Street. What we were told, and what I even thought at that time, is that we should be opposed to this type of settlement, is because we knew that the exact same challenges, not just limited to the environment, the damages to the environment, but also serious acts of weapons violations, robbery, violence amongst themselves, and violence against city staff, and experienced by Valley Water, that those were going to happen here, and they have not. In general, they have not. In 2023, the City Council passed an ordinance with the intent of protecting critical public infrastructure by banning the use of certain public right-of-ways as sleeping or living accommodation. While the 6th Street encampment does narrowly fall into the 100-foot zone adjacent to public infrastructure listed in the ordinance, such as underpasses, bridges, railways, water wells, and storm basins, to the best of my knowledge, they have not been damaged, nor do they appear to be threatened. While I do understand the importance of making and having consistent code enforcement, the intent of the 2023 ordinance, which is protecting critical infrastructure, is still being achieved. And finally, we often talk about the costs associated with managing and mitigating the challenges of homelessness. This is one of the reasons why I thought it would be appropriate to bring this back. We heard a lot of discussion this evening from different departments and different agencies from Santa Clara County. And typically what we hear in Gilroy is that the cost to mitigate the unhoused with our quality of life officer team is about $600,000. But what we also learned today, that we're probably going to spend about $100,000 in cleanups. But we also learned is that we already knew, but we have to remind ourselves, is that we have 2 full-time staff in our housing department at not an insignificant cost, that are also doing their best to deal and prevent homelessness. We have CDBG money, I believe around $50,000 that was applied this year to prevent homelessness. So the direct and indirect costs just from our city alone are not $600,000, are probably closer to $1 million. And when you start to think about the numbers that I just heard from Santa Clara County, the amount of money that they're spending down here was far and above what I ever even imagined. But there's other costs that go on down here in South Santa Clara too, and as some of our council members talked about before, we all have, even though it's not City of Gilroy money, it's our tax money. And if you think of the amount of money that Valley Water is spending on abatements, or have over the years, the amount of money that Caltrans continues to spend on abatements, if you think of the amount of money that the Salvation Army, that South County Community Services, that Community Solutions spend on preventing and dealing with homelessness, as well as, finally, the cost of private interests. Not just big private interests like Union Pacific, but local property and business owners and residences that deal with the consequences from bad actors, which, yes, does include some of those from the homeless community. These expenses include costs from garbage cleanup, preventing trespassing, destruction of property, loss of business, and theft. I know it full well. In 2025 alone, my small little family business was the victim of stolen tools, equipment, and vehicles of over $30,000 in 1 year alone. Unfortunately, for those of us in small business and construction and property ownership and agriculture, it's almost become normalized for this type of activity with our businesses. So while I appreciate the time and energy and the money associated with managing the unhoused over the past 5 years alone, since we began our quality of life officers, their cost alone is $3 million. But if you start to add up all of the other costs that it takes, that we are putting into preventing homelessness and dealing with homelessness throughout what's happening in South Santa Clara County over the past 5 years, it sounds like it's $6, $7, $8, or $9 million. And it is not uncommon, however, that the work we do in Gilroy with the unhoused, unfortunately, even though all this hard work is done, behind the scenes, what do we say about it? It's a cat and mouse game, it's a hide and seek game, and it's a whack-a-mole. And one thing that I can comfortably say, that what unites everybody in this community, I believe, and probably everyone in this room, and those of us that sit up here together, is that we believe that we are spending too much money on the unhoused challenges that we have in this community, and the outcomes are not good enough for us and the people in this room and this community. So because of that, for me, a vote to disband the 6th Street Encampment is a vote in favor of furthering supporting of the actions that we've already been taking that are not working. So this is why I encourage members of this body to cancel the abatement of the 6th Street Encampment. Further comments or questions? Sure.
So what's your solution for that piece of property long-term?
What do you mean by long-term, if you don't mind?
I don't know. That's the whole question. Like, it's great that you want to abate it, but there's clearly concerns that we have for that property, or at least this council member's concern for that particular property or city property. We hear from others that haven't spoken at all yet, like Councilmember Klein or what have you. But it's also unfair to extend out for 30 days and extend out for 30 days and extend out. So if you have something in mind of what you'd like to do, you should speak your mind now, and we should hear what that is, rather than just go, okay, we're not going to do it now, let's come back to it in 30 days, 60 days, 90.
Well, I think for a moment there, you said it was okay to abate it. I'm not interested in abating it right now. So
No, what I meant was not, if you're not going to abate it now,
yeah.
right, what is the future plan for that piece of property? Is it just, hey, we're going to come back every 30 days and we'll see what happens, which is kind of bummer for them,
Yeah.
right? Or is it, hey, I want to have a permanent spot here. This is going to be the new permanent spot in Gilroy for a transition center or something.
I don't believe that, as you said, that property is a good spot for a permanent spot. I do not think that at all. The fact that we've all talked about this today and other council members have talked about it, the fact that we have put together an ad hoc committee, I do believe that this gives the ad hoc committee a chance to get together, form the committee, get the stakeholders in place, and start talking about some options. I don't think it's appropriate for me as the mayor to start deliberating on what might happen with this ad hoc committee.
I was just wondering what your personal idea was going forward, but the ad hoc committee is 6 months of meetings, is that correct?
No, the ad hoc committee starts on June 8th and will be over by September 24th. We asked for an expedited.
So like 4 months, and then you might have some, so, I mean,
Yeah, it has to come back to council.
Yeah, and then you're going to come back, so it's 6 months more for this particular piece of land, is what you're saying. Then we'll be in winter, and then it'll be, well, we don't want to displace anybody in winter, we don't have a plan yet, so we're going to go into next year. I'm just trying to look down the road at what this means if we're going this way, and that everybody kind of puts that locked into their head, as opposed to another place where this camp could go.
My sense that this evening, if we had the opportunity, I am not going to come and ask for a 90-day, a 120-day. My sense is that if we walked away with a month-to-month, that we would be getting constant feedback from our quality of life staff. They would be the one giving us feedback. That if,
So we have to come back here every month?
No, that would be the terms that this camp moves forward on, and for some reason, our quality of life officers come back to us and say, things have drastically changed there for the better, it's time for this to end, that they could give us that advice, and we can make that decision.
I like that. You know, well, wait a minute. I think we need to have a little bit more discussion.
Sure.
But, no, a month to month would be okay with me, because I feel badly, if Camp Hope is doing so well, it should be a model encampment for other encampments around the city, and I wouldn't have a problem with that. Cleanliness, no fires, no drugs, no fights, no crime. You could be a model encampment for the state. And if we have it here, and it sounds like you have a really good handle on it with the mayor, I mean, that you do need a leader there. And I would assume you take control of the people. And the people who move in there know what you expect. Now, would you kick someone out if they started breaking the law? Yes. Okay. That's what I'd like to hear, because we don't want to have problems. And I am just really concerned, you know. And I didn't know how I was going to vote when I walked in here. I was going back and forth, back and forth. But I like what the mayor said. We don't need to have, you know, an hour discussion every month on this, but if there are issues, quality of life comes in, they talk about it, and then we make a decision right there and then. That really puts the onus on all the people who live there at the camp. If you want to stay there, you're going to be on the up and up.
Let me, Councilmember Klein?
I know you.
I'll go back to you.
Asked me about, I hadn't commented. We did a lot of commenting 3 months ago about this issue. And I've been out there discussing this with people and getting feedback. It's important to hear it from both sides. And we're not going to come up with a solution tonight in the sense of ending this thing. And so, yeah, you tie it into this ad hoc committee. I don't want it open-ended. So to me, the month-to-month is more of a compromise to me at this point, but that's kind of where I'm at with this.
Okay, I'm going to jump to Andy first, and then I'll go to Kelly, and then back to
I want to make
Fugazi.
a brief comment, which is that if the council's decision is to allow the encampment to continue for a while, it is better to put it that way as opposed to any kind of permanence, because if it becomes a permanent city facility, then there are liabilities that are attached to that, and there are laws that have to be obeyed in terms of how you run a public facility. And so I think if, in fact, the concept is that it goes month to month or for a smaller period of time, kind of at sufferance, that, from the city's standpoint, is a better legal position than it would be to give it some sort of permanence.
So what about if we did, you know, I would just hate to, again, be, I'm so tired, I can't think of words, but I don't want it to be a burden on staff to have to come back and give a report every month. But what about if we say, okay, yes, at the end of September is when we're going to have, you know, or we come back in October with something for council from the ad hoc committee. Let's extend it to October with the caveat that if there is any kind of issue, you know, they're starting to get calls for service, there's, you know, fights or anything out there that is disruptive or things have changed, then staff brings it back and says, hey, we just need to raise a red flag here and just want to give you update on what's happening. And then at that point, we can say, all right, it needs to shut down. But if it's moving along as is, it's not growing in size, there are no calls of service and things like that, then keep it there until, I don't know, October or something like that, when we come back with something to council from the ad hoc committee.
I like it.
So the goal from the last meeting is that, or not the goal, but the description that was given to us in the last meeting, that the residents of this particular camp were a set number, and that number was going to be reduced down, and no new people were going to be coming into the camp. Did I remember that correctly? Is that people's recollection? Is that your recollection, Greg?
No.
No?
That was my recollection.
Oh, okay. So going forward, we're not looking to reduce the numbers in the camp. We're looking to still add people into the camp as we go forward? Is that what this would do as well? Because you might be able to get me on board if you said, hey, I got a log of everybody in the camp, okay? And we're trying to get those people into housing, and we're going to start knocking people off the camp, and somebody's going to keep track of who's in the camp, and there's no new people coming into the camp. Then that seems like a better way of dealing with that situation. But if it's not, it's like the mayor, the other mayor, gets to decide who goes in and out of the camp, then no, it just becomes a continual situation that'll never be resolved, even to the time in which you come back with your results. There'll still be 25 or 22 or 17 or however many people in the camp on city property.
But if we set a number, say 25, whatever number the council wants, we could, well, but then we're also giving people who are out there struggling a chance to come in and get housing and you know, and get out of the situation. You know, but it would have to be under, I think it would have to be under pretty strict rules from the city since it's on our property. And it sounds like you have a good handle right now on it. But I have no problem keeping it at a steady 20, at a firm 25.
I think somebody should make a motion and we should move on.
Did I say?
Did Matt want to say something?
Yeah, I think when we start to put a whole bunch of criteria in place that we have to manage from staff's perspective, we change the dynamic dramatically on the location. It becomes very, very difficult for us to manage who's there today and not tomorrow and what the turnover might be. We are currently working over the last 90 days on the scenario of bring it back if there's an issue. And that worked really well because we're able to keep an eye on it and identify if there's issues and then bring it back to council's awareness. As you were suggesting, Councilmember Ramirez, I think that gives us an opportunity to say, hey, there's something going on here that the council needs to know about, but doesn't create that whole management structure and the oversight and the additional workload for staff in managing something that's not currently a city facility really and turning it into one.
Okay, but suppose it all of a sudden jumps to 50. I mean, who's managing that? You know, do we want to keep the number down, or do we want to say that no one else moves in once someone leaves? I mean, I think there has to be some guidelines.
So from my perspective, it's outcome-based. Is the camp functioning in a way that doesn't create conflict, where we don't have the issues that we have with garbage and that kind of a thing in other locations that are spread throughout the city, where the services can come to one location. And so I would be resistant to putting a number on it.
And the reason why is because if we're going to have them on a 30-day, unofficial or official feedback, if they come back and say there's a problem and one of those problems is too many people, then we have an opportunity to end it.
Okay. Okay.
And just on the record, I personally believe that we are taking on liability for the city, additional liability with this many people sitting on city property that are not managed by anybody from the city. So, okay.
Want me to try to make a motion, Greg?
Sure, thank you.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we allow Camp Hope to continue to operate, and barring any issues with our quality of life officers bring to us, that we allow them to be there.
You have a second?
Can you do a friendly amendment based on the recommendation by council to not have it extended forever? Just kind of put like at least come and have it be revisited in October or something like that,
It's on a month-to-month. We can revisit it whenever we want.
Okay, perfect.
All right, so I'm looking for a second.
Second?
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Bracco and a second by Councilmember Ramirez. Roll call, please.
Before you do that,
Thank you, sure. It's okay.
one more just brief comment, which is the sense of the motion, as I understand it, is that we would forbear abatement. In other words, not abate the property without a waiver of our right to enforce the city ordinance elsewhere or against this property when and if the council decides it's appropriate.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bracco?
Yes.
Councilmember Klein?
Yes.
Councilmember Fugazi?
No.
Councilmember Hilton?
No.
Councilmember Marks?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Yes.
Mayor Boso?
Yes, motion passes 5-2. Thank you. Okay, we're gonna take a quick 5-minute break, and then I am gonna move things around for you young folks that want to talk about tobacco. Okay, we're gonna get back to it. We're gonna move around a little bit. Thank you. Yeah, draw straws. We're gonna move the agenda around a little bit more in the name of 95 housing. We're gonna go to 9.3. We're gonna jump right to 9.3. Tobacco retailer permit potential density and flavored tobacco restrictions. Staff report, please. Bryce.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Let me go and pull that up real quick here. So this is a follow-up to agenda item that Council first talked about during the strategic planning session, and then later clarification August 4th meeting regarding the consideration of revising the tobacco ordinance, and at the time a discussion of the moratorium. The direction August 4th meeting was to pursue the two initiatives that were contained in a grant provided by County Public Health, reducing the density of tobacco retailers and flavored tobacco restrictions or ban. At the time, Council directed not to pursue a moratorium, but we ended up having issues with smoke shops, and so eventually the moratorium was put into place. It's important to note that this is not about the moratorium. That's a separate item that's coming before Council here very soon. So staff commenced work on this effort, and the research in their agenda packet is a much more detailed report. We'll do a high-level review as far as this oral report. So the density regulations are aimed to limit the concentration and location of tobacco retailers, really to kind of help limit proliferation of them in one particular area or in town in general. This is not an unknown process. The previous council adopted a similar density control, though not really for density, but for protection of youth, by establishing a 1,000-foot barrier or buffer zone around schools to where tobacco retailers could not locate. There was a grandfathering in provision, and so a business that started there or sold continuously in that location was able to continue operating, but new tobacco retailers cannot locate within the 1,000 feet of schools. So the proposal for under this provision is to limit retailer concentration. In research, 40% approximately of regional cities already regulate the density of tobacco retailers through a couple of different means. First is distance-based density regulations. So in Santa Clara County, all the cities that regulate density use distance-based regulations, and about 83% of the Bay Area cities use this as well. 69% use the 500 feet. That's by far the most common distance that's being used currently. There's a couple that use 1,000 feet, and then 600 feet are other measures. Some cities use population-based limits or a cap. So 21% of cities use that. Population-based usually fluctuates with the size of the city, so 1 per 1,000, 2,000, 2,500, etc. Some have a maximum cap will set, 25 permits. And then some will use other measures, like the city of Sonoma identifies actually 15 addresses, and so only those addresses are able to have tobacco retailers. And the two cities use a combination of distance-based and population-based, and so whichever is the more controlling is the one that the city utilizes. So the city has existing retailers, currently 45 retailers, 43 with tobacco retailer permits that are active. Let me go ahead and skip to the map as I talk about this slide here. We do notice that there's clustering. So this map is included in the staff report. We do have clustering of tobacco retailers along our major corridors. So obviously 1st, 10th, and then up through Monterey. And so that there is a lot of potential conflicts. And so the map identifies a barrier of the 500-foot buffer zone. And so anywhere the green spheres interact, we have conflict between existing TRPs. And so there's a couple of options that council can consider if they pursue distance-based, is to look at either grandfathering in, as was done with the schools, where existing TRPs and businesses could continue that retail location as long as contiguous and arm's length sales. The other option is also going with a legacy system where the existing business is able to continue to renew their permit, but the sale of a business, that is no longer something that would continue to the next business. Another consideration, and this came up as we were evaluating the options going forward and discussions, there's various business types that sell tobacco. So, grocery stores, convenience stores, gas stations, and of course smoke shops. The universal density restrictions can impact each differently. And so depending on the business model of, say, a smaller grocery store that may be a little more dependent on tobacco than, say, a larger chain may affect where they locate. But again, it's a very small ancillary use compared to the grocery functions of such stores. So there's some considerations that council could look at as far as categorizing different types of tobacco retailers. Grocery stores could have their own classification, and that way they're not in conflict with any convenience stores or in the same shopping center. And alternatively, smoke shops could also be looked at as having severe restrictions or prohibition about being issued a tobacco retailer permit. So there's other options as far as addressing any potential conflicts in those buffer zones. And then any others would then be subject to the general density restrictions. The other issue that we're examining was the flavored tobacco restrictions. And so the state ban, as we researched, is very extensive on flavored tobacco. But they did grant 3 exceptions in the law. One is for hookah, premium cigars, and then loose leaf, or also known as pipe tobacco. So council has 2 options we can maintain with the state law. The other option is if council wants to close those gaps and not have those exceptions be applicable to Gilroy, it could adopt stricter local restrictions that would then fall under the city code in order to enforce. And then finally, staff is recommending to council to look at centralizing the enforcement functions and the permit issuance functions into the police department. Right now, the process is decentralized across multiple departments: police, community development, finance, and then the city attorney's office gets called in for special cases. And so it requires coordination between the others, but centralizing the police department allows a single system. The police department could bring in resources from other departments, but it's a single system to manage the TRP process, as opposed to split across 3. So staff's recommendations, if council is interested in pursuing density, would be to apply the 500 feet distance. Again, we already do that for we already check for the 1,000-foot distance from schools, so it's only a minor additional lift. To define and exempt grocery stores, if council is interested in setting those aside. Additionally, with smoke shops, we're recommending prohibiting issuing TRPs to smoke shops, and then using a legacy system approach for existing retailers, so that once the current business ends, there's no automatic guarantee of a new TRP to the next property owner. Flavored tobacco, council direction, if it wishes to adopt a more stricter local ban. And then enforcement, we're asking council to authorize the small amendment to identify that TRP applications will go to the Gilroy Police Department. That completes the presentation. Some alternatives. That helps. Maintain the current system. Obviously, we can also consider different buffers or caps that were included, or other ideas that council may have. and then obviously we can modify an enforcement approach as well. There's no minimal fiscal impact, and our process is being grant reimbursed. No additional appropriations are needed to implement this at this time. And then next steps would be to implement council's direction and prepare the ordinance for whatever update is required to effectuate that. So again, asking for direction on the density restrictions, flavored tobacco, and centralized enforcement. That completes the presentation, and happy to address any questions.
Go ahead, Councilmember Hilton.
Thank you. So I first just want to say, I want to thank staff for working with us, for working with the advocates, public health, to get us to this space where we are today to jump in and make some comments. So I appreciate that. And what I want to hear throughout this discussion after we take public comment and all that too is really just a commitment from staff that we're going to enforce this, that we're going to come up with this and we're going to enforce this. I think centralizing it to the police department will more than likely help, but that's one thing that I'm still concerned with is that we might not have that full commitment to really get this done. My first question is, in the report it talks about that, well, currently it's staff choice to not seize legal products from businesses that don't even have a tobacco license, that are being sold without proper licenses. So why is that, and who makes that decision, and how will that decision come to them?
I have to defer to
So ultimately, that decision is mine. And with the enforcement that we've been undergoing, we've been trying to sort of right the ship a little bit. My focus has been on compliance and getting folks to the point of compliance. I think we've made good progress on that, as the documents in the attached to the staff report show. So when we're making the exceptions, or we're looking for opportunities to do the enforcement, it's a scaled process. So we start sort of with the step one. We move through multiple steps until we get further along. Of course, when we're looking at a clear direction and we've spelled the things out clearly for the retailers, and there's egregious violations, then we'll take a more aggressive step towards the enforcement.
Okay. So there's a couple pathways, right? Because the pathway of where we are today began with the community. It was the community that came to my office, and I heard it in other places that were selling illegal stuff. So it's good to know that it ends with you, or starts with you, and it's whether it's a community member or coming through the council, or somebody from enforcement actually telling you and giving you that choice. My other question is, are we allowed to have buffers around like sensitive sites like healthcare, community centers, youth centers? Are we able to pinpoint that language specifically?
As far as anyone, unless the city attorney advises otherwise, yes, I believe we can do that. It just be the very clear direction about what it is that you're going to include in those buffer zones. And then we can go ahead and craft the language to reach that specificity. But Andy.
I would suggest if we're going to do that, we should have to do some staff research to have supporting evidence as to why that's appropriate, and not an arbitrary action as people oppose this by and large.
Yeah, and I think the advocates are ready. I'm ready to be able to say, this is an identified youth center. It sort of falls into the school. Like, we know at a school there's children. Well, we know at this youth hub or this new upcoming youth impact center is going to have children in it. So I'd like for us to be able to work on that a little bit, but we can talk about that in a second. The other one is I'm still a little confused on if I was an operating owner and I was going to sell my business off. That's the arm's length transaction. Like, I can sell it to the other person on the street and they can assume all my stuff. They're allowed to do that, but we're allowed to stop that if we want to stop that by saying, like, no, there's no grandfathering. You can't sell your thing off. You would have to go through the process yourself again. Is that the decision point we're trying to get at tonight too?
Correct. So when the prohibition around the 1,000-foot buffer around schools, at the time the ordinance was written, it's so that the business could sell their business, including their tobacco operation, be included in that consideration when they sell their property. The new business still has to go and apply and get their own tobacco retailer's permit. But there's an assumption that even though it's 1,000 feet, there'd be consideration because an arm's length transaction took place. One of the options that we have for council is to go with a legacy system where the existing business is allowed to continue. But once that business ends operation there is no longer that allowance that you would have with the grandfathering under the school system. And so the next applicant, if it's already inside a buffer zone of another TRP, would not be allowed to operate or sell in that location.
Okay. My final question is, can we restrict the time, can we as a council, like, change the code to restrict the time of business can be reissued a TRP if they violate it? Like 1 year, you can't do anything for 1 year, you can't do anything for 2 years. Like, is that something that we can subjectively do, or does that sit with the city administrator who goes through the enforcement stuff? Would that even reach us? What does that matrix look like?
Yeah, I don't believe it reached to council directly. There's a very detailed process in the code currently that takes it from that, and there are provisions where licenses can be revoked or suspended for different lengths of time depending on violations. There's a full appeal process contained in that one. So it wouldn't, under the current code, come to council directly. It would only be through an extension process of appeals.
And we would just know that if we like asked informational updates on, or whatever we do naturally today. Okay, thank you.
And matters could come to you on appeal.
On appeal, correct.
Which is a reason, by the way, in discussing this, we should not be talking about individual
Businesses.
tonight.
Correct, that's why I avoided it.
Thank you.
Councilmember Fugazi.
So, following up on one of the questions that Councilmember Hilton just had, if one of these businesses were to sell actual drugs, they're selling marijuana out of there, they're selling other things out of there, and or mushrooms. I think that happened, right? They were busted for that. Is the current code allow for them to basically have their TRP revoked because of selling that kind of product?
I'm not familiar enough off the top of my head to answer that. I know there's a process included in it, but as far as what is under the city code versus what's under state law, I know there's a variation and difference between that. So I'd defer to either finance or the city attorney may know a little bit more specifically, but.
Yeah, I think the answer probably is yes. But again, we have to go through the process.
But it's specific in the code saying that you can basically lose that, or it's just 6 months, 3 months, 2 months?
You can lose it for violating a tobacco retail permit. Now, selling illegal drugs other than tobacco may not arguably be violating a tobacco permit.
But it would probably violate the business license.
But it could violate the business license.
I think that's the route.
The-
Am I correct?
But you could have that in the code if we wanted to make that change.
The code I believe the code currently allows for an escalated enforcement for those egregious issues. So if there was a significant amount.
So how would that have gone down if we had done it correctly last year in penalizing the stores that got busted for magic mushrooms? How would that have gone down for that particular store?
So in the code, it's a may, not a shall. So it allows for discretion, and we apply the discretion based on the individual scenarios and where we think that there's a willful and egregious violation.
Could be more specific and more explicit and actually change the ordinance such that it says if you are found guilty of selling these illegal substances or class whatever illegal substances that you have immediate forfeiture of your tobacco retailer permit?
You can certainly change the code.
There's nothing to preclude us from doing that, Andy?
Well, you're making it sound very black and white, and this area of law tends to not end up being black and white when it gets applied. So I think we would have to look seriously at whether we could make it as draconian as you say.
Okay.
I don't want to give an opinion on that.
Understood. How many smoke shops did we have in town, say, 8 months ago?
Seven.
And how many do we have now?
We have one with their doors open.
So we've eliminated 6 smoke shops, somehow or another.
We have one with doors open, and we have seven 7 that have closed? 7 have closed with 1 open. And ongoing, as you've heard, ongoing appeals that are in play.
Correct. And if you were to define what a smoke shop would be, how would you define it?
So that definition is currently working its way through the Planning Commission from a land basis, from the land use amendments that are being proposed.
That comes in on Thursday?
Correct. That goes to the Planning Commission Thursday. And then the proposed ordinance, depending on council's action, if there is any regulation in the TRP on the smoke shop, would refer to that definition.
I was just asking for it colloquially, because just to be, because since we're talking about some of this stuff here, it was just in my head, what makes a smoke shop? They clearly don't sell the illegal products, right?
No, I believe it's, I think the proposal is about floor space, or the amount of space is being used for sale.
Percentage of the floor, of the retail space being devoted to tobacco products.
Got it.
Or related products, but not illegal products per se.
Okay, got it. That'll be it for now.
Additional questions? Yeah, go ahead.
So I'm not sure about, procedurally, I have a concern about nitrous oxide. Would that be something we should discuss tonight, or would that be something I need to bring back potentially in a fair memo?
Yeah, I would recommend we bring it back separately.
Thank you.
All right, let's jump to public comment. And just want to make it clear, we're going to go 2 minutes, you guys, tonight instead of 3 minutes since it's getting a little late. Is it okay? All right, thank you. I can go 1 if you want. Okay.
Alina, Jordan, followed by Jesse.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Alina. I go to Christopher High, and I am a young person from Gilroy. I am a part of a group of youth who conducted a survey with other youth here in Gilroy to better understand how cannabis use is impacting our community. According to the city's report, there are 45 tobacco retailers in Gilroy, which is 1 retailer for every 1,353 residents. We also note that 9 of these retailers, about 1 in 5, are located within 1,000 feet of schools. From our youth survey, 63% of young people said cannabis products are very or somewhat accessible in Gilroy. As youth, we are experiencing an environment where these products are highly visible and easy to access. Because of this, we are asking for fewer tobacco retailers and stronger distance requirements, especially around schools, so youth are less exposed in our daily lives. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jordan Ray. I go to Christopher High School, and I am a youth from Gilroy and a part of the group that conducted this survey. Flavored tobacco products are especially harmful because they mask the harshness of tobacco, making it easier for youth to start using and harder to quit. In Santa Clara County, 83.8% of youth say their first tobacco product was a vape, and 89.1% of flavored tobacco use is through vapes. These products are clearly designed to appeal to young people. From our survey, we know youth are already interacting with these products, and flavors make them more attractive. We are asking for stronger restrictions on flavored tobacco products so they are not available in our community. Thank you for your time.
Sorry about that. I forgot it was my turn. Hi. Good evening, council members and mayor. I just want to say thank you for your time. My name is Jesse Santos. I'm a program coordinator at Caras, actually at our youth center. And I'm very glad that Hilton brought up talking about a youth center. Because when we talk about specifically the buffers, where only school zones are brought up. But it really does need to include discussing about youth centers, because we've had our youth hub for I think, oh my gosh, it's going to be 2 years now. Crazy. But it's crazy because of the fact that we now have two places that sell tobacco-related products, which is crazy, that are, I think, within less than this 1,000 feet, which is weird because our youth used to go to this store. But it's bringing me to want to talk about, that in Santa Clara County, in the report, it said that about 40% of the cities in Santa Clara County are talking about these density restrictions in regards to tobacco retailers. And, it's great that we're talking about this because they're used to reduce clustering. Because when they're spread out, youth are less likely to be exposed to said paraphernalia. Sorry, checking my time. And I would love to say that Gilroy has strong protections. We don't. Our protections are more so, I would say, adequate. They're okay. They're not great. And I would love for us to be where we're saying they are strong. But we can't get there. The only thing that I would say is decent is the 1,000-foot buffer. So if we can copy cities like Milpitas, or at least take them for an example as a template, it would be great because, it would be great just because, why reinvent the wheel? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jesse.
Anastasia, followed by Liz, and then Thomas.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. And we did have other youth here today, but it's a school night, so they unfortunately did have to leave. But they did want to provide public comment. I wanted to mainly address about the information that was provided in the staff report. So we mentioned about how 21% of the Bay Area cities use caps to limit how many tobacco retailers that can operate. And a city that we can use as a model is Cupertino. So Cupertino actually has taken this approach to prevent growth and stabilize retail numbers over time. And I think thinking about the number of smoke shops is important, especially when our capita within Gilroy, our average capita, I think that's detailed in the Gilroy staff report, is actually higher than the average within California. And I think considering the numbers of how many people reside in Gilroy, specifically South County, that's a major concern. So I just want to say in Gilroy, currently there is no cap, which means the number of retailers can remain high unless there is a plan to reduce it. So the legacy system that was referred to in the staff report is a way to do that. But I think we have to think of a more preventative way than rather punitive, because the whole point is long-term and longevity. And if we're thinking that, we have to think of prevention. And if we're thinking of prevention, then we need to highlight maybe models that do that. So instead of trying to reinvent the wheel and instead rescale it back to Gilroy. And as we know, Gilroy is smaller than the rest of our Santa Clara County, but yet our numbers are relatively higher in comparison. So I think instead of it being more punitive and more trying to reinvent the wheel, we should use model cities that already in place this, like Council Member Carroll's mentioned, in terms of just using things that already work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Liz, followed by Thomas.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Thomas Lopez Lara, and I am in 8th grade at Solorzano Middle School here in Gilroy. I'm here today because I'm concerned about the number of tobacco retailers and shops in my community and how easy it is for youth at my age to be exposed to these products. At my school, I see many of my peers bringing vapes, marijuana products, and other flavored tobacco products onto campus. Some students are using them in bathrooms and discreetly in classes. Even though these products are illegal for anyone under the age of 21, they are still finding their way into the hands of students my age and even younger ones. This is not just something I've heard about. It's something I see happening around me, and it worries me. As a Latino student, I am also concerned about how these products are more common in communities like mine. Many tobacco retailers or vape shops are located in Latino neighborhoods, and it feels like our communities are targeted. This makes it even harder for youth to avoid these products. Youth like myself are growing physically and mentally, and using tobacco or marijuana at a young age can have a long-term impact on our health, our ability to focus on school, and our future. It can also lead to other substance uses. I'm asking you to please consider the stronger protections of for youth, including limiting how many tobacco retailers and shops are allowed in our city, and keeping them further away from schools, and restricting the flavored tobacco products that are especially appealing to young people. We need your help to ensure that kids like me can grow up in a healthier environment without being exposed or surrounded by these products. Thank you for your time, and thank you for listening to my concerns.
Thank you.
I have no further speakers.
Terrence, were you back on, or is that from before? No. Go ahead.
Had just a couple of points here. If there's one thing we're doing good in the state of California, it's keeping the youth off of tobacco products. It may not seem like that to you, but compared to the national average, I just pulled up the numbers. Even vaping is 5.9% incidence compared to over 10% in the rest of the country. I would love to say that taking these products and creating an artificial number of how many of these products can be sold, tobacco products in general, in our city would reduce the incidence of those habits. But the fact is that it's market-driven already, and where they are is going to be market-driven already, where they exist, and when they don't exist. And one of the things that, in asking about how many smoke shops are around, it's erroneous for people to think that smoke shops sell illegal products. They only sell illegal products in cities where they allow it. And guess where they were allowing illegal products? In Gilroy, okay? And so that's why the market, none of those businesses can survive only selling legal products. And so that's why you go from 7 to 1, because as soon as we started opening this can of worms up 6 months ago when I brought it up in the meeting, and we hounded and hounded and hounded staff to try to fix this problem, is why so many of them have left. And I don't believe putting together a whole complicated schema in a situation where we already saw the reduction in numbers in those places is an appropriate thing for an issue that is that small. If you want to go after something that's really harming youth, if this is where we're going to go, start with alcohol, because the incidences of death and injury and organ damage and brain damage and everything else is way, way more with alcohol. So start closing down the liquor stores in town, start closing down, any kind of beer open on the aisles in the supermarket or wherever else, because that's really what's causing the most amount of harm for youth. The second part of this that I missed a question to the city administrator on is the centralized enforcement. While I'm for centralized enforcement, in the research that I did, most of what I found and what was told of all the things I read online and looked for cities that are doing it through the police department, I couldn't even find any, especially in our size, that are doing it that way for the tobacco stuff, because of the amount of administrative work and everything else in getting them set up. And the two ways in this Bay Area or in California that it seems to be done is either through code enforcement or outsourcing to the county, which we know we're not going to do. So I would suggest we look a little bit closer at that with the cost of what all of our sworn or unsworn police staff happen to be able to manage something like this, and look to see whether or not, whether it's beefing up code enforcement to handle this might be a better idea. The other things I saw was code enforcement working obviously with legal for any kind of smaller enforcement actions, and the bigger enforcement actions that would require the police department being the ones to be called in on that. Anyway, that's all I have.
Councilmember Ramirez. Councilmember Hilton.
Thank you. So a couple of the other things building on what Councilmember Fugazi said, is that, sometimes when we spread this out across multiple departments, and I am for, putting this in one department, is that it also led to smoke shops masking themselves as gift shops, right? So you've got, oh, sure, gift shop sounds legitimate, and they don't check the tobacco thing, they start selling it. And it also created an environment where if businesses, legitimate businesses, had an actual license to sell tobacco, some of them just couldn't resist the urge to boost their profits and sell illegal stuff, right? Because we weren't looking, and they were boosting it. So over this next 30 days, because this is coming back June 1st, right? So you're looking for feedback at this point is what we're trying to do. So here's a couple of questions that I have that I want to be able to make sure we can add into this. And I'll just start throwing some stuff out there unless anybody else wants to make comments. So I would like to see if we could do other sensitive use sites such as community centers, youth centers. Santa Clara Valley Health Plan has that new community center that's right on Leavesley. If staff needs help knowing future ones, then please come ask us, because I can tell you that at Second in Monterey, they're planning the Gilroy Impact Youth Center. We obviously have CADAS getting ready to celebrate their 2-year. I personally, as much as I would love to be a little more progressive and say we should have a density buffer of 1,000 feet between businesses, the thing that concerns me the most is that I think we have pushed the illegal part of it out, and I do think that we do have this fear now, which is a good fear, that a legitimate business, you could have the police department do an undercover buy or a tap on the shoulder, and if you're selling bad stuff, I think they already know what's going to happen. It just happened to other people. I think legitimate businesses, like we had Circle K that got caught up in this, I think that, that they're a legitimate corporate business that is not going to get into the business of selling illegal stuff. But I am concerned about some of the places near the south end of our Gateway Center that want to develop. Maybe they want to put in more gas stations and stuff like that, and maybe they want to sell tobacco products to their loyal people that go to one service station over the other. I don't want to get in the middle of that. And I'm tired of seeing dilapidated buildings and weeds grow up, so I would rather have commerce there. So I'm considering, I would like to see a 500-foot buffer, though, between these places. I think that that's decent. I think that majority of the cities, do that, and it seems to work for them. Keeping the 1,000-foot from schools is, I think, very important. But I would like to see that density that we currently have around First Street, around Brownell Middle School. I would like to see that over time start thinning out. And I think we could do that if we put in that, not only that 500-foot density buffer, but I would like to have a discussion about limiting the grandfathering. I don't think that works. It's something that I know got put in there in the 2012-ish, but I'd like to see something ensuring that they can't apply for the new retailers that are coming in. I'd like to see a little bit of phase out over the time, and so that way they comply with the updated tobacco retail license ordinance. So that's kind of what I want to throw out there. I'd love to hear some discussion.
500 would mean that 2 gas stations across the street from each other couldn't sell cigarettes. Is that correct?
Currently, yes, but yes. So there are some, you are correct. If there was one that exists and one that's going to come in and be developed, that new one would not be able to sell a tobacco product.
Yeah, that's not good. And the grandfathering part of that is super anti-business, because the guy who's built up his business, it's no fault of his own where he happens to be, and built up the value in it and decides he wants to retire now and sell his business, the value of his business is 0 if he can't sell tobacco. And that's not fair to him. I think there's a natural progression of these things that'll go away and you'll eventually clear it out. And I think the school distances that are in there right now are adequate. I don't think limiting business anymore. This is a solution looking for a problem when you consider the numbers that we're talking about in terms of the incidence of use and everything. So I'm not in favor of those particular things. And I think overall that it'd be great for us to look at the entire section of that tobacco code holistically, like what is not working right now what is not something that the city administrator wants to enforce in that way, or what is it that we want to have stronger penalties for the things like illegal drugs or paraphernalia or these other things that if they are sold, there are real hard consequences for that.
And I agree with you. We talked about that a lot, about not getting in the way of business like that. And then Circle K showed up and they were like, you're getting in the way of our business. So I agree with you. And I think that, I would, the 1,000 feet from schools is obviously, I want that. And along with those sensitive sites, hopefully we can come to agreement on that. I think that I would feel more comfortable on not trying to pursue a density buffer if, like you said, if we can get this holistic look, talk to the new incoming police chief, maybe there's something from his previous department that can provide some leadership experts. We have, 3 new people at the top, right? The assistant administrator, new city administrator, new police chief. Don't ever let us get it back to where it was in Gilroy. Don't do that. I want to put that burden on you. They want to put that burden on you. And don't let this go. And that will make me feel more comfortable that we've gotten rid of all the bad actors, and the future ones, they don't even want to mess with Gilroy anymore. And my last thing would be just like, thank you for at least trusting this process, as uncomfortable as it's been, because there's other cities that like Campbell, I want to say they had 40. It was uncontrollable. That's uncontrollable. San Jose, uncontrollable. We did this. We took charge of this despite of every other issue that we've dealt with. And I think we've done a good job and a good job telling that story. So, I mean, unless anybody else wants to jump on the density thing.
Well, I'll add to it. I'll jump
thank
on
you.
because I'm cautious about the 500-foot too, especially right now. We even have a sign up that says there's a potential business coming in the space, like you just said, and you want the old building down, you want the weeds down, and I would hate for that to get in the way. And if you're wondering, could that actually happen? We already know it already did with Circle K, so I'd be careful about that 500-foot density as well.
Do we already have on the books 1,000 feet?
For schools, not from each other, though. We're talking about from each other.
Right. So I'm just curious about the grocery store across the street from St. Mary's. I guess it doesn't sell tobacco?
It does. It's on there.
But there's also a,
No, they got grandfathered in 2012 when we first came up with this. Yeah, a few of them got grandfathered, but that was one in particular that already had their license before.
but there's also talk of grocery stores being
Exempt.
Right.
I mean, that would,
I'm not concerned about a grocery store, but I just wanted to make sure they didn't get exempted, that's all.
yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, except that it's next door to a school. It falls in with that zone. So.
It wouldn't be allowed, and which is the one reason why I don't think, I would like to get us away from grandfathering. I don't know. I know the rest of you might not think that, but it's just something that I'm willing to, that is something that I would like to see, because I think it would peel out over time. I don't think that a grocery store that had a a grocery store that had a tobacco license, all of a sudden wants to rechange or rezone it or whatever, and it's something different, but they can take that TRP and hand it to somebody else, and it'll always be next to St. Mary's or Cada's Youth Hub.
Right, but you have a filling station with a name similar to somebody in the dais that's close also to a school, I think, or relatively.
There's a lot right there.
And that filling station has on their revenue number, a certain amount of dollars, and that filling station is going to have a penalty when they try to sell it to somebody else. And they shouldn't have to be penalized for that.
And I think that there is a distinction between, the smoke shops. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we've brought up any illegal activity with this, with the gas stations and the grocery stores and things like that. What was that? Well, at least with the grocery stores, I don't think that there's going to be anything, right?
I also think maybe there's up here, there might be a difference of opinion on grandfathering. I don't think grandfathering in my world automatically means ability to change ownership. So if somebody sells, right, we should probably explore the rules related to if somebody does sell, can they transfer ownership by the sale of a business? Can they transfer their TRP? Right? Because that's not what
Well, they don't transfer their TRP, they transfer the ability to have a TRP continue with that business, is the way I understand it.
That was the arm's length transaction, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So it is. It's like selling your taxi license. Like,
Sure, yeah.
Well, what do you mean I don't have one? This is my retirement as I sell this, and then I.
Well, there you made my point.
Yeah. I know. I get it. I get it.
And in smoke shops, you know, that's why I asked the question about what is a smoke shop? Because even under the way that it was described, if I want to have a 2,500 square foot building with 300 square feet of tobacco product in it, and that's all I have, maybe that's not a smoke shop. And there is this affiliation with illegal stuff in smoke shops because that's what happens everywhere around, and that's why they have that kind of thing. And they also violate sign laws, and they violate all of these other things. And if a city allows it to happen, then that's what you're going to get.
So the definition that's being proposed for smoke shop is 15% of the floor area of a retail space is used for the tobacco or related tobacco displays, tobacco advertising, that kind of a thing.
So 85% of the store can be other things, and
15% or more is considered a smoke shop.
Okay. Well, then that could be a lot of things that are smoke shops.
So I have a clarifying question then. So like if you go into a certain, like if you go into any establishment that has a TRP, is that something that they'll be looking at? Like, hey, more of your floor space has this. You're actually leaning a little too much towards being a smoke shop now than you are this.
Convenience.
Is that correct? So will that come back by June 1st? So we do it on the same night, or is that different? Because that. All right.
So the provisions and input that we have for the density and the flavored tobacco, yes, would be coming back June 1st. If there's other changes, we'll move to meet that. We'll make that happen.
So with an example, let me have a clarification here, because you were talking about classifying these as smoke shops, so then you can define where we can't have smoke shops, right? That's the idea, right? So in other words, like downtown, right? You can say, oh, well, there can be cigarette sales downtown, but there just can't be smoke shops downtown.
Land use in downtown.
Right? And that's the reason why you're creating these delineations between the types, right? So therefore, if you are a mini mart downtown that has 14.5% of their square footage for cigarettes, you're perfectly all right. And guess who goes into mini markets more than they go into smoke shops? Kids. So it's not really going to lead to anything of benefit by having a different delineation for something that's a smoke shop.
We'll have to have some certain percentage. What do you suggest?
I don't think you do. It doesn't matter how much percentage somebody is selling of something in order to now define whether or not they can be somewhere. Why would you care if a 500 square foot place, even downtown, is legally selling legal tobacco products? Their storefront looks like it's supposed to look like. They're obeying all of the rules. Why do you care? You don't care about selling frozen slushy alcohol on the corner of 5th Street, right? That kids can see with a placard out front. Why would you care about that downtown? So I'm just completely opposed to creating any kind of nomenclature that defines the different ones. I'm totally in favor of the school limits, totally in favor of strict enforcement against illegal things that we have, and unifying the enforcement in one area. But I don't think there's a need for that. In fact, that's why we have one smoke shop. I doubt you're going to even have more than one or two more pop up, because there's 6% of Gilroy smokes or uses tobacco products. It's 11% total tobacco products. That's 6,000 people. How many stores selling tobacco products do you think you could possibly have to service 6,000 people? It's not that many.
So we're okay with also adding in the community center and youth centers too, along with the schools? You're okay with that?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Do you have the correct direction at this point, Bryce?
At this point, the direction I stand is that we're not pursuing density restrictions. We are adding sensitive areas as described, the youth centers and community centers. The one element is the holistic review. I believe that was part of the direction as well, but I want to make sure that is consistent.
To be a little bit more specific, we've talked about a number of different things tonight. That's why I was referring to it that way. we did speak about, or I spoke about centralized enforcement, but also the ability to tighten up the penalties for truly illegal products or illegal drugs in a way that is legally, we're able to do it legally. Add more teeth to it.
Yeah, and I think those teeth are going to be, it has to come back, somehow rise to our occasion to be able to put that in the code to say, no, we're not giving you discretion anymore on, it's like, no, you violate it, it's 1 year away, 2 years away. I think that's what we're looking for, right?
Yep. All right. Thank you, Bryce.
Thank you.
Oh, we do?
Might as well vote now.
All right. Yep. We have a long way to go.
Well, so here's a way you can go. Is you can literally just say, can we bypass this guy? Those guys.
On which one, CDBG or all of them? Oh. Okay. Okay. First thing I'm going to do is see if we have an agreement that we're going to stay in open session past 11 o'clock. You stuck your tongue out. What does that mean?
The 18th is just as fast.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Huh? Well, there is, isn't there?
So for the record.
CDBG.
The vote is to continue, is that correct?
Yeah, we did have a consensus.
What?
The vote is to continue, correct?
Yes.
For the record.
Yeah. Yeah, CDBG is a public hearing. Are we going to do staff report?
Yeah. We'll do a 3 staff report.
Okay, so we are going to move on to item number 7.1, and we're going to go into express mode at this point in time. So conduct a public hearing to approve Community Development Block Grant Citizen Participation Plan and Program Year 26-27 Annual Action Plan, including funding allocations. Any ex parte communications? I don't think so. And staff report, please.
20 seconds, Sharon?
A fast
Yes,
one.
it will be very fast.
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and members of the community. Tonight, we're seeking your approval, formal approval of the Citizen Participation Plan, Annual Action Plan, including the funding allocations. So at the April 6th council meeting, council received the draft Citizen Participation Plan, draft Annual Action Plan, and provided staff direction on the funding allocations. On that same day, we heard from HUD about our annual funding allocation. The actual amount is at $362,315. And we have also updated our prior year's resources to $22,117. That gives us a combined amount of $384,432. So based on the council direction received that night and all those actual numbers, we have adjusted the proposed allocations accordingly and proportionally according to council direction. So tonight is the formal approval on those actual numbers. So here's just the tabulation of the numbers I just talked about. And then this slide is based on the council direction, the allocations for each nonprofit organization. And the total full table, you can see that on your PDF, the agenda packet PDF page 130. The adopted budget contains staff's original estimate of $400,000. And as I mentioned, the total amount turned out to be $384,000. So staff has drafted a budget amendment resolution to basically reflect that difference and is seeking your approval tonight. So here's staff's recommendations for you to approve the CDBG Citizen Participation Plan and the Program Year 26-27 Annual Action Plan, including the funding allocations, and direct staff to submit this to HUD, and also authorize staff to make any changes as needed to comply with the HUD CDBG submission guidelines, and then adopt a resolution amending the 26-27 year budget within the CDBG fund. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Sharon? Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing. Ask the city clerk if there's any public comments. Oh, I do believe there's a public comment. There's a couple, correct? Okay, you guys, come up and state your name, please. We know you, but state your name.
Yes, Liz Murillo, board member for Rebuilding Together Silicon Valley. On April 25th, we held our Spring Rebuilding Day. Thank you, Councilman Ramirez, for going out and visiting the site. Each of you do have a sheet that goes a little over what we did on Doris Court. So this 60-year-old woman has built a life grounded in family, hard work, and deep roots. She was born at Fort Meade, where her father was stationed during the military service, and later settled in California, where her family's history runs deep. Gilroy has long been her home for her family, and the house she lives in today has been part of that legacy since 1964. It was originally built by her grandfather on her father's side, a home created with care, craftsmanship, and family in mind. She is the proud mother of 2 grown sons, one living in Chico, the other in Oregon. They no longer live nearby. They remain a central part of her life. She is incredibly proud of the men they are becoming and the past they are carving for themselves. Their success and their independence are among her greatest accomplishments. She earns her living as a hairdresser, a career she has dedicated herself to for many years. Her work is more than a job. It is a way to connect with people and serve her community. She finds fulfillment in helping others feel confident and cared for. Much of her free time is spent focused on her work, which she considers meaningful and rewarding. Family history and legacy are deeply important to her. The home she lives in is not just where she resides, but a symbol of continuity and belonging. She has no plans to move and hopes to pass this house down to her children, keeping it in the family for generations to come. Support from Rebuilding Day helped her preserve this longtime family home, allowing her to continue living safely in this place that represents her roots, her family stories, and the future she hopes to leave for her sons. Thank you so much for your support of Rebuilding Together Silicon Valley. We were able to do exterior painting, demolition.
Thank you so much, Liz. Thank you so much. So you did great. We're going to change it to 1 minute, sorry, in the space of time. So
Okay, I
go for it.
practiced for 2, but let me see. I
Sorry.
will just tell you a story.
I'll let you
then
know when it's
that, Okay. So my name is Cassandra Flores. I am the Director of Support Services at SourceWise. And through the CDBG partner in the past year, we have helped different clients, individuals, and community members with the transportation program. So Delia is a 81-year-old Gilroy resident who depends on weekly dialysis treatments to survive. She and her husband no longer drive, and without nervy family support, transportation quickly became a serious barrier to her health. Without reliable rides, Delia faced the very real possibility of missing dialysis, something that could have had devastating consequences. That changed when she was connected to the SourceWise Senior Transit Program, and in her own words, SourceWise has been a blessing. They get me to dialysis appointments for me. This is a matter of life or death. Dialysis is what it keeps me alive. And Delia has made 100% of her dialysis appointments.
Thank you.
So
Great job. Perfect.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm Deanne with Rebuilding Together Silicon Valley. You've seen me a lot this spring, and I appreciate the opportunity to continue to share with you about our organization. In the interest of time, I would like to just share with you about our upcoming Lunch and Learn this Thursday in San Martin. We're partnering with Gilroy and Morgan Hill as part of Affordable Housing Month, where we're inviting contractors, volunteers, and potential clients to come and join us and learn more about our program. In fact, Julie found out about us last year at our Lunch and Learn that we had here in Gilroy. So thank you for your support. We appreciate it, and we look forward to our continued partnership.
Thank you.
Elizabeth? Oh.
Hi, good evening. I'm actually really interested in the community planning process plan. I think that's really, really important. People who speak primarily Spanish tend to respond better to radio ads than newspaper ads, and you might also think about pushing text messages. Also, people with lived experience, I really hope you consider having some people on the ad hoc committee. We really have, I think it would be really helpful. Some of us have been doing policy work and also have lived experience.
But this is not on the topic of the agenda.
It is. CPP is part of it.
But the ad hoc committee that we put together is not.
It's on homelessness. right? And you would also get HUD points. Anytime you've got people with lived experience on any project, you get extra points for HUD funding. It would help the town very much. The other thing that it sort of seems to me is you guys have a lot of power because you're allocating funds. You can tie conditions to the funding such that this housing rehab have
Thank
it
you so
as
much,
a
Susan.
My name's Elizabeth. Thank
I'm
you,
sorry. I'm
Mr.
sorry. Thank you
Bozo.
so much.
Yeah.
Thank
can
you. Your
tie
time's up. Thank
conditions
you very
for the
much.
youth getting trained.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. I am Angelica Holgain. I am the Director of Programs for Silicon Valley Independent Living Center. The Housing Services Program for Gilroy residents with disabilities has assisted residents and their families to acquire the knowledge and skills to be able to retain current housing or transition from being unhoused or institutions, unstable or temporary housing to permanent affordable housing. With the ongoing support of the city, SVLC was able to provide one-on-one housing, counseling, education, resources, and advocacy to 43 Gilroy residents with disabilities, older adults with chronic health conditions, and the public. We appreciate your ongoing assistance and look forward to working together collaboratively. Thank you so much. Have a great night.
Thank you.
I have no further speakers.
All right. Any additional questions or comments for staff? Okay.
Close the public hearing.
I'm going to close the public hearing, and I'm going to go ahead and entertain a motion. It's a long one.
Well, Sharon already gave the recommendation. I think you could just move the staff recommendation if that's the intent.
Okay, I move for staff's recommendation. Looking for a,
I'll second it.
okay, thank you. So I moved, and I have a second by Councilmember Hilton. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bracco?
Yes.
Councilmember Klein?
Yes.
Councilmember Fugazzi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hilton?
Aye.
Councilmember Marks?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Yes.
Mayor Boso?
Yes, motion passes 7-0. Moving on to item 7.2, adopt a resolution approving tentative map TM 2401 and architectural and site review AS 2407 for the construction of 42 townhomes located at 95 Housing Street, APN 790-36012.
Good evening. My name is Vanessa Sanchez with the Community Development Department, and the item before you tonight is a tentative map, application 24-01, and architectural and site review, application 24-07, located at 95 Houston Street for proposed 42-unit townhouse development. Detailed information can be found in the staff report, so in the interest of time, we're going to go straight to the recommendations. Staff recommends that the City Council determine this project is exempt from further environmental review pursuant to State SUCA Guidelines, Section 15332. Adopt a resolution approving vesting tentative map TM 24-01, subject to the findings and conditions outlined in the draft resolution. And lastly, adopt a resolution approving architectural and site review permit AS 24-07, subject to the findings and conditions provided in the draft resolution. I'm available for any questions, and we also have the applicant here as well.
Any questions for staff? Yep, go ahead, Councilman Rivers.
Just a quick question. The 80 cars that are going to be, approximately 80 cars based on the number of units, the intersection of Housen and Monterey, will this project trigger that signal to be, no?
No. No, it was analyzed in the transportation analysis, and none of the intersections triggered any improvements.
Any more questions for staff? No? Okay, I will open the public hearing.
I have no speakers.
Okay. I'll close the public hearing. And,
Okay, we need three separate motions here.
Okay.
The first one should be determine the project
Thank you.
exempt from CEQA, or from further environmental review under CEQA.
So moved.
Second.
okay, so we have a motion by Councilmember Hilton and a second by Councilmember Marks. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bracco?
Yes.
Councilmember Klein?
Yes.
Councilmember Fugazzi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hilton?
Aye.
Councilmember Marks?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Yes.
Mayor Boso?
Yes, motion passes 7-0.
The second motion should be to adopt a resolution approving the tentative map.
So moved.
Second.
It's motion by Hilton, second by Marks. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bracco? Councilmember Klein?
Yes.
Councilmember Fugazi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hilton?
Aye.
Councilmember Marks?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Yes.
Mayor Bozo?
Yes, motion passes 7-0.
And the third motion would be to adopt the resolution approving the architecture and site review as described in the agenda.
So moved.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Marks and a second by Councilmember Hilton. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bracco? Councilmember Klein?
Yes.
Councilmember Fugazi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hilton?
Aye.
Councilmember Marks?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Yes.
Mayor Bozo?
Yes, motion passes 7-0. Thank you for the help, Andy. Moving on to item number 8, unfinished business. Adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Gilroy calling a general municipal election and adopt a resolution submitting a measure increasing the rate of the City of Gilroy transit occupancy tax. Staff report, please. Is it on?
Test check.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, members of the community, city staff. Today, we're here to adopt a couple of resolutions calling for the general municipal election. The municipal election is scheduled for November 3rd. We are requesting consolidation with the county for the election. We're also going to be placing a TOT measure on the ballot. Concur with the initial TOT rate at 11% and approve a not to exceed rate structure of up to 13%. An election overview, the election date for this 2026 is November 3rd. There are 3 council seats that are up for election in districts 4, 5, and 6. They are all for 4-year terms that will end in 2030. We're looking for the county coordination is required for the ballot and voter materials as well as polling and tabulation. Some key deadlines that we have: the nomination period, it opens July 13th, 2026 and closes on August 7th, 2026. Between that time frame, any candidates can make an appointment with the city clerk's office to pull nomination papers and run for office. The ballot measure resolution deadline is August 7th. Arguments are due on August 11th, and rebuttal and impartial analysis are due August 18th. The deadline for submitting the resolution calling for the election is July 1st.
I'll quickly cover the TOT. In addition to calling the election, we are placing a TOT measure on the ballot as well. Consistent with the council's prior discussions and directions, we have brought forward the measure and crafted it in a manner achieves 2 things. One is increasing the TOT rate from the current 9% and changing the rate structure to a not to exceed 13%, and then also we're recommending and asking the council concur with the initial rate of 11%. That's consistent with some of the feedback that we had gotten from the community, not the community survey, but the lodging operator survey, as well as our partner organizations, the chamber, as well as Visit Gilroy. So that's how the ballot measure is crafted. It provides the council flexibility, again, having to adjust the rate over time in the future. The ballot is crafted in a manner that it is a general tax, so it does require a majority voter approval. From a fiscal impact perspective, the cost of the elections are approximately $214,000. In the adopted budget, we have budgeted $300,000 within the general fund. We're also having discussions with the council on a potential sales tax ballot measure. If the council were to subsequently at a future council meeting add that, the additional cost would be about $86,000. All of that would still be accommodated within the existing appropriations. From a revenue standpoint, particularly from the TOT, correction there in the staff report, there's a reference of $300,000 million. It should be just $300,000. At 11%, it would generate approximately $300,000 a year. At a maximum not to exceed, it would generate approximately $700,000. Those are in current today dollar values. I have the ballot question here. I won't read it, but we have vetted this out with our legal team. It complies with the requirements of the ballot question, the way it's supposed to be crafted. The limitation on the number of words includes a sunset clause, who's going to pay for it, what it's going to be used for, and so forth. So the recommendation, again, before you, two resolutions. One is to call the general municipal election. We are asking the council concur with the initial TOT rate of 11%, and then the resolution B is the placing the measure on the ballot. That concludes our report.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? None? Okay, public comment? No speakers? Okay, then, you want to help me with this one again? All right.
First motion would be to adopt the resolution calling the general municipal election, coordinating it with the statewide general election, and requesting the services of the registrar of voters.
A motion?
Second.
Okay, motion by Klein, second by Ramirez. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bracco?
Yes.
Councilmember Klein?
Yes.
Councilmember Fugazi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hilton?
Aye.
Councilmember Marks?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Yes.
Mayor Bozo?
Yes, motion passes 7-0.
Second motion would be concur with setting the initial transient occupancy tax rate at 11%, assuming that the third motion is adopted to put it on the ballot.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Ramirez, second by Marks. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bracco?
No.
Councilmember Klein?
Yes.
Councilmember Fugazi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hilton?
Aye.
Councilmember Marks?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Yes.
Mayor Bozo?
Yes, motion passes 6-1.
The third motion is to adopt a resolution placing the measure on the ballot to increase the TOT from 9% to a not to exceed maximum rate of 13%.
A motion?
Second.
A motion by Klein, second by Hilton. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bracco?
No.
Councilmember Klein?
Yes.
Councilmember Fugazi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hilton?
Aye.
Councilmember Marks?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Yes.
Mayor Bozo?
Yes, motion passes 6-1. Okay, last item is 9.4, review and discussion of campaign finance laws, contribution limits, and related enforcement. Staff report, please.
Yep, I'll go ahead and open up this item, introduce this item, and then I'll turn it over to council for discussion. The item before you is a legislative agenda item for the council, which is to review the city's campaign finance laws, contribution limits, and related enforcement, particularly as the city has transitioned to district-based elections in 2025. The city's campaign finance regulations are codified in Chapter 8B of the city code, which is attached to the staff report in itself. It was last updated in 2012, as well as 2015, where the contribution limits were increased to the current $750 for the election. In addition to that, included with the staff report is a memo from the city attorney addressing a couple questions that were raised by the members of the council, particularly regarding the council members remaining in the residency of the district from and by which they were elected, as well as whether the city's voluntary campaign expenditure limits are applied on number of residents in the city as a whole or by district, and that memo is included in there. That concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, turn it over to council for discussion and direction.
What is the model that other cities that have moved from at-large to district, do you know any, in terms of how would they change their voluntary limits?
We haven't done any, again, legwork research on this, but that's on pending council direction. If council wanted us to go ahead and explore that, we would take that direction.
I have a question.
Can I ask what that question was again?
The question was, if we're thinking about changing the voluntary maximum limits that we have to scale to a district size, is there another other cities that we could look at to model after that have gone from at-large to district-based elections, and what did they do in that respect?
Well, in that case, I agree with Arjo Tan. Yeah, there's no real legal issue on it. Because it's a voluntary contribution limit, or voluntary expenditure limit. The Supreme Court treats these things as First Amendment issues, so there are campaign finance issues. But right now, the voluntary expenditure limit is $1 per resident, because that's in our laws, which were established in 2012 and 2015, as Arjo said. That refers to the whole city. That's the point of my memo. You could change that to refer to the district. or you could change it to a different number for districts. And it's only a voluntary thing, as I said.
But is this the one that is connected to the individual contribution limit as well on the one paperwork that we signed, is 75 versus 750 or something like that, that you agree?
They're separate limits. They're both in the same ordinance. The $750 is the contribution limit, and that's not voluntary, that's a mandatory limit. And again, that's subject to First Amendment analysis. A case just came out last week from Oxnard that upheld the $750 limit, actually, against the First Amendment challenge. Ours has been that since 2015. It started out at $250, and it was changed in 2015 to $700.
Okay, that's fine.
Councilmember Hilton.
Okay.
Oh, Councilmember Ramirez.
And I'm getting asked this all the time, and I don't know what the answer is. So what are the specific residency qualifications and requirements? Because I think that we need to really identify those and be very transparent and specific about that. So let's say I am, living somewhere, and you say, well, you need a water bill or a PG&E bill or a utility bill. Well, but there is talk about residency in here too. So the question I have is, if I'm renting a room and my landlord is paying for all of my utilities, how do I then, we need to know what specifically identifies.
How do we know that person's really living in that district? That's the question.
Yeah, and the answer is that it is a fact-dependent inquiry. And in fact, there have been cases. There have been cases where a council member moves from one city to another and wants to remain to being a council member in the former city. And there are issues where a council member will rent a room or will live with their parents, for example, or other family members. And each one of those would have to be looked at separately to figure out if that is a bona fide residence for California.
And I think the question is, though, how do you prove that, if it's a bona fide residence?
As I said, it's fact-dependent. It depends on where you vote, where you get your mail, where you pay utilities, where you live, where you visit, where your parents potentially.
Okay, so thank you. So who looks into that?
There's your question.
Is it like this, does the city, who actually?
I think initially, our ordinance says you must be a resident of the district for 30 days before you file the papers. So if there is a question, I think you have to establish it. The city clerk initially would, as the election official, would look at it. If it's challenged by somebody, then it could become a legal issue that we have to.
That the city attorney gets involved with?
The city attorney can get involved, but ultimately, we can't, it's not really our decision. And there are cases where an opponent has filed a lawsuit, for example, or a voter is just mad at somebody and says, wait a minute, that person doesn't really live here. Okay. So I'm being a little vague, but that law is somewhat murky too.
Well, I'm just thinking, as the city clerk, what direction does she have? What does?
So the city clerk, I think, and she explained it well on Saturday, but the city clerk will look at where the individual is registered to vote.
Okay.
30 days prior to filing the papers.
Okay.
And so that's the black and white from the city clerk's perspective.
Go ahead, Councilmember Hilton.
And that might not be the ultimate answer if we're challenged.
Yeah, I think we learned on Saturday this is a super fluid law. So, yeah, but I think it's important for us to get this out, right, and just get it on the record of what our pathways are. That was the real emphasis behind us finding this out and getting on the legislative work plan so we could get these questions answered. So the city clerk's office will not confirm during that elected's 4-year term whether they live there or not, right? You're sort of like, it's set and done, right? We're not rechecking anybody's. Obviously, candidates can do that and campaigns can do that on their own by getting the ROVs, but the city clerk's office is not doing any of that.
Correct. If it's reported to us, then we would take
Fact-based
further
and
action
take all that.
and, involve the city attorney, but.
And as I said, there are lawsuits called quo warranto lawsuits, which are designed to determine whether someone is eligible to occupy the office that they've been elected to.
Okay.
And those, we haven't seen any in Gilroy, of course, but there have been in elsewhere on the peninsula.
Okay, so moving a little bit to the finance law stuff. So the city clerk's office manages the incoming FPPC filings. What's our process if we know violations are being made? I understand it's you're obligated under state law to accept the filings whether we know they're in violation or not. But can you talk just briefly about what your process is when you know that there's violations or somebody brings up violations to you?
If there are violations, anybody can report another person to the FPPC, but if it's brought up to me, I will report it to the FPPC, and they take it from there.
Okay, and then how are these laws incorporated into like the candidate training you'll do, or I don't know if the city administrator will do any type of briefings, but how is this information passed along to the candidates so they understand it?
We are working on I'm working on putting together with Matt an extensive candidate guide for the newly electeds when they come on board.
Awesome.
To go over everything.
Okay.
Yeah, when they file.
Yes, correct.
Did we already do public comment?
No.
Okay. I've got some discussion after that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Public comment?
I have no speakers.
Okay, back to Hilton.
So here's a couple of questions that we wanted to make sure that everybody had their chance to take a bite out of this, and if there's anything that you think we should change. So are we okay with the current process of, we understand how someone can report a violation of FPPC. We understand we're not going to be checking, PG&E records and water bills and all that kind of stuff, but that if anybody up here sees something, say something, we know where to go. If any campaign season says something, we want them to have that, understand that that's where they can go. I think that's one of the biggest things that we wanted to get out there is to try to deter people from thinking they can just kind of get away with stuff like that. So that's one, is everybody understanding? Number two is, do you think we should lower the voluntary expenditures? I actually don't know, and me and Terrence have talked about this a lot. I honestly don't know. I don't know if it would benefit somebody or not benefit somebody, or like Andy said, it's voluntary anyways. You don't have to check it.
That's why I was looking for if there,
we couldn't find any
experiences of other cities doing this, and maybe even what some of the outcomes were or were not in some of those, because that would help guide us, because we're new to this district game.
Well, one of the arguments for districts is that the campaign should be cheaper.
Yes, right.
Right, no,
Well, the reality, it will be. I mean, that's the reality when you look at that. But I don't feel like you should put any restrictions on the limit as far as, I'm perfectly good.
with the expenditure. So we shouldn't put our hand in there and say we should divvy this up, divide it by 6.
No.
No.
Well,
But I would say,
I'm not sure,
Councilmember
sorry.
Fugazi
Sorry, I'm not
said-
sure I'm clear before you go any further. I'm not clear with what you just said. When you talked about those expenditures, you're talking about the maximum allowable
That a campaign can spend.
And so what I'm just heard Klein say that it's okay for a district to raise $60,000.
Yeah. No, not raise, spend.
Spend $60,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I also, with what he said, see comparables as another way to look at it.
Yeah.
So we get back.
Or you could go ahead and put a limit on it and then see how it works, and then
I wouldn't
can
wanna
you
do
always
that.
change it later, Andy?
Well, it's voluntary anyway, right?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yes, it's an ordinance, but we can change it.
Oh.
Yeah, we can change it if we want.
I mean, because it's voluntary, you're looking for people to have guidance really here, I think, is what you're looking for. The downside that I can see happens in certain districts where you might have a more affluent district or a very split affluent / not so affluent district, where you can have a lot of contributions come in against a person who will have zero chance maybe of getting that much money coming in. And then there would be this big difference, right? Because even at $750, right, you can get to that $40,000 maybe even pretty quickly if you know a lot of people in that area and they all have husbands and wives, $1,500 a pop, you're there. But the other guy might go, I don't have those connections, and we only now have to spend the $40,000 on effectively a much smaller area. So
I'm also leaning towards staying with what it is right now at the voluntary cap, just because everyone up here is experienced in at-large, and we have connections to get us to these seats in the at-large space. That took money. I can see that, that someone that has that experience might not just focus it back down to their district, but might still choose to go back to those same resources on those lands that are available coming into the city and stuff like that to put your name out.
Well, I think
So I
you
don't-
could still do that, though.
No, you can, but it costs money. So that's what I'm saying. Like that's why I'm not leaning to say make everybody $10,000. You can't go over 10. That's why I'd rather say that. See what happens.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you can make that adjustment in the next election cycle if you need.
Go ahead, Councilmember Bracco.
No.
No.
60.
For a district. That's insane.
It's actually not.
How can some newcomer run? I mean, if somebody wanted to run against Tom's well-known, he'll raise 60,000, he's gonna spend
It's not a raising, it's a spending.
No, it's a raising too, because if
You gotta raise it before you can spend it.
Yeah,
Am I not
exactly.
clear?
Well, you gotta raise it before you spend it, is what you're saying.
Yeah, and Terrence, I like what you said earlier when you said, can't we get some examples what other districts are doing before we sit here today and say it's okay to go to, that the expenditures or the raising is $60,000. I would like, what you said is that they give us what other areas are doing as they transition from at-large to district.
And we watch what happens next.
Because I'm sort of feeling like Councilmember Bracco right now. It just doesn't feel right
No, it
that a
doesn't.
district is at 60,000.
And I think we should do that for the individual contribution amount too, because some
That's-
other
yeah.
areas have a higher interest.
Yeah, that was gonna say that.
Morgan
That's
Hill.
another decision point. Do we want to raise it or lower
I
it?
want to hear what other places are
I
doing.
talked to my consultant that did my campaign before.
Yeah.
And he said most of the cities, they've just divided it up. So he said around Gilroy, you're talking probably $10,000 for a campaign, a decent campaign in a district.
Is that okay from this body, though, that the guidance we're asking for is,
Watch.
what are other people doing? And that's what they're coming back to us with.
But is this indefinitely going to stay on our legislative work plan? Because I know you guys like to be done with it and take it off.
We do. We hate kicking it down the road.
I know.
We need some more information, so we'll do it.
All right. The final feedback that I want to give, and hopefully this can be a part of your training for the city administrator and the city clerk, because it's been a huge problem in the last couple of cycles, is surplus funds at the end of your campaign. It doesn't seem like a lot of people understand that you either need to make the choice of if you lost, you need to make the choice of changing your campaign committee and committing to a future campaign and moving that along. We had pretty much a lot of people in the last two cycles have been caught up in that surplus funds thing where they're not allowed to use it for a future election. So hopefully we can highlight that as like, this is what you do if you fail. I think that would help us out. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments for Harjot? Thank you.
Okay.
All right. City administrator's report. No report. City attorney's report.
I was going to have a long discussion with you about the Louisiana voting rights case that you've all read about, but it's 92 pages long. Given the hour, I don't intend to do that. The short answer is it probably doesn't affect us because we districted under California law, and that case is under federal law, which is quite different in many respects. We can talk about it at another meeting when there's more time.
All right, so I have a question for council. Anybody interested in moving this closed session to another day, like this Friday at 9 or Monday at 9? Just putting it out, neither? Neither. I'm sorry?
You mean in the morning?
Yes, I'm throwing out, I'm just.
The most important person over there.
Yeah. Monday at 10? I'm just throwing out options. Yeah.
That means an hour and a half, 2 hours.
These are very.
Okay, hold on, let's keep talking here. So it sounds like there's a consensus here. It feels like that people do not want to go an hour. So we need to find another time. Is there another time that we can have the majority of council here? No,
We're moving forward with sessions with the labor groups, and we need to communicate with you and get direction from you.
When is your next meeting?
The 14th. Today's the 4th.
Next Monday, next Tuesday?
Let's just power through it and do it tonight, get it over with. You guys ran for office to do this job.
I understand.
You know, so do your job.
Well, all right, wait, hold on. Hold on. Who's interested in going home now? Who wants to stay?
I'll stay.
Stay? Rocco? Huh, Carol?
Well, I will. I might not be paying attention, but I
Well,
will.
it feels like we're staying. Sorry, staff, I know some of you have been here since 7 a.m. Okay, so we're going to adjourn to closed session. Did I say that right?
Okay, well, I better announce it then.
Yeah.
Okay, item 12.1 is conference with labor negotiator, collective bargaining pursuant to Gilroy Code Section Government Code Section 54957.6, Gilroy Code 17A11-4, collective bargaining units, AFSCME Local 101, general and supervisory units, representing employees affiliated with AFSCME Local 101, Local 2805 IAFF fire units, city negotiators Matt Morley, Leanne Phillips, anticipated issues, wages, hours, benefits, working conditions, etc. Okay, so is there any public comments?
Any public comment?
I have no speakers.
All right, so the meeting will now adjourn to closed session. The council should take a vote to stay in closed session. That's the first item in the closed session. That's a reportable action at the end of the meeting.
Thank you.